I feel like there's more APAC lovers than Brazil lovers. Can my
Kelly,
viewers
baby.
vote in your poll?
What?
Can my viewers even vote in your poll?
I don't know if they can. BDS CAG won. We're cagging.
Welcome back, Chairman. On 3-stream streak. Chairman's grinder because he's seen every single game of R6 Reload so far. That's commitment. That's what a good Siege fan looks like.
Do you see that the drama that QT Cinderella has stepped into on Twitter, by the way?
No. What happened?
So her mom passed away. So she posted...
Her mom passed away
I'm
like
assuming, I think,
a decade ago.
What?
Her mom passed away like a decade ago.
I know, and she posted just like a photo of her as a child with her mom, and just like, you know, like Happy Mother's Day, whatever, to my best friend or etc.
Sure.
And then some fucking like right-wing incel was like literally replied to it like, "Oh, your mother was fat. That explains a lot."
What the fuck?
Like that's all they said.
Jesus.
And she said, "Kiss your sister," but not the kiss your sister.
What?
Keep yourself
okay.
safe.
Okay.
You know
okay,
what I'm
okay.
saying?
Yeah.
And she just flat out said it. Like she didn't know acronym, nothing. She just like typed it to this guy.
What a chat.
And then the guy was like, "Wow, like whatever, like, you know, tolerant, blah blah blah." And she's like, "No, here's like a helping hand," and sent him an Amazon link to a bunch of braided rope. And honestly,
Holy
like
shit.
this goes back to the conversation that I think you were there for it in Copenhagen, where it's like,
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh. NT.
And a great start for the Europeans. I mean, just the simple fact.
I would like to be on record saying that I don't think you should ever tell somebody to end their own life. But
Legalize comedy.
I think telling bad people to no longer be around is relatively fine.
But that isn't enough when you're losing most
wild.
map control in literal 20 seconds. You have to fight back. And I think this is case of CG. It's the first game of the day. It's still early. This is the one.
I saw her tweet and I laughed out loud. So
Yeah, that sounds really funny.
yeah. Diabetic Beer, how are you? Pieces, nice to see you. Timberwolf, nice to see you. Duringo, nice to see you. FNJL, nice to see you. His Majesty Marbo.
Parker, can you not say hi to my chatters? I don't want you and them interacting.
His Majesty Marbo, I really should VIP. Is that you, Max? And the Bean, nice to see you. What's up, Bingus Sun? Nice to see you. Hello, everybody. Knit Inc., nice to see you as well, because Jesse doesn't individually greet his chat. Tribuni, nice to see you.
I'm not gonna greet every person that comes into chat. That's a maniac thing to do.
That's not a maniac
I greet
thing to do,
people
Jesse.
at the
You have, like,
start of
7
the
viewers.
stream,
You can
and
easily
when
say
they
hi to all of
come
them.
in, I say hello, but I'm not gonna yap the whole time to them.
Yeah, it's like 6 a.m. for gamers. I also don't know how
I interact with the meat of their message. I'm not gonna spam the stream with hi name, hi name, hi name.
You just say them as you say them, like, "Hey, Ghost Rider, how's it going? Dolos, nice to see you. Welcome on in, everybody. Capellini,
I'm gonna
nice to
mute
see
you
you.
on my
See?
stream.
Look how hard it is. There's a reason why I have dozens and dozens of viewers and you have a dozen viewers.
Capellini
Jesse
did ask if this is a hockey jersey, and he should know that this is the great jersey of the Edmonton Oilers, who are winning their 3rd game tonight up against the Vegas Golden Knights here in the great
the
city of
Leafs didn't even
Edmonton.
play last night. That was kind of odd.
I wonder if they're giving him more time off because it's such a long travel.
To Florida.
Yeah.
The Leafs played like absolute dog dookie last night. I'm a
Did they play?
Blackhawks fan, so I don't really give a shit. But I mean, like, even I'm like, dude, come on, Florida. I'm not a Leafs fan. I'm a Blackhawks fan. I have 5 Blackhawks jerseys in the closet door right next to me.
I'm no Leafs fan, but the Panthers winning is the worst case scenario, so go Leafs go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I obviously have a soft spot for Toronto teams. I always want them to do well, just because, you know, I live here. But I fucking hate Florida so much. Blackhawks are Chicago's hockey team. Yeah, you're embroiled in some pretty nasty controversy. About a decade ago, covering up a sexual assault within their organization. It was really fucking despicable. If they hadn't cleaned house, I was actually going to completely choose like a new team to cheer for. But they cleaned house and got rid of all the bad people, so I'm...
Would you have chosen the Utah Mammoth?
Their logo is so bad, man. I keep looking at it, and it's
bad.
it's
It's
getting
fine.
worse the more I look at it. Compared to the Seattle Kraken, the Seattle Kraken is like some of the best jerseys in any sport.
Seattle Kraken's fire. No arguments there. I've never seen Black Ray lose this.
A 1 versus 2, both Freck and Virtue are separated.
Oh my god, Black Ray, Black Ray.
Now
Okay.
you've seen him lose it.
Okay.
No, a bunch of players did not try to have sex with Bedard's mom. That was literally a rumor started on a subreddit. That was like Corey Perry got kicked off the team because apparently he got drunk at a function and made an inappropriate comment to like a woman who works either for the team or in media for the team.
Shout out.
So now he plays for Edmonton.
He's a great goal scorer.
But the rumor was that Corey Perry had tried to sleep with Connor Bedard's mom. And it literally just started on Reddit. And it is entirely false. There's no truth to it whatsoever.
We need like a playoff matchup, fucking Corey Perry versus Connor Bedard, to settle the beef once and for all.
Brother, I would love Chicago to be good enough to even sniff the playoffs. But they just got 3rd overall pick, so...
Yeah.
Dude, I'm really hoping Michael Misa falls and Chicago drafts Michael Misa. I would fucking love that.
The richest man in history?
The short term, because I don't think CG are
What?
losing
Isn't that guy from Mali?
Issues. It's just the small things like gunfights, right positions, and
He's Canadian. What are you talking about?
I thought he was like the guy in the desert. Did the Furia Secret game win, by the way?
No, BDS CAG won on my stream.
Okay. Are we in a tech club? No.
Oh, Xenox is here. How are you doing, Xenox? Nice to see you, man. New too, nice to see you as well. Average Joe Mays, welcome back. Thanks for subbing the other day. Imars, nice to see you. And Austin, nice to see you.
Chat, there's no way
Mohan.
none of you got that
Nice
joke,
to
by
see
the
you.
way.
Welcome,
I see
everybody.
no reactions. That's fucked up. That's actually fucked up. Give us a prediction. I think CAG turn it the fuck on and win this 7-2.
With the way that BDS have been playing,
All right, Ben.
if I'm CAG, I want to be bringing more traps, even if it's just a few bits of barbed wire, just to make it so that BDS have to telegraph their pushes instead of being able to sneak in.
Xenox, you casting today?
We've seen also
No,
a lot of
he's off today.
How do you know this?
Because Ace and Des are on one stream, and Dev and Nick are literally casting right now. So do the math, Jesse.
What if Dev Marta ends up with a amputated leg and they need somebody to sub in on an emergency?
I want to see more traps.
Then Xenox would probably take his place as a play-by-play caster, but I don't really think that's the spirit of the question you're asking.
So, but why don't you let him answer his own question rather than answering for him? No,
Members of
I am
CAG
off today.
caught
Oh,
reading
okay,
from
thank you,
ancient
Xenox.
stone
Oh, thank you,
tablet, team
Xenox.
under
Good to know this.
investigation.
That's the thing when you're playing something like a lion dog.
I mean, I'm a diabetic. They could take my leg, and I'd still be casting.
Live? Would you cast through an amputation?
I think if I was being worked on for an amputation, that I would probably be sedated and under anesthetic. So I would not be
That
able
would be
to
a
cast.
fucking silly ass cast. That could be fun.
Is it bait?
Mostly a bait right now. I think they want to make the roamers fall
Hi,
back
Max.
to the bomb set and take free map space.
Oh, you brought me your ball.
This is commit, is it not? This is our last Candela. They better be going off of this. No, Robbie's going to throw in 4 Candelas and hold the angle the whole time. What a Chad. Those are intimidation
Big pause.
Candelas. He does not fucking need them. You know why? Because he's Robbie, the Italian stallion.
How you doing, Jack? War on drugs? I'm not pro-war, but I am pro-war on drugs. Banned.
They have a permanent guy on cameras besides when they're getting called, which means he can say this area is clear, this area is clear. Focus on this portion because they can watch the flank, for example.
My cat brought me the ball to play.
Why they weren't moving around all too
I
much.
also love drugs. I literally drink out of a mug that says I miss drugs.
But again, it's CSU waiting for BDS to make the first move while in a player disadvantage.
My favorite drug is honestly probably ibuprofen because it is a miracle pill.
BDS, they will close in that net now. Body system, 2 people against 1.
Oh, but there's a shotgun. and
Oh, that's
Blackray
tough.
just
If
finally
only they
took
had
that
some way to
last one. The
blind
response
that
from
Black Ray player
CHG
better.
and a read onto where this push is going.
You know, Robbie got the trade. It's
Where
okay,
did
it's
all the
okay.
Candelas go?
He literally
is the
just
question.
tossed all of them into fucking, the closet there.
Deep into the side
Yeah.
of Virtue, he gets flashed
No, I am on Ozempic. Ozempic is also a miracle drug. Like these semi-glutide injections are insane.
Are you addicted
It's a
to
nice skin on the
Ozempic?
vector. What?
Are you addicted to Ozempic?
I wouldn't say I'm addicted to it. I take it once a week.
That vector skin's universal.
That's the same camera shot every single time they went around. Lori walks up, fist bumps Jake's hand, and then just, that's it. And it's like you could play that every single round. Caffeine is a drug, yes.
Shuttle on the way here. A lot of people talking about why didn't they reload more bullets? And there was also
Don't say
Am I allowed to
mine's
talk about drugs
fed.
on Twitch? Probably not during an official co-stream, eh?
Don't underestimate them. But after a flying start like this for BDS,
I was gonna make a comment about psychedelics, and then it's like, probably shouldn't do that. They banned Ying. Keg's had enough, dude. They saw how successful Robbie was with Ying in the previous round, and they're like, well, get this guy out of here.
Literally.
Yeah.
Official.
I think it'd be really cool if Chibisu and Arcully also did the same Keg background that Anaton has, just for diversity's sake. So it was like pink, blue, pink, blue, pink, blue.
That would be cool.
That would be very cool.
They should do some kind of coordination for sure.
I have noticed that with this being our 6 share, every single team has been like meticulous about having their player card behind them, and I wonder if it's a requirement.
I was wondering that as well, literally on
Yeah.
the first day when I saw every single team was rocking it. Because in Pro League, it's always like there's 1 or 2 guys that just like are too lazy to put it on.
Don't give a shit.
Or have something else. Don't give a shit. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Loud doesn't? Okay, I guess.
Loud doesn't have one in the game yet, though, so
Yeah,
I mean, like
exactly.
that. C9 does from like ages ago.
Were they using it?
I can't remember. We only watched one C9 game, right?
Yeah, I don't
They're up
remember either.
next, so
I really want to watch the C9 game for 2 reasons. Number 1, that game is guaranteed to end in a 1v1 duel, because whoever loses that game gets eliminated, unless they win their 1v1. And number 2, in my fantasy league, I picked every single C9 player because they're going up against Scarz.
yeah. I mean, the alternative is that we watch Elevate PSG Talon, which is also just very unpleasant. So
Yeah.
C9 apparently does not. Oh yeah, they left before the background cards. I thought they had one of the older ones.
Like one where it's just like literally plain with one single logo in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were so ugly though.
How you doing, Jay?
Dude, that's
Say
a
hello to
dope
No Limit.
angle. Shuri from the window on the 2nd floor up through the like open skylight got the guy repelling. It's pretty rare you see kills like through the outside like that. That's cool.
In Hungary, they passed a law where unless you snitch on your drug dealer, you get the same jail as a dealer for taking recreational drugs. That's very stupid. Drugs should also just not be illegal.
What is the plan B though? With the Heartbreacher dead?
Jay, did you hear that I started Ozempic like 2 months ago? I basically started Ozempic whenever the CJX showcase was in Atlanta. That was my 2nd week taking it. So that's my reference point. I've lost almost 20 pounds. And my diabetes, like my blood sugar control is a lot easier to manage, dude. Insulin resistance is just like fucking gone. I just take insulin now and it just works.
Lasmu. Lasmu thinks he's Blitz.
It just sucks that it costs $240 for a month's worth. It's ridiculous.
Dude, Lasmu is all alone. He has no plan.
Uh-oh.
Lasmu!
I still think BDS wins this round.
Yeah, they might.
I still think BDS wins this round.
Dude, how is P4
I
fighting
still think
picks
BDS
all
wins
around the
this
map
round.
and there's no response,
It's
dude?
coming. It's coming.
Dude, this could be
It's
another 7-0.
coming.
What is it about this tournament that literally has the most 7-0s in Siege history?
Arcully for 3! No! Dude, BDS just flipped that one around and just
BDS
the
are
shit out of it.
CAG are kind of stinky, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
All of the APAC teams are awful.
I think FearX has definitely by far looked the best this tournament,
Yes.
but we'll see. They get tested today. SSG used all of their bullets against FearX. I think it's SSG FearX, right? Whoever FearX is playing.
FearX is playing in like one of the last games of the day.
Yeah, SSG used all of their bullets against FearX, so SSG could get eliminated by FearX today.
Yeah, I've noticeably slimmed down. Problem is, like, I love eating. A friend of mine asked me, she was like, hasn't being on Ozempic like kind of diminished your love of food? And honestly, it kind of has.
That's
I'm
tragic.
just not, I'm not hungry. Like, I wake up, I will eat a plain croissant and I will have a coffee. and then I will eat like a small sandwich around like 2:30, 3 o'clock, and then by like 7 o'clock I'm still not hungry for dinner. And I look in my fridge at all like this really nice looking food, and I'm like, fuck.
Just skip lunch.
I have to eat this because it's gonna expire.
Skip lunch and have a better dinner. That's what I do.
It's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah. Because I feel like lunch food is the worst food. Like, dinner food is obviously elite. Breakfast food I think is so fucking goated. Lunch food is mid as hell. So I like basically always skip lunch.
If you think lunch food is bad, it's because you're not doing lunch right.
I just think it's worse dinner. Like, anything you could have for lunch, you could obviously also have for dinner, or like vice versa. But it's like, I don't want to fucking cook for an hour making fucking lunch, dude.
That's the lunch I made. Jesse says this looks like shit. What do you think, chat?
I haven't even seen it. I don't even know what you're eating. Is that your croissant?
Yeah, it's got, I made effectively a BLT, but I put pickled red onions and jalapenos on it.
I just don't like sandwiches that much.
If you don't like sandwiches, you haven't had one made well for you.
I've had great sandwiches, and I like great sandwiches, but like a sandwich every day for lunch sounds like I want to kill myself.
It's a QT Cinderella tweet.
Exactly. I'll say as well, BDS are playing this like really slow and cautious. They're really giving KAG every opportunity to overswing.
Jesse also likes AI slop music and doesn't watch any movies.
That's just not true. These are fake statements. You gotta be joking, dude. I feel like
Dude,
KAG
so
actually just
miffed.
get bored.
Like,
I actually think they just get bored. They're like, 2 minutes have passed, BDS have done nothing except for throw like cute candelas and bees at us. What if I hop out a
so
window?
nobody runs claymores anymore, especially on layer. So like, what do you? You got fucking 4 of them on the side of BDS.
Yeah.
It's a risk he was willing to work to take, but didn't really pay off. Good drone work here. BDS, little bit low on time.
I've not watched Training Day. I don't think I've ever even seen a trailer or know anything about it.
These 45 seconds are completely real. There's no Guru, there's no
Nah, I like this for BDS because Robbie's gonna push up, be the distraction while they get the plant down. They've got smoke Monty plants. Good fucking luck denying a smoke Monty plant from above. The only guy inside is Anaton. Just shoot him in the head and you get a free plant here.
Aggressive. There are still 3 players of the 4 defenders on this top floor.
Max keeps coming by to play. He brought me his ball earlier.
To the side, especially as the bomb site has been opened up, the hard breach has been enabled. FearX finds his entry. He's looking for a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you don't like sandwiches, it's probably because your parents just buy you like garbage fucking
I've
bread.
had delicious sandwiches with delicious bread, okay? But eating bread every single day sounds miserable. Even good bread.
Just try different types of bread and then toast it sometimes. Don't toast it other times. Like,
That's just boring. I like variety in my life, okay? That's all I'm
Training Day
saying.
is an incredible movie, and we were talking about it the other day because you didn't know who Denzel Washington is.
I don't doubt that it's good. I probably would enjoy it if I watched it. I just have no desire to go watch it.
Fantastic movie.
There's
only
lots
brought
of
down by the
things-
fact that Dr. Dre has no idea how to act. That's it.
Let him live, man. Let him live his dream.
I'm not saying Dr. Dre should be killed. I'm saying that he was not a good actor in the movie.
Just let him do what he wants to do, okay? Without criticizing him, is what I'm trying to say
Yes,
here.
he does Beats by Dre, and apparently that same title also applies to his ex-wife.
Wow.
Yeah, apparently he's like a wife beater. Not good. Not good.
But he's not over-aggressing. He's playing very safe angles. He's also nomad, so he can...
Flynn, if I had to drink your food drinks for a week, I would eat fucking rocks and love it, okay? That is not like a good...
Doesn't Rob just drink Ensure and nothing else?
No, he can eat real food now.
And yes, Nicholas, as we said before, they're probably regretting not loading more bullets, but they wanted to play it safe and they only had 4 in their reserve. They actually bet half of, or rather, reloaded half of their remaining reserve.
Flynn, our new video is doing very well.
But there is one way
Do you see that Radiohead?
even more bullets out of
That
this game.
there is a Hail to the Thief Broadway
If they get a
like
flawless
score like Broadway play that has
2 bullets
Radiohead's Hail to the Thief reimagined as the soundtrack for it.
into the chamber for this match. They could
I don't know.
That's actually an insane combination. I like that.
I don't know what that song is. I don't know what that show is. I don't... Okay.
Tell me you know who Shakespeare is.
Yes.
you know who Radiohead is?
Vaguely.
We're making progress, chat. We're making progress here.
I had a buddy in high school who really liked Radiohead, but like I never really listened to their music. But I heard them
Was
sometimes
this
when he would
person
put
one of the
them on.
most annoying people you've ever met?
He was like one of my best friends, and then he just like owed me a bunch of money and ghosted me, and I haven't talked to him in like 5 years.
Another shot from Blackray. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to shoot the exothermic before it detonated, but he did kill.
That doesn't sound like a Radiohead fan.
Again, a numbers advantage for CAG.
Radiohead's a terrific band, but the people who like Radiohead think that they're like the second coming of Christ.
I
And it's
see.
like,
And the CAG
and I'm like, dude, if Christ can come twice, like don't judge him.
So I'm still saying they're not out of the woods yet.
But that's what you got the mirror windows, no Asher.
Okay, they've killed Virtue. I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. Did they get the mask wall? They didn't, right? I guess they still have P4 with the ace. Should be fine.
He got killed by Black Ray trying to open the wall.
Yeah, but he put it on. I don't know if he popped it. He did, okay.
This event reminds me of the Major Empire one years back. Why does this remind you of the Raleigh Major? The Raleigh Major was, in my eyes, one of the worst events we ever had in terms of like quality of the matches. And this event has also had a lot of dookie matches, so maybe that's your point of comparison. Kid A is an okay album. It's not my favorite Radiohead album. In fact, it's like my fourth. If you ask me for the ratings of Radiohead albums, it's number 1, OK Computer, number 2, Amnesiac, number 3, In Rainbows, number 4, probably Kid A or maybe a moon-shaped pool, and then I don't really care beyond that. That's probably like Hail to the Thief and then the Bends. I think King of Limbs and Pablo Honey are both bad albums. But.
If you ask me for my top 5 Central Asian countries, I think I would start with Uzbekistan because it's probably the most iconic of all the stands. Then I go Kazakhstan because it's the biggest, it's the greatest, has the most power when it goes back to the Soviet Union days.
Okay, so Kazakhstan's the most iconic because of Borat, so you're already wrong.
Dude, but Uzbekistan, just say that out loud. Say it.
Yeah, spell Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan. I actually can't spell it. K-Y-G-R-Z-S-T-A-N.
K-Y-R.
That's what I said.
G-Y-Z-S-T-A-N. Yeah, you do sound racist. Thank you. Jesse is racist. And sexist, and as of yesterday, transphobic.
My
So we
favorite
are-
team, CAG Osaka, just won a damn round, baby. All he had to do was opening pick to Thermite. Let's fucking go.
What are my favorite... I didn't say I don't like the Bends. The Bends is a seminal 90s garage-ish rock band album that changed music, but I don't like it as much as other Radiohead albums.
How are Furia
We're saying
doing?
Furious Secret is better.
Yeah, it's like actually close. It's 3-2.
I mean, I'm enjoying watching this, though.
Yeah, let's just finish this out, and then we'll go over there.
Yeah. People are asking me my favorite bands at the moment right now. My favorite bands at this present moment: The War on Drugs, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, Pop, Viagra Boys, Saint Motel.
We'll get
there's
past
some
this
bands
era
that
of
I
streams
always
soon,
like.
chat.
The Mars Volta, The Music, Alexis on Fire. Always go back to listen to them. But like newish bands, Car Seat Headrest is also really good. I would never call a CAG match must watch. So.
What about CAG versus Team 1 in Mexico? That shit was must watch.
Okay, but those were two completely different teams. Well, I guess CAG was basically the same.
Dude, CAG's kept the core for 9
has
years,
not
bro.
changed. CAG has not changed in like 20 years.
The big hitting operator for me on the defense is
Yeah,
actually
Anaton might hold the record for longest time with an org. I actually don't know.
This wall with ultimate precision, or it holds this position with ultimate precision.
I
mean,
can't think
it's
who else would be longer.
probably Nip, but I guess Nip doesn't have any of the members on it anymore. Never mind.
Yeah, I guess with Psycho leaving.
Really hard for CAG to go for those kinds of explosive executes that CAG love to do. And that BDS did very successfully. I kind of wish that CAG...
When did Anaton join
Honestly,
Cyclops?
probably every round in the first half.
Let's go find this
Would've
out.
definitely slowed
Anaton
down.
joined CAG Osaka
And with you, look at
June
the
19th,
you got
2018.
and you got
I went to the same middle school as the lead singer of Pup.
I thought you were going to say his Anaton. I was like, that was impressive.
No, Stephen Babcock and I went to the same middle school together. And he went to high school with... He went to the high school that all my friends went to that I should have gone to.
Nesk Liquid's actually a good call, too. That's probably longer.
Yeah, but he's the only one.
And CAG, it's great when they
Like, I mean, obviously this is an unpopular question to ask, but like, when do they drop Nask?
I mean, they try not for a little while now that they've done the biggest shakeup in Liquid's history.
Yeah, Jeff Rosenstock's amazing. Hellfire was one of the best albums last year.
They give this core some time, sure, certainly.
Dude, what are they doing?
Okay, well, Arcali is able to trade it, but
Like, I watched CAG play this game, and it's like I unlearn Rainbow Six.
You gotta
Just
give
moonwalk through a proper wall.
You gotta give them credit though. They're literally playing with a guy who doesn't speak Japanese. Okay, so this is fine.
Fury?
No, Arcali. Arcali tweeted like before this event. He's like, Japanese is so hard. I don't know how to speak it.
Where's Arcali from?
I don't know, but English is his first language. He does speak Japanese, obviously, but he said English is his first language, Japanese is his second, and he does rock the Japanese
Nice to see
flag.
you.
So
Zico, nice to see you.
he might be a
Faithful dude.
Japanese
Nice
American.
to see you. Antagonist, a Weekend fan, nice to see you. Cherub Chairman, nice to see you. See, this is what Jesse should be doing.
See, I'm having a good, interesting conversation about fucking Arcali's roots, and you're just thanking people that have been here for 20 minutes already.
Yes.
Does Black Ray know?
Can you clear the corner?
Yeah, he's got an inkling here. He should certainly get this kill onto Robbie. Robbie is gonna
I don't know why BDS didn't wager more. I feel like
Yeah,
this
I'm a
is
little confused by that as well.
This was a fearful decision by BDS, and I'm not sure why. BDS are not even in a good spot. Like, they need to wager a
Why
decent
are we not
amount.
spectating Virtue? Why are we not spectating Virtue? There we go. Thank you.
Not that it'll do anything against the Warden, but a revive comes through a little bit.
I have no idea how much HP P4 has. This is a nightmare. I need the numbers.
You know, I was doing a YouTube video, right, where I was doing like
Hardest working man in esports.
I was ranking like fucking clutches, right? And I wanted to rank a clutch higher if the person making the clutch had lower HP. But obviously I couldn't
do it.
I couldn't know the HP.
Yeah,
So
they
I
couldn't do it.
tried
We have
to
no idea.
I tried to analyze screenshots and count the pixels.
Yeah.
But it's like there's like 63 pixels or something. So it's like it doesn't even line up. Like one pixel.
That's
is
embarrassing,
one
dude. What
level
kind of game
health
is
or
this?
something.
What kind of game is this? The numbers aren't there for HP. Might as well be completely blind.
Yeah, so I'm moving to Overwatch.
Yeah.
Have
Have you heard of Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, I've played
They
it a
show
bit.
HP. They show HP.
I thought my Marvel Rivals was like kind of fun.
Marvel Rivals.
Kind of casual fun.
Marvel Rivals.
And the issue is Bandit didn't
I heard Marvel Rivals.
to deny that second cell map. That's where Robbie is forced into a really bad
So the
position.
white bullets at the top are how many they have going into this game, and then the red bullets at the top are how many they gambled. So if they win, they gain that many bullets. If they lose that many bullets.
My friend sat in bug spray and absorbed in his butt, and he died. Okay, I regret reading that out loud. Ghost Rider, nice to see you. How are you doing? Julian, how are you doing? Nice to see you.
I don't want to say that too early, but like, how on earth the CAG?
We need more analysis in Overwatch. Well, maybe you guys shouldn't have killed your whole esport. Did you ever think about that? Because I'm pretty sure you had analysts.
Yeah, they were.
I sat in my flat in Poland watching the zenith of the Overwatch League, seeing the talent amassed from all different esports, like the Avengers.
Which is a really smart move.
And I was just like, I am so green with envy as we have 2 people working production in Poland. I walked in and it was 2 guys. That was it.
Yep.
We had Dariusz, who was the main producer, who also did like replays and graphics and coordinated with admins. And then we had Marcin, who did sound and the interview cameras and stuff like that. And that was it. And I was like, this is the whole operation. And then War of Tanks was broadcasting one day, and they had like 30 people on production. Every single tank had like its own producer. And I was just like, what is going on here, man?
That's awesome.
Like, I saw like the World of Tanks crew roll in, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Are they playing on land? They're like, no, this is just the production for it. And I was like, how? War of Tanks had 700 people watching it, and they had like one producer for every 50 viewers. I couldn't believe it.
I had a different buddy in high school, not the Radiohead fan, who was really into War of Tanks.
against Lasmo.
He's a huge like World
That-
War
that's a
II
pivotal
history
engagement.
buff, and he just
CAG
loved
to tie
playing
things
World
up.
of Tanks for the
This,
accuracy.
This like rogues gallery of friends you have is quite something. I had this other friend who used to rip out his hair and eat it. I'm Jesse. All my friends are weird.
It's not that weird to just like World of Tanks, okay?
I think liking World of Tanks is very odd behavior, unless you're Russian. That was like the only country that cared about World of Tanks.
Yeah.
It's like Ukraine and Russia, which, despite what Russia would like you to believe, are completely separate countries. I think Chibisu can win this, by the way.
He can, but he won't.
He's got a minute and he's got utility left. I think he could win this.
Does he
Problem
have?
is there's mute jammers down. Yeah, exactly.
He
so
doesn't.
he's
Does, I
just-
don't, does he have P4 scanned?
He tried to scan Lasmo, but he's sitting on a mute jammer. So
And
Scan
P4.
failed.
P4 he doesn't have access to scan, and P4 is the guy in the rat angle anyways, so he's the one
Yeah.
that needs to get scanned.
yeah, he has no idea. I mean,
Lasmo? Dude, Lasmo's making some bad decisions. Like,
I'm at 23, 22,
Yeah, we're the same.
21, 20, 19, 18.
We're the same.
We are not the same. Don't ever say that.
What he should have done there is he should have pinged the evil eye so that he could get the scan, and then he should. I don't know if he has any scans left, but he should have scanned for the maestro. Vico, thank you for the Prime. With that Prime, you now no longer have to watch the many ads we have on our channel, and you get a new role in the Discord, and you can come to the monthly sub talks, where I will tell you Parker's blood type.
People forget about it.
Do you know your blood type? I guess you're diabetic. You probably do.
I have no idea what my blood type is.
Isn't that like
I don't-
dangerous?
Being a diabetic has nothing to do with your blood type. What are you talking about?
Like, what if you're so diabetic you need more blood?
So the Greeks sent me this horse. We're talking about one of the most beautiful horses you've ever seen. So big, so strong. Normally they keep this kind of horse for themselves, but they were such big fans. They said, "Sir, please take our big, wonderful horse. We'll even bring it to
Flynn,
your house."
I
Nobody's
do
ever
know
seen
our
a horse
Cully's
like
blood
this.
type. And Flynn
Nobody's
knows
ever
I
seen
know
a
our
horse like
Cully's
this.
blood
Have you
type.
seen a horse like this?
Parker, what do you
And now
think
the
our
horse is
Cully's
ours.
blood type is?
Exactly, and the defenders very rarely have anything to deal with.
I actually want to write this down if I ever cast
Blood
Keg
type is
again.
not the problem in diabetes. Jesse has a fantastically poor grasp of how most things work.
Wait, where's the blood type post, Flynn? I can't find it now.
Did Jesse say he never runs ads? No, that was probably me. I say I used to never run ads, but I've started running ads because if I do run them, then people don't have to be subjected to them in the middle of me talking. If I can control when ad breaks are, which is so silly that I have to even make this determination, but if I can choose when an ad break is, then it will disrupt fewer moments of my stream.
Our last chance now for CAG is gonna have
I'm glad Flynn has the CAG blood type link.
Otherwise they'll say
Also, I just can't believe that Donald Trump is just taking a jet for Air Force One from Qatar and nobody gives a fuck, and it's just like blatant corruption.
Two bullets. They could have just gone with one. They did get their win yesterday.
Anyway, let's not talk about politics today.
Okay.
That is gonna last like an hour, and then we're gonna get one of the fucking next games, and we're gonna be so bored we're just gonna start talking about Alberta politics again.
That's right.
Chat, if you were president and another country offered to give you a free plane that you would use as your most secured method of travel,
Dude,
and it costs $400 million, would you say yes?
Lilyman might have the single most on God fucking comment of all time. It's an hour is optimistic. It was 5 seconds. It was 10 seconds
That's the joke.
maximum.
It was literally the joke.
If you play
Insane.
Hell yeah, free money.
not have enough bullets to survive come days 4 and 5.
And try to eat this croissant, but I feel like it's gonna be a challenge, so I'm gonna turn my camera off.
That means the chat's gonna miss your reaction to BDS's big win.
Does find one with that glass.
I'll turn it back on. You're right.
Still woeful for
You better make a good
CAG.
reaction face too here, Parker. The fans will demand it.
But now, the still players in the side they're gonna have to deal with. Now Anderson does see
I just made it.
where that bandit of Robbie is, but he's protected by
But they haven't even won yet.
and he's got a crossfire.
What's up, Delaney? Nice to see you. Ah, Flynn got nuked by chatbot. Get fucked.
No, that's probably the blood type link.
Don't take the risk. He gets shot from below. Oh, this is the thing.
Oh!
Pressure. Great.
Really well played. Anderson to cover
Sharif's got
across
3
and
kills.
well
That's huge for somebody of his
down below.
potential.
Anderson does get a little bit of damage from Lasmo in the site. This is going to be very awkward for CAG.
Oh, our Kali's not
Just
actually
like-
on this.
They still have 6 drones and 30 seconds and a Deimos, and they have no fucking idea where BDS is. Like, how does this happen? There's no mute on the board. Like, what are you doing? What
Okay.
are you fucking doing? You have 6 drones, you have a Deimos, there's no mute, there's no Mozzie.
So-
and you're like, oh, it'd be nice if we had a way to find out where the defenders were. Impossible!
The coach of
Guys will
Scarz
never
has
know.
A blood type. He is blood type A. I don't think it's positive or negative. I think it's just A neutral. But now we know. Thank you to the Scarz website for that one.
It was Aagator, not Arcully. Aagator and Arcully are different people, Rob. Now I think you're the racist one. I think Flynn is now racist.
Listen, if it gets the monkey off my bat, I will jump on that train.
Yeah, be careful using monkey on back metaphors.
Why?
Because some cultures will interpret that as a racist jab.
Let's go. You guys got this. Let's go. Have fun.
Look at my hair right now. What is going on with it? Look at it. Just like this one strand and then like
My chat is full of apes, okay? I would never call my chat monkeys.
Cherry Gums, who is currently not embroiled in any controversy whatsoever, thought that King George was being racist because he used to call people banana people because Glaz turned them yellow. And when he called them that and he had bananas on the table, she thought that he was calling Brazilians that for no fucking particular reason, and then blasted it out on Twitter, and George got tons of death threats over it.
That's reasonable.
I think that is completely unreasonable, and she got spoken to by the ESL admins apparently and had to like apologize, but how about we just don't jump to insane conclusions and get people in trouble? I have stopped doing that. I'm gonna eat my croissant now.
Dude, Philippe Box putting up 11 and 5. When he was on my fantasy team, he went like 1 and 7, dude. What are you doing to me?
It's a very good sandwich.
You better make sure that you're winning those fights, because otherwise, like we saw in the last round, you're going to very quickly find yourself 5 versus 2 when Furia come in and just wipe everybody out. So that's something that Secret need to make sure that, yeah, committing around the map is fine, causing problems around the map.
I miss when people ran Fuse on this site. Do you remember, Parker, when we casted the Fuse on this site? Now that electricity destroys gadgets, assuming it'll destroy cluster charges, that strat is actually dead.
Remember when electricity didn't? Remember when electricity did destroy gadgets? And they're like, what if we change that?
Yeah.
And they're like, what if we change it back?
Yeah, I'm glad they changed it back, but it does kill this fucking Fuse strat. This was like the one good Fuse site in the entire game.
No, and that's good for Secret. They managed to get another one taking down the Deimos, and this is what I was saying. Yes, you can cause them problems around the map, but you gotta back it up with a couple of kills, and they've done that brilliantly well. 4 versus 3. Now Secret can start thinking.
Interro, if you're a president and another country that has attacked you gives you a free wooden horse, would you accept it? Dude, you know how expensive a giant wooden horse is? Fuck yeah, I'm taking that. Think about how cool a giant wooden horse is. It's huge, and it's a horse. Look at the way a horse is shaped. There's surely no way it's filled with people waiting to ambush me and attack me. This horse is a gesture of friendship, and I will, of course, take it uncritically. I will uncritically accept that gift. I will bring it into my inner circle, into my inner sanctum, and I will leave it there for all to see, because, again, there's no way it's filled with enemies. Like, hell yeah, a free wooden horse? Fuck yeah, I'm taking that, dude. It's on wheels? Even better. Hell yeah, dude. Free giant wooden horse. Fuck yeah, I'm taking that.
Fuse is dead on this site because Fuse was primarily used as a counter to Bandit to get the bunks wall, because there's no good way to get the bunks wall from above or below, because above is too hard to take and below is hard. But now cluster charges get destroyed by Bandit electricity. I guess if he's tricking, it's the same. I guess it's fine. Maybe it still works.
Secret are giving them nothing, and I love the way that Secret have played this. Get in there, cause them problems, get a couple of kills.
The horse is full of dudes. What if there was a fuse in the wooden Trojan horse they gave me, and then all of a sudden, while I'm sleeping in my inner sanctum, a cluster charge just goes off and blows me up? You refuse to understand this format? All right. Do you think that the accumulation of bullets in this series is an allegory for capitalism and how the rich continue to amass their wealth, and that Ubisoft is invoking woke DEI propaganda by using this particular format, Jesse?
I think Chad is right, and then I do need more coffee because the fuse would just go on after an EMP to stop a trick. Chad has outbrained me on this one. I've thought about it more.
The sandwich is rapidly deteriorating.
That's good though, because that means fuse lives.
I need to tie my hair back because my hair keeps getting in the sandwich that is like imploding on my plate.
Because
Dude,
both
lunch
these
is
teams,
so mid.
because both these dudes, I'm saying. This
Dude,
game
lunch is easily the worst meal of the day, right, Jesse?
Thank you. Yes, finally some sense from Parker and Interro McKay.
This is why I call you Dick Boy. And
No.
Bitch Boy and Nerd Boy.
It's just Jesse is fine. Again, would be okay.
Well, it would be great if you could pronounce my last name correctly.
I can. I just choose not to.
Shake my horse.
Well, it's not only Tuber I was affected by Bandit Kaid. The biggest change to the Bandit Kaid thing is C4s.
When people hear the word Trojans, they think of the NCAA football team and or condoms. They don't think of a horse, okay? We have moved past the need to learn from history. Why would we ever learn from history? It's not like we would be doomed to repeat it. Right, Jesse? Those who learn from history are nerds, I believe is the quote. So,
I mean, we're not time travelers. We can't repeat history, so that quote's just stupid.
I cannot understate how much I appreciate Interro. He's one of the rare Canadians who are actually funny. Canadians are genuinely quite funny. We have added an incredible amount of comedians. Rick Moranis, John Candy, Catherine O'Hara, Jim Carrey, Mike Myers, Martin Short. Martin Short might actually be one of the funniest people ever born. Colin Mockery. The amount of Canadian comedians is through the roof. Yes, Jim Carrey is Canadian.
Most people don't know that all these people are Canadian, though. They just assume they're American.
Mike Myers is from Newmarket. Or sorry, Mike Myers is from Scarborough. Jim Carrey is from Newmarket. John Candy is from Toronto. I think John Candy was technically born in Newmarket as well. Well, whatever, it's 40 minutes north of Toronto.
Dude,
Effectively the same thing.
I would die for a Canadian Taskmaster. Have you watched Taskmaster, Parker?
That's the British show, right?
They have a New Zealand version, an Australian version, a British version.
The British one is like
the British one was the OG
you have to
one.
fill up this tiny bottle in 2 hours.
They're all the same concept, yeah. The British one was first, though, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great show.
I went through a Taskmaster phase where I just binged every single episode.
Remind me again. Hyperfixation and an incredible interest in numbers is the hallmark of what diagnosis?
Probably just like being cool. I don't.
Yeah, definitely.
It's like being like an intelligent Rainbow Six Siege analyst.
Yeah. Jesse, do you like trains?
I like trains, yeah. I think they're a good form of public transportation. I think they're interesting. I like learning about them.
Shut up. Northern Lion is also Canadian. You know Derek, like Dye Workwear, the fashion guy on Twitter? He's also Canadian. Like, very few people know that.
Parker, can you list every Canadian?
I don't think I can.
Okay. I respect the honesty.
But I know Susie and Sally and John, and they're really great. It was an old joke. Whenever you'd travel and you were younger, they'd be like, oh, do you know John from Canada? You guys live in igloos, don't you? I was like, actually, we live longer than you. We have less consumer debt than you, and we've stolen the American dream, but that's cool. Keep going off.
You're really fun at parties.
I got a political party in my pants, and it leans to the left.
June, please.
This is a great joke, and you just did not even react to it.
This might be Adrian's greatest land game of all time.
You can't jump out of a basement window, so. I love how you said this might be Adrian's best lane game of all time, and he's still negative.
Yes, sir.
The reason why my cam is not is because I'm eating, by the way.
Come to China. There's great trains here. I would love to visit China one day. I think it'd be dope.
Secret because they had the ping on the floor. You saw it earlier in the round. Yellow ping in the floor on where the C4 needed to go. So as soon as that attempt came on,
I will go and I will praise my loyalty to Xi Jinping.
JV92 can speak English, yes. He just doesn't want to get interviewed.
But it didn't matter because that C4 was a second too late. They get in, the plant starts going down.
I don't think people realize Norm Macdonald is also Canadian. How did I fucking forget Norm Macdonald? Lauren Michaels, who literally founded Saturday Night Live, which might not be the greatest anymore. He's also Canadian. Dan Aykroyd, also Canadian. Eugene and Dan Levy, also Canadian. Schitt's Creek, like entirely Canadian. You're welcome.
Flynn, you're only the worst Canadian because somebody in chat yesterday before you showed up said that you were their favorite Canadian, and we just needed to set the record straight that that was not an acceptable opinion. We just needed to make sure that that was not considered free speech in this chat, okay?
Are there any Canadian serial
Flynn is
killers?
Canadian too.
Paul Bernardo. That Bruce guy who killed
What's up,
a
Hale?
bunch of gay men. Aren't most Canadian serial killers, like, they target, like, gay people? That's bad.
Bro,
I probably shouldn't be proud of that.
I can't name
I'm not proud
one
of that.
Canadian serial killer. I don't fucking know.
You definitely know who Carla Homolka and Paul Bernardo are.
I don't, bro. I'm not a fucking dinosaur that knows everything about everybody.
You are genuinely unintelligent.
Hale, that was 2 days ago, and it's only gonna make us stronger tonight when we win Game 4. Okay? I
Stuart
wouldn't
Skinner
worry
starting
about
in
that.
that.
Stuart Skinner wasn't even like that big of a problem. Like he played fine. He is 0-3 in the playoffs, and Calvin Pickard is 6-0. So I don't love those numbers, but objectively, I don't think you can like blame the whole game on Skinner.
Also worth noting that the underlying numbers are not the, or the actual numbers are not the problem. It's that teams play differently in front of different goalies. So like, yeah, Stuart Skinner could let in a single goal, and you'll be like, Skinner wasn't the problem. But if the team can't play with the same level of like aggression and offense because they're worried about leaving their back end exposed because Stuart Skinner is a sieve, then that's going to impact.
But honestly,
team
like
plays.
fucking Calvin Pickard's a bit of a sieve too, and like no matter who the goalie is, they need to spend quite a bit of time just like playing defense, and that's probably the biggest actual weakness of the Oilers. It's just the defense is not very good, especially without Ekholm. And it's like our best defenseman is like Bouchard, who is like famously one of the worst defensive defensemen of all time. Can he score goals? Absolutely. Can he stop the puck? Probably fucking not.
Look, you don't need defenders and a goalie if you're scoring 7 goals a game.
That's the idea. Dude, ballsy pushing by Nate, and it fucking pays off for him. Look at this. Look at this. I love Furia. What a fun team.
Dude, Savage is 2-9 and just became 2-10. That's bad. That's not good.
I think Furia is one of the most
special,
like
dude.
interesting
Adrian
and
special.
fun teams to watch. I think like if you remove all like branding and like the people and the names, I think the actual style of stage that Furia play is the most like interesting and exciting by far.
I think Fury is a very entertaining team to watch.
I don't know if I would call them the most underrated team ever because most people agree they are the greatest team of our generation, but they're
won
definitely
SI
good.
in the most incredible match that has ever happened in Siege, and you're gonna call them the most underrated team of all time. That is a baby brain take. Ben the Bean. Is your brain made of beans as well? You know, Jesse, have you ever heard of this team called Penta/G2? Nobody talks about them anymore. I think they are very underrated.
All right, we got 22 minutes on the B stream.
We've got like half an hour
love
before
you,
the
Ben.
next game, so really good stuff. Really good stuff. I can turn my cam on again. I'm done eating.
Do you want to play this?
Finished.
Do you want to play this geography game with me?
I finished this. You want to play Sporkle and see how quickly we can name all 197 countries?
I will do that, but then the next time we get a 30-minute break, you got to play my geography game.
What is your geography game?
It's about naming cities in the world.
I mean, you will beat me at GeoGuessr. It's not a fair
It's
fight.
not about beating. I just have fun playing. I'll beat you in all of these geography games, but it's like
Stream freeze
it's
for
still
you
just
as
fun
well.
to play. Nope.
Stream.
Fix your shit, bitch.
The video actually did freeze, and they just cut to a break. Okay, it's only 6 minutes until the post-match.
Are you trying to game or are you not trying to game?
I'm trying to look at beautiful B-roll of Rio. I'm going into low blood sugar, so I need to finish. I need to go eat a chocolate bar. Give me a sec.
All right. Nobody in chat actually asked me for a GeoGuessr link this morning. You guys are sleeping on your fucking game. What happened? Nobody was demanding the Geo challenge. This chat used to have culture. I'll give you this Geo link. Go ahead and play, chat. I'm going to pin it so it is always there. You can go game. In the meantime, I'm going to play a different GeoGuessr. So this is not going to be the same one as you guys are playing. And we'll see if you can beat my score, all right? I'm going to play this one, you play that one, and then you have to be honest if you beat my score on a different map or not, okay? What is .PA? Probably Peru, right? No, it's Panama, obviously. Fucking that. Yep, okay. Shout out to the giant Panamanese flag. I mean, we just hit PA, right? We just hit Panama City. I feel like we're down here. We were across the bay in last tables. Okay. 45, not bad, not bad. You could be given a picture of your house and you wouldn't get it right. Wow, that's everybody when they start GeoGuessr, okay? It's a learning game. I think this might be Cambodia, right? Because that looks like Thai language, but we're driving on the right, so it can't be Thai language, so it's probably Cambodian. And I think these pillars are Cambodian. I think these little stubs are quite common in Cambodia. It could be like... It might be like India. Why is there Chinese on this sign? I don't fucking know. I'm just going to go with my gut. Chat, always just go with your gut. Your gut is usually right. 45 and a 46. This could be a generational game. All right, I really shouldn't have spoken so soon. This is absolutely nothing. For me, the vegetation is giving Africa. Might just be like South Africa or Botswana. Where's the sun at? Sun is like due east. That's not really helpful. I'm going to go like near Botswana in South Africa, I think.
People want to see you.
I hate this.
People want to see you.
It was a good run.
No. No, I don't care if you don't want to be held. You're a cat. You do the bidding. You do the bidding of your parents.
Wait, am I dumb? Why are we driving on the right? This looks like Japan. But we're driving on the right. I think it's Korea.
Max.
Does Korea have yellow license
How happy
plates?
you look.
Maybe just
Don't
on
you
like...
look happy?
Maybe just on work trucks.
Don't you look happy? No. Okay, bye.
I think it has to be South Korea.
Okay, he's gone.
Yeah.
I have to water my herbs.
I've been to Incheon. And I've been to Seoul. This pipe is Russian. I'm pretty sure this is like a Russian pipe. I think it could be Kazakhstan, but I think Kazakhstan is a specific car. I'm quite certain this is a Russian pipe. Because in Russia, they put the pipes like above ground so they don't like freeze in the ground. Nothing else about this screams Russia, though. Are we sure? Because otherwise, this doesn't feel like Russia at all. Like, this looks like a fucking mushroom toad house. Like, what? I'm just going to go with my gut. I'm going to pick somewhere warm in Russia. Hey. Always go with your gut, chat. Always go with your gut. That's a good game. If I didn't mix up Australia and African Outback, that would have been a killer fucking game. Oh well. It happens. Yep, Cambodia. I was going to say that 100%. GG's. I want to take another look at the reload standings. So with their win over Secret, Furia jump up into first. They have 10 points. They're 3-0, but just barely. Secret fall to 7th, which still keeps them in a playoff spot. That was their first L. BDS, again, because they didn't wager many points. Actually, I don't think BDS has been calculated in yet. Or maybe they have. It's saying BDS are at 6. I'm not sure if they're actually at 6 yet. I feel like they should be at 8. Regardless, BDS won their first game of all time, so that's nice for them. And then CAG... I mean, CAG are grouped for sure. Did G2 gamble everything they had against Wildcard? G2 wagered 7 bullets and extended mag. Wait, I didn't realize G2 put their dick on the table. They wagered 7 bullets plus extended mag against Wildcard. I think extended mag is how many extra? Is it like 6 extra?
Boy. Did you see the cat attacking? Chat, could you see the cat attacking the ball in the background?
There's huge potential for a big move.
I wonder if they saw the cat running around. I was throwing the ball with the cat.
What's up, Kylo?
Oh, so you can say hello to your viewers.
Yeah, when they say something interesting.
Hey, Kylo, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Sylvain, nice to see you. How are you? Call me Starbuck, nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. Connor, I don't know if Jesse said hello to you, but I'm going to say hi to you. Absolute worst, how are you?
So they can wager as much as their opponents have, which is weird. I don't know why that's the rule, but that's the rule. So because G2 are playing against Wildcard, Wildcard have 7 points. G2 can wager up to 7 points. And that's exactly what they did.
Congratulations, Felipox. But we need to talk about
Felipox interview.
On the first half, you guys were all over the map while defending the site, and that caused you.
You think JB92 is going to say he doesn't speak English again?
I feel like Maria's learned her lesson. She's not going to try that twice.
It's funny because like she's friends with most of the Brazilian teams, like
for sure. Yeah, so she knows he fucking speaks English, but she can't like force him to.
Hey, you see that logo on his left arm? I put Hellman's Mayo on my BLT today.
Love Hellman's Mayo.
Chat, if you're in my stream, I would like you to spend 500 channel points so that you
defending against a ban like that is a really good
can redeem for Union Dues.
So I think our strategy worked, and in the attack was
dude, Fleapox put up like 13 or something this game. He actually was the top fragger of the server.
Also, let's talk about
everybody on the team is good.
You mentioned, you guys banned Blitz because Savage was really bothering you guys on the first half. So
I think
Union Dues, please, if you're here.
I've had a lot more thoughts about this ban system, and I still have my problems with it. I still don't like a lot of things about it. But I think just the fact that it's such a drastic change has input so much more creativity and has gotten people so excited that even if it is like maybe objectively not a good change in is for like in and of itself is such a positive, refreshing thing for the game that it's like it's still making more interesting matches. And I think the lesson to be learned here is that we need to be implementing change into Siege like way more often than we currently are.
I don't necessarily disagree, but I think change for the sake of change is always poor.
I think change in Siege is not just done for the sake of change, though. It is done to... I think change in Siege, even when there's no... Even when you're changing something maybe a little bit worse, forces creativity, and I think creativity is the most interesting and exciting aspect of professional Siege. I think allowing teams to be more creative by giving them new options, even if you're making it a slightly worse system than before, is a positive. And I think that's what this new ban system is teaching me.
Later and tell you guys on the desk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria. I think at that point, it's not like Team Secret had many options.
And my conclusion from this is that we need to go to a 7-map map pool and swap out a map every 3 months. Which I've been saying for fucking years. And pro players agree with me, but nobody listens.
For some reason, I trimmed my beard low on this side of my face. I need to fix that.
Good talk.
Can you buy me a King George bidet? I spent all my money on a bee-friendly yard. If you're really nice, maybe George will send you a bidet for free. He sent me 2 bidets for free. George has actually tried to send me multiple bidets for free. Maybe he thinks that I have an unwashed ass because I believe in cultural Marxism.
Dude, I want a free bidet. I have a bidet.
George.
I have a bidet, but I also have 2 toilets in my apartment, so only one of the toilets has a bidet.
Hey, I have 2 bathrooms as well. Let's go.
We really are the rich Toronto elites, aren't we?
I'm curious to know how much you pay a month. You don't say it out loud, unless you don't care to say it out loud.
In rent?
Yeah, I'm curious. Text me out. I'm not going to say it out loud.
I'm happy
What
to
the
say
fuck
it
is a
out loud.
bidet? He was the former U.S. president.
Yeah, it's Joe Bidet.
Joe Bidet.
With everything
I'm gonna type it
included.
here. Hold on.
Huh?
1 second. I'm typing it to you.
I'll just say how much I pay in rent out loud. I don't really care. Everything included, like utilities and shit, I pay like 2,100 Canadian.
Is it 2 bed, 2 bath?
2 bed, 1.5 bath, but yeah.
Okay. Hey. Oh, your paws are soaking wet. Playing with the water again. He just walks around and little wet paw marks all over the floor, and then I have to like clean them up if it gets too dirty. But I mean, his paws are. He's a very, very, very hygienic cat.
Most cats are very hygienic.
He spends hours cleaning himself, and he doesn't make a mess with his litter. He's a messy eater, but that's about it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
A lot of cats will slap like stagnant or like still water.
Yes.
Because they like to drink from like moving water because it's supposedly cleaner. So a lot of cats will fuck with their water. This is not a new phenomenon. I've had cats before that do it too. He just loves to play with his water.
It's like Spawny only drinks water from the sink. Like, I'm not joking.
Yeah.
If she's thirsty, she will get up on the counter and sit by the sink until somebody comes by and turns on the tap for her. And then she'll drink from the sink, like from the faucet.
It is super common.
Yeah. Indy is still afraid of the faucet.
He'll go to his bowl
so
and he
drinks
just
from
like
the bowl.
smacks it with his paw, and then just like as it's like moving, then he'll drink it. But he spills water everywhere, and then his paws are soaking wet. So
honestly, get a fountain. It will solve that problem for you.
I know, but where the water is right now is not like so. We don't like leaving. Because we have like a small condo. We don't have like a ton of places to separate the two. We were thinking about putting like his food in the kitchen, like near our kitchen area. But I mean, like the way we have the kitchen set up, it's not really designed for that. I mean, we could put it. We have an island in our kitchen that we do like most of our cooking and stuff on, like, and then we have like bar stools because we don't have room for a table because you know when you live in a condo, you don't have the luxury of space.
Yep.
And like our like living room and kitchen are merged.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like my apartment too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just have like a little, basically like the hallway that kind of runs through the kitchen to like the living room. We just have like a little area there, and it's not too big, and it just has a water bowl and their food bowl, and it's just like next to the wall. In the
our
hallway.
condo is about 720 square feet without including the balcony. The balcony is like 250-ish square feet.
Okay.
It's very large. It's a really nice balcony. I grow my herbs on it, which I just watered.
You're fucking basil?
Basil and green onions, and I need to go get. I'm growing like green onions / like scallions out there.
The basil that you love more than your own partner.
No, you have made all of these sweeping statements.
All you talk about is your basil, so I wouldn't know.
That's not all I talk about. I've talked about basil a few times.
Every day for the last 3 days, you've gone on and on about your basil.
That's just the flexibility that comes with being a top of the line team.
You should QT Cinderella tweet yourself.
Wow. Wow. Where are you going with this? You had a point.
I'm joking. We pay $3,300 for everything.
That's that Toronto increase, isn't it? Because I feel like our
$300. We have a parking spot. Oh, to be fair.
Yeah.
We have a parking spot that includes internet. That includes cable as well. So we have like a joint like internet cable. So we get like I don't know. We get like 200 channels.
We used to have that, and then they took it away and just said, "Hey, we're taking out cable. Now it's just internet, but it's a little bit cheaper." And it's like, okay, well, I kind of like watching hockey games, but okay.
Honestly, we only use the TV for sports and news. That is literally it. Like I
probably am
CBC
saving
Gem.
money.
CBC Gem is also free, and I'm reasonably certain you can watch like a lot of CBC programming on CBC Gem.
You can't watch hockey though, can you?
No, because hockey's not CBC anymore. Hockey is through Rogers, so you have to pay for Sportsnet Plus.
Yeah.
Which
I just bought it for
I
the
actually
month.
used to pay for Sportsnet Plus when there'd be like pay-per-view and stuff on it, but it's like we didn't find much value in it anymore because now we can just sail the high seas for free sports.
I used to do that, but I just got so frustrated with the websites. This year I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to buy Sportsnet for 1 month while Oilers are in the playoffs. And I'll cancel it as soon as Oilers get eliminated.
We used to pay for when I lived out west, we used to share whatever the hockey thing is. I forget what it's called.
Like the NHL's thing?
Yeah, Game Day or NHL Game Day or whatever the hell it was called.
Yeah.
It was like $200 a year. But we would split it 4 ways because we'd always have hockey on. And it's like we were all different fans. Like my one roommate was a Habs fan, so he would always watch Hab games. I was a Blackhawks fan, so I was always watch the Blackhawk games. And then our 2 other roommates were Leafs fans. So it was like, it was great. It honestly made perfect sense because like we'd buy that and then we'd all just watch our different teams. But yeah, now it's just like if I'm not like I pay for cable obviously, so most of the hockey games I care to watch are on there. But if it's like Chicago's not always on there, so it's like I'll put up the mast and I'll just sail the high seas.
That's fair. If you usually get it for cable, then I think it doesn't make any sense to pay for like a Sportsnet subscription.
That's the thing. Like I don't have any problem emulating old games either because it's impractical to play them on a lot of new systems, but I own most of the games I have emulated. So it's like I've already bought you. I just don't have. It's like my NES, my Super Nintendo, my Game Boy Advance, my Game Boy Color, my N64, my GameCube, my original Xbox, my Wii U, my Xbox 360, my Xbox One. Like all of that is still like in boxes at my parents' house, like in their basement. And it's like, I'm not going to bring every single one of those fucking systems over here and hook every single one of them up to the TV because I want to play Banjo-Kazooie today, or I want to play Super Mario today, or I want to play Halo 1 today. Like, I'm just going to emulate them.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think there's anything morally wrong, especially when it comes to fucking sports of just pirating. Like, as Sleepy Art says in chat, it's like, dude, the way that they fucking divide it up is so predatory. It's so scammy. It's so fucking devious. Like, the NHL will be fine.
I'm gonna put on my Karl Marx hat here and be like, that is capitalism. Like, I don't think when everybody was like, oh man, cable sucks. Like, you have 70 channels and like you only want to watch 20 of them. And they're like, yeah, they know that. They deliberately bundle garbage in there to raise the price so that you're forced to do it. And then they're like, and then the Canadian government was like, well, you have to decouple that. You have to offer people standalone channels. And you know how expensive those things are? Like if you want like 5 channels, it costs like $25, but then like the other 5 channels you want aren't offered in that. So in order to get them, that's another $20. So it's like, congratulations, you've got the 7 channels you watch, and it's now $45 a month.
And honestly, with how much free content there is out there too, it's like the value you get out of TV goes down and down and down every fucking year, and the prices just go up.
Hello. Are you bored? You look very bored. You just keep walking around the house with the ball in your mouth wanting me to play. He plays fetch like a dog.
Dude, Indy loves playing with her ball. She has this like bouncy ball that she will chase, but she doesn't know how to play fetch, so she never brings it back. I just throw it.
Brings it back.
She runs, she catches it, she like will paw at it, and then she'll turn and look at me and she'll meow. Like I'm supposed to magically have another ball, and I'm like, you've got to bring it back or I've got to go pick it up. Like I can't throw it again unless I get the ball back, and she doesn't get that concept yet.
Are you still debating possibly coming here? Because if so, let's do that tonight and map it out for you so that we can tell you what hotel prices. Because she has a deal through like one big chain, and I still have permanent friends and family through like Fairmont. So
I would like to get the numbers before I make like a solid decision.
I can tell you right now that I think the Royal York will be too expensive for what you want to pay.
Probably.
You're
yeah.
probably looking at $300 a night.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, but the chain that she has, you can usually get like 120 a night, depending on
Yeah, that's more
availability.
reasonable.
Yeah, and they're both right downtown. I mean, the Royal York is cool. What we usually do is when friends come to visit, we usually say stay one night at the Royal York, just because like it's one of the most famous and beautiful hotels in like the whole continent. But like splash out, spend like one night there, but then the rest of the night stay at a reasonable hotel. Because I also approach hotels like I'm in a hotel literally just to sleep. I do not care about anything beyond that. Like I don't understand why people spend for like these giant suites that you're never going to spend time in. Why do you care? Like
literally.
Yeah, I never understood that. I will pay for the cheapest, not rat-infested hotel, literally just to have a bed. I don't care.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I mean, I feel like the bougier hotels are usually just for like business spending, right? It's like when we go to events, we get like relatively nice hotels because like fucking Ubisoft is paying, not us.
Yeah, there's also like when you travel, there's like a status. Like when you're a business person, they're like, oh, you're staying in like the airport Hilton. We're all staying at the Ritz-Carlton. And it's like, suck my balls. I do not care. Like, it's like whenever, when I worked in Lake Louise, there'd be people who are like, oh, like we're staying at like the hostel. And they like look at me with guilt. And I'm like, hey man, like kudos to you for saving money. Like that's, and I'd literally always say the same thing to them. I'm like, that's awesome. I was like, no. I was like, I'd say directly to them, like, why do you look embarrassed? Like, don't like cringe or like shudder because you're spending less money on accommodations. I was like, that's how I travel. Like, that's more money for me to spend on food, on experiences, on alcohol, on like the gondola, on a canoe ride. Like, why are you spending, if you have the option to spend $700 at a hotel room in Lake Louise, which is how much the Fairmont would cost, or you can spend $350 and stay at the hostel down in the village, that means every day you have an additional $350 that you can spend on food, like excursions, fun stuff. Like, fuck yeah. Or just save that money. Don't spend it. Like, that's great. Like, so are drops active on my stream now?
Maybe
drops
just for
were
one
not
day.
active on my stream, by the way. Can you enable them, please, Mr. Boss? Mr. Big Boss? BT is in my stream right now. Well, our stream.
Did you reach out to BT and be like, give me drops? Did
No.
you beg?
But apparently BT has enabled them, so that's awesome. Thank you, BT. I did not ask anybody.
That's messed up. So Parker's allowed to forget to accept the Ubisoft thing ahead of time, while the rest of us, we all were there early, accepting our contracts with Ubisoft, and Parker gets bailed out. This is a scam.
I had the big hammer at Ubisoft steps in to our shared stream to break the rules and give me drops. Jesse, stop crying, please.
Messed up.
I don't know if you care about anonymity, but that is one of our bosses at Ubisoft, and you just got absolutely smoked on stream by the man who signs our checks.
All right,
So,
all right.
the man who also made the decision to not bring us. So, you know, some good, some bad. Some good, some bad.
That's actually the producer that we killed, which got
Yes,
us cut
Jesse,
from this event.
BT, we've been joking that the reason why we didn't get invited to the event was because Jesse killed a man.
Killed a producer.
He killed a production member.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But these things happen. It is what
All
it
of
is.
the production is so nice, so I don't know who you'd even...
Listen, Ferme, I love him, but he said he questioned one of my stats, and I just snapped. Okay.
Ferme absolutely adores working with us. The amount of
I love
times we can
Ferme.
hear him giggle through the comms for the silly little things we say makes my day. All right, let's watch the C9 game.
Is it on?
They're doing the pre-show right now.
Okay, this game is guaranteed to end in a 1v1. So this is kind of a fun game.
You killed the guy that threw your chicken fingers out. Did you murder Carlos after he threw out my chicken nuggets and then said that the government was tracking him in planes? And then, by the way, also, that was the scariest shuttle ride back to the hotel. I don't have any, like, he was, like, drifting lanes. I was very worried.
Yeah, that guy was an insane driver. We didn't mention that yesterday, but that guy was a ridiculous driver, and he was in charge of driving us between the hotel and the studio.
We all felt quite unsafe.
Yeah.
We felt quite unsafe in the drive home.
Bro, I remember being in the back
drifting
seat.
lanes at like 4 in the morning.
Dude, I was like hunched over in like the airplane position with my hands like tucked between my legs. We were fucking ducking and weaving through the streets of Copenhagen.
Bertrand, why is there Riot's logo here?
You just said that they put in 2 bullets.
That's right.
Mr. Ubisoft.
6.
So they could have gone
If he
6
sends like the
plus
gif of him when he's
zero.
doing when he's at the after party and he does like the elevator down behind the bar, that
Down the
always
stairs.
kills me. If he did that in response to Bertrand, why is that? That gif is phenomenal. That is exceptionally good.
It's a very good gif.
Dude, I love BT.
Me too, me too.
I think Bertrand just opted not to bring us to the event so that he didn't have to sit down with me and have like a heart-to-heart about some devastatingly bad part of the show every event.
I think he just wanted to watch our co-stream.
Dad's looking really slim. Do you think he's on Ozempic?
I don't, actually. There's Iagator, the A- blood type player on Scarz. Hopefully that can come up and help him out here in this big game as they are playing for their lives.
That's not the Riot logo, but you can ask production about it. What kind of BT? What kind of show are you running over there in Brazil? I'm sitting at home eating croissants, thinking about France. I did eat a croissant this morning.
Croissant.
And the coffee I had is French espresso. So I mean, like, I'm very Paris coded today. A- blood type implies a failing blood type. I don't think you know how blood works.
Or
Don't get me
grades.
started on
A-
the
is a
shares, they're
great
bad.
grade.
I am using my freely gifted Razer chair with my partnership with Razer. That is tremendously comfortable. It's just the lumbar support. The reason why I don't like my Herman Miller is because the lumbar support's too high and it feels like I'm falling off the chair all the time. Can't customize it as much as I want. It's the same problem I had with the IKEA chair.
Well, that's exactly what's happening here. We can see from the graphic.
I love my Razer chair, but I've sat on it so much it's falling apart. So now I have to like have a little cushion on it. Because like I can just like see the fucking styrofoam inside of it. Or not the styrofoam, but like the foam.
This is the one thing I have to give credit to Herman Miller for. They don't use like padded seats. So the main problem I had with like when I used the DX Racer or the Max Nomic or whatever the heck it was that ESL provided for us for 3 years in Poland is that like after a year, all the cushioning and padding in the base of the chair disappears. So it feels like you're sitting on metal shoved up your ass, and it's very uncomfortable. And the Herman Miller I've had for 5 years now, and as much as I have complaints about that chair, I never have a problem with like my butt hurting. Look, chat, I'm a white boy. I have a tiny white boy booty. I do not have a butt. There is no native cushioning in my ass to protect me from uncomfortable surfaces. I don't have a BBL. I'm not a big booty shotty, okay? I can't sit on things and have my butt protect me from uncomfortable padding.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So when a gaming chair and the padding in the seating disappears, my butt is not able to carry the difference. Right? It sucks. I don't have that problem with the Herman Miller because they don't use padding. So they just use like a like I don't even know what they do. It's magic. It feels great. I can already tell you right now, sitting in this chair, that there's a lot of padding in it, and after like 2 to 3 years, my butt's gonna hurt. So 7 ads? That's why you don't watch Jesse's stream. That's why you watch my stream. Before Bach took over, I asked Bob to get me a job, and he said sure as soon as I'm conveniently a local hire at every event. I don't know where you live, but Blast ain't really hiring people at the moment. Most esports is condensing. They're shrinking. They're contracting. Does UB sponsor BBL? Will it improve the quality of the broadcast? BT, can I expense to you? Can I expense to you a BBL? That I was streaming shirtless? No, I have a pink shirt on.
So they're playing without the mirror. They're not playing Valkyrie. They're not playing Pulse. Usually you want to play...
I need you to go to Hassan's Twitter and watch the clip of Trump talking about Ozempic. Every time, my mom has become grotesquely fascinated with Donald Trump. And she'll message me and be like, did you see the Trump speech? And I'm like, Mom, I appreciate that you want to bond over politics because it is near and dear to my heart. I do not have a BBL. No, I do not have a BBL. I am shaped like an upside down triangle. Once, like, my shoulders are twice the width of my waist. Anyway. She's like, did you watch this Trump speech? Did you watch this Pierre Polyev speech? They're awful. My mom's obviously not a conservative either. My mom's pretty centrist. She has a number of like leftish views, but then my mom is conservative on a couple views where it's like, she's not like conservative, but she's like middle of the road. I don't really know how to describe it. Anyway, and she's also changed her views on a number of stuff. My mom used to be like, I support abortion, but it makes me like deeply uncomfortable, and I think that we should take steps to restrict it because I don't think that it should be happening as frequently as it does. Because like, I think it's like, it's immoral to like kill, which is a very Catholic position.
About 40 minutes, chat. About 40 minutes. Not bad.
Oh, we lasted 40 minutes from the no politics talk?
Yeah, that's not bad. I'm proud of you.
Well, chat was asking. Anyway, because somebody asked me if I watched the Trump clip. But now my mom is like, I don't care. Abortion should be legal and accessible all the time. A woman's right to choose is paramount. So my mom's shifted to the left on a lot of issues. But she makes me watch like Donald Trump and Pierre Polyev things because she's like fascinated by them. And I'm like, Mom, I don't know how to tell you this.
Okay, Cloud9 are actively trying to lose.
They killed themselves with a C9, a C4. Did you see that?
Yup, I did. Big play by Dream.
I don't watch Donald. The purpose of me saying this is I don't watch Donald Trump clips because it makes me want to kill myself. In game. Makes me want to not live anymore.
Chat, don't panic. It's one round. I picked every single C9 player that I could on my fantasy team, so we need to have a little bit of faith in this game, please.
Called Ozempic the fat shot drug? Okay, maybe I gotta watch this. All right, entertain chat. I'm gonna go make another coffee.
Okay, chat. Here we go. To be clear, I couldn't actually pick every single C9 player because the sheet wouldn't let me because there's like tiers and shit. So I ended up picking, I think, 3 C9 players and the C9 coach, which is pretty close, as close as I could have gotten to getting all of them. I don't remember exactly who I grabbed. I think I have Silent, Kobe. I have Kobe for sure. I think I have Silent for sure. I think I have Dream is my team. I might have Giddy instead of Dream. I don't remember exactly. I'll see if I can figure this out. But bottom line is we desperately need to see Cloud9 walk away with the win here. So praying for that. I did pick Cloud9 on attack too. So if they lose some defenses, it's not that bad. As long as they go like perfect on attack. Am I still losing fantasy? Bro, I'm like 2nd overall. I'm actually crushing in fantasy. I'm 2-0 right now on my weeks. So I'm cooking pretty hard. Scarz have infinitely increased their attack wins this event. That's true. The first ever attacking win from Scarz. It only took 3 days, dude. If they can get 2 round wins, they'll break their record for this event, which is massive. You're impressed after yesterday? I'm doing well. Yesterday was like my best day. Yesterday I had some good-ass picks. The first day it was a little bit... My first day was not bad, but it wasn't great. But my first day I literally picked every player whose name started with F as a meme. So I was slightly hampered by that. So yeah, if C9 lose, they go to -2 bullets. Then they can initiate a 1v1 against Scarz. If they lose that 1v1, they're out of the tournament. If they win that 1v1, then their number of bullets changes to whatever the round differential was in the 1v1. I think it's all very simple. I don't know how that could be confusing.
It feels like my brain just slammed into my skull at full speed.
Okay, I'm actually very concerned what's going on here. I'm gonna politely ask Kobe Lax to lock the fuck in and take down A- blood type Iagator.
Somebody in chat said that Kobe Lax was gonna go 7-2, so that means for the remainder of this match, he's gonna 7 kills and 0 deaths.
I need to ban whoever that was because they actually just cursed the hell out of me. Kimmix, I'm so sorry.
It was Chemex, yeah.
Yeah. Accept your ban with grace, please.
Vert play happening. Grim Beast got for flank watch. And C9, you'd think they had to go for an aggressive swing. The issue is, the only way to swing right now is walking up a staircase and taking a
Okay, ban Chemex.
almost impossible gunfight.
Scarz Pixie 9 and then didn't use their extended mag. That is correct. I'm not sure Scarz understand the format, to be totally honest with you, but they just keep getting to pick teams, so they just keep picking.
Now it's all up to Giddy. His first ever international event. My God, does he have a lot of work ahead of him? Takes down one
Imagine.
for a second, little bit of
Imagine
damage,
Giddy to go.
but
Never mind.
not the shot he needs. Wreck goes deep.
He is looking to A+ blood type today. That's so true. That's so true. Fuck.
So now I'm thinking to myself, is this going to be a tactical timeout, or are you just going to try all 3 bomb set rotations, the 3 primary ones, because they haven't gone top floor just yet? Or they certainly haven't gone kitchen either, but that's like a really, usually kind of a low priority. So
Scarz to win the event. I mean, this is the problem for Scarz, right? If they win this, they only go up to 4 bullets. That's nowhere near enough to make it out of groups. I guess they'll get to use their extended mag later. But, like, if they lose this, I still don't know what the rules are for the 1v1. But if they lose this game, in theory, say the 1v1 is first to 5, because somebody said that previously, and I don't know if they're correct, but let's just assume.
Okay.
If Scarz lose this game and then win the 1v1 5-0, they would end up with more bullets than if they won this game. So the best possible scenario for Scarz is losing this game and then dominating the 1v1. That would be how they maximize their bullets at this point. Obviously, it's very risky. You would rather just win the game, but in theory, that is the best case scenario for Scarz. So please, for the love of God, start throwing.
Because he pretends he doesn't speak English, but my brain was like, yeah, he's not smart. But I was like, that's not what I meant at all.
Okay.
I also am very curious if the 1v1 stats are going to be put into the API. Because if the 1v1 stats get put into the API, that means they're also going to get put into our fantasy league. Because I'm just pulling stats from that. So in theory, the 1v1 might actually count. C9 bet 8. They had 6 coming into this. It's a best of 5 3 the best case.
Wait, how did they bet 8? I thought they could only bet what their opponents had.
Yeah, okay, so there's another rule on top of this. So normally you can only bet as many bullets as your opponents have, which is 2. So Cloud9 bet 2. But there's a special one-time use card, which allows you to bet 6 extra bullets, which is what Cloud9 used in this game to bet up to 8. It's all very simple. I don't know how you're confused.
In theory, they should only be able to get 2 from Scarz, though, right? Like,
no, they get 8 if they win this.
Also, Cloud9 still has 6 bullets. I thought you lose when you have 0 bullets.
Yeah, so if Cloud9 lose this game, they're out. Unless they win the 1v1.
But Cloud9 has 6 bullets and Scarz is only wagering 2. So if Cloud9 loses this, they'll still have 4 bullets.
So it doesn't matter at all what your opponents bet. It only matters what you bet. So for Cloud9, if they win, they go up to 14. If they lose, they go to -2. For Scarz, if they win, they go up to 4. If they lose, they go to 0.
I feel like we're currently...
I don't get what's confusing you about
some
this.
Serious flaws in the system.
I don't know how it's confusing at all, Parker. It's all very simple.
Chat, are you confused or are you not confused? Let's make a poll. Let's make a poll, chat. Are you confused, lol? Nar. Alright, vote. Yeah, there you go. Vote. Vote, chat. Are you confused? Ye or nar? Are you confused by the format? So, does your chat get to vote on this?
I don't know.
I don't think your chat can
I don't
vote.
think they do either.
How do you share between the streams? Is that possible?
I don't think it is possible.
That's fucking stupid.
But my chat is full of brainiacs, so none of them are confused, obviously.
Chat, you gotta vote. Vote now, chat.
I'm playing against Jazzman in Fantasy, and he also picked Cloud9's coach, so thankfully that makes this pick a little less horrible. Packer, buddy. I think Giddy's actually playing really well so far. This is super duper winnable. Does Dream still has Yokais. This is actually unlosable. Dream auto wins this. Nice. Doesn't even try to plant. Let's go.
Hello, Kimix. Nice to see you. Welcome aboard. I didn't ban you from my chat. I banned you from Jesse's. Jesse banned you from his. Not me.
I didn't actually ban Kibix, to be clear. Oh, also,
noob. What a name.
I think I missed a sub while I was gone filling out my water. LMN Maring, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate it with the Prime. Now you get access to the special Discord. And you don't have to see the ads, which is exciting. Remember, chat, Prime subs are free.
Interesting. I really did not think Valkyrie was the operator to ban. Last round,
it's been more echo than anything.
Sure, last round I actually think the one operator that won the round for Cloud9 was Goyo. Yeah. I mean, there was, what, 10, 15 seconds, maybe even 20 seconds left in the round when Scarz were basically ready to execute, and they found...
It was unlosable because he had 3 seconds and Goyo flames anywhere. No, I think it was the Yokai. Without the Yokai, unwinnable, unfortunately.
It's a very long time to look.
Yeah, there's a guaranteed 1v1 after this match.
And then everyone died around the guy who was trying to plant, right?
Yeah.
So it's a tough one. And I agree with you, yeah. The Valkyrie...
Who do you think does the 1v1 on each side?
The issue is, they've been
I think on Scarz, it's got to be Rek. I just think he's the only mechanically good player on that team. And on
They use
C9...
bullet terminology. They're using bullet terminology because the game, it's called a reload, so it's all thematic.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not allowed to say gambler bet or anything like that as per rules. So it's like, you can't say like, oh, they're gambling 8 bullets. So they're like, well, what if we make it based on gambling, but then we don't talk about gambling? It's very simple.
He's great.
It was like when we were doing the US division and I was told that we couldn't mention Pro League and that US division had to be its own thing. But they wanted us to at the same, this was a Rob Chiarini special, by the way. I'm going to say his name because I don't care. I don't like that guy. Basically, he was like, the US division should have prestige on its own and should be on a level akin to Pro League, and we should hype it up without constantly referencing other leagues. But also, we need to tell the viewers why these teams are important and talk about the prestige of the teams and why organizations like Rogue and Evil Geniuses and stuff like that are so good and why they're so important. But you can't reference them in other events, but you have to talk about why they're so good. And I'm like, do you not see how we can't do that? You not see that we can't? How am I supposed to talk about EG being a great team when I can't talk about other results?
Look at the HUD. Sorry, just to interrupt quickly. Packer has caught 3 drones on Mozzie. That is ridiculous. Sorry.
Great drone economy by Scarz. So if those of you who watched the second day ever of the US division, I repeatedly referred to them as other unspecified leagues, and eventually people were like, why is he not saying Pro League? Why is he not saying Pro League? And I'm like, yeah, Rogues, results in other unspecified leagues, and oh, E United played this in other unspecified leagues, or whatever team they were at the time, like Ronin or whatever shit, Noble. And then eventually, like literally the next day, we got an email being like, yeah, they can talk about Pro League.
You're more
like, yeah, because your rules were fucking
3
stupid.
drones.
You want people to think that this league is prestigious because the teams competing in it are big name teams, but then you don't want us to reference where they're big. Tom Brady's great at throwing the football, but by gosh, I can't name where he's thrown it before, Jesse. Can you?
I think anytime casters are not allowed to say things or are supposed to try to lie to the audience is goofy.
I don't mind keeping gambling terminology out of official rules.
Sure, I mean, that's not what I'm
no
talking
problem
about.
with that.
Yeah.
But it's like explaining the system is very challenging if you're not allowed to use words like gambling or bet or wager. So
Super winnable for Packer and Dream, by the way, 2v5. They did shoot one
I've
of the
got
hack
this
drones.
this is Cloud9 on defensive Cafe getting their packs
I know,
smoked.
they're desperate for a pick here. Packer's
This is
gonna
very
have
bad.
to. Is he gonna have to ace? No, he's needs a 4K though.
US division was before the NAL.
Wow, there was a US division in the NAL, but not the one you're talking about. Oh, good try.
Honestly, that was winnable for Packer. He was like one
so
pixel away
was.
from getting a 2K there.
Yeah. It was good for Scarz though. They did all push in at the exact same time. So, I mean, credit where credit's due.
Yeah, it was like Vince when he was CEO of WWE, like wouldn't let them talk about other leagues. They couldn't call them belts or titles or whatever. They had to call them like championships, and they couldn't say the word wrestle, which is fucking insane because you're a wrestling company. They weren't wrestlers, they were superstars. It's just like, oh my god,
So
shut
Parker,
up.
for the 2025 season, you're not allowed
Yeah.
to say siege. That's
That's just
just
gonna be a real challenge.
that's
To
gonna
be
be
fair,
important
I very
here.
rarely say siege. I call it Rainbow Six. I don't say siege. So for me, that's actually quite easy.
I call it siege, baby. It's time to siege. At the start of every round, we should do that. As soon as it hits 3 minutes, and it is time to siege. Because they're sieging the building.
And start to discuss what on earth they can do to tighten this up. They have 2 more
Tom's
minutes
game.
to round out this defense. Now the best that they can hope for here, Pengu, is an even 3-3.
Mr. Clancy's bonanza.
That is
It's not. And the thing is, again,
My favorite was when Rex shouted, "It's Siege X time," and he sieged all over the place.
That was really good.
Thanks, man.
Every time a player gets a kill in the Siege X tournament, they should have to yell, Siege X!
If you're gonna go into cafe playing 2 different attacking shots at the same time, you're not gonna be able to achieve much.
You missed my face, Peter. I missed you, buddy. How are you doing?
2 or 3 attackers, very, very difficult. Going for a cocktail rappel clear, again, with 2 or 3 attackers only working together, similar story, it's incredibly frustrating and difficult. So I want to see C9 now, after tactical timeout, play
It's not gambling if it's a sure thing, and this was supposed to be a sure thing for Cloud9, but here we fucking are down 3-1 Cafe defense. Silent yet to find the board.
C9 are now putting more into one vision of the round as a strat, and this is a good old one. This is back in 2021 utility meta, where you play Wamai Jaeger, deployable shield, you can hard hold a bit of like cocktail here and piano, and now Scarz have to work for it in the beginning of the round. They can't just take piano anymore.
Yeah. No, but the thing that's different this time, Pengu, for Scarz, is that they have brought this Amaru, which typically suggests a cocktail push.
Jaeger Wamai kind of a fun combo here. I don't know if Tyope's gonna ruin their day here, though.
30 seconds into the round, there has to be support from elsewhere.
No, Giddy actually domes Tyope if he tries this.
It's
Giddy.
pronounced Tashoy.
I hate you.
I don't know how you look at Washoy's name and think that it's just literally anything but a guy who slammed the keyboard and was like, "Let's go."
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. In my like personal stats, I just write WASHOY. It's like I'm not putting up with this QYO bullshit every time.
Yeah, White Stairs too. The only issue with playing Amaru is that Amaru's gonna get in there very fast, but his teammates, they're gonna sort of full.
Oh wait, no, that's actually so smart. Except Tyope's not looking at any of the players. They used the Zo stun.
Did they drone this?
They used the Zo stun so that Giddy couldn't get the immediate kill. Wow, and then he gets it while Washoy gets it anyways.
Cloud9 are...
Dude, that was a
Real
really
bad.
well coordinated take. Like, they're honestly just making really explosive, like, fast executes, and it's catching Cloud9 off guard.
Yeah.
Like, these are well put together attacks. I don't know where the hell they were the last 2 days. Maybe they were actively throwing to get the weakest opponent or something. I don't know, but here we are. Wow, dude. Rek also clearly, like, ate his Wheaties this morning. Man is feeling himself today.
I don't know what it is with APAC and Buck, but that operator in the hands of APAC is like a Valkyrie in the hands of Brazil.
Where's Dream? Dream is below in laundry, okay.
He's on site. Well, technically he's in between the sites, but...
They're all gonna take a pause right now. 3 people start droning. They're just looking for that player spot.
They miss him? No, okay.
No, they saw they would have seen the drone when he shot it.
And a fair bit of time to dance around with.
They have hatch control?
Time is really low. Winnable for Dream? I said it the last 2 rounds, though.
He's going to have to do triple duty here, though. This is an absolute nightmare situation.
Does that Toxic Babe
get it?
hit?
Yeah,
Whoa, what
he
a
does.
lineup.
Rek's going to try. Rek's going to die.
Dude,
Yeah.
what a lineup. Dream.
Yeah.
From downtown. Okay.
This is very winnable for Cloud9. They have to go for
Dude,
kills,
and now he goes
Scarz
above
is-
and nobody else is above.
Scarz is completely fucking this up. Scarz has bottled this.
Yeah, they could have
so
just
hard.
walked him 3v1. Like, there's no way he kills all 3 of you.
Fishlike's gonna get the plant down though.
No
This is
worries,
just
though.
swung from being Cloud9 to Scarz. I don't think Dream wins this. Dream's gonna have to go down the stairs. He's probably gonna go down white.
Going above is tough because now they know they can just plant
He's gonna
anywhere.
drop. Oh, he's gonna drop pillar. Reading door.
He needs to jiggle. He doesn't have information. Does Dream? There's so many different openings. He has absolutely no idea where these players are. He has to hope for a good shot. He spots
Giving his position away, though. They know he's pillars, so they can just isolate and just watch those two angles. Hey, Gator's going to get the kill here. Yeah.
Tough.
And he does bait Dream into the
You think I had a
I
drone
should
for
do
when you ran
analysis
upstairs?
more
They
often,
must
dog.
have.
Should do more.
Wow.
I should do more analysis.
Wait. You predicted that the 1v2 in the post plant lost?
I have literally called what has happened 3 separate times over the last 3 days. That was a great play from Dream, though. That was a great lineup.
Yeah, Toxic Babe was very impressive.
I feel like you're playing against a good player, right? But he's only got the SMG11.
Yeah, that was good.
There's no way that he can refrag.
I'm actually baffled that this is fucking 1-4.
I got 3 of 28 rounds. Yeah, you got me, Timberwolf.
Yeah, against my will.
And you know how frustrating.
How you doing, video game Emily? Nice to see you. Cookie Kill. I don't think I said your name.
What is the last thing that you want in a 1v3?
Oh, it's Ratley. Hello, welcome in. We're gonna say hi to everybody here.
Good, glad we can do this every 20 minutes.
Part of being a good streamer is saying hello to the people who keep the lights on.
Exactly. It's like the polar opposite to like if you're playing Maestro, you want them to.
I know that being a good streamer is foreign to you.
But there's no way that you could get that done with an SMG11. In fact, the way that you want the opponent to play when you're playing smoke is to try and plant because you're the operator that denies plants.
And Kimmix, I'm gonna ban you again, okay? Just for speaking up about this. You need to learn your damn place in this chat.
I respect the composure, though, the discipline to say the right thing to do in a perfect world. You know,
Do Scarz get both bets? No, they just get their own bet back. So they will go to 4 points if they win this.
Dude, this is gonna be hilarious if he gets cooked again.
Oh, this time he hit it. Okay. So he missed it the first time, I guess.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, and Echo drone as well.
Did he actually? Oh, he missed it. Oh, well done from Kobe.
Not the best value Twitch drone there, but
That's the greatest shot Kobe's hit all day. It's unfortunate it wasn't on a head.
I gotta get out of here right now. Now, Kobe
But it's okay, because he's feeling himself. This is where the headshot comes. I'm a damn believer in this from Kobe. I'm a damn believer. That was a hopeful impact nade there.
Oh, this is such a hard bakery hold now.
Oh yeah, they're committed.
They really need to try and force. I like that from Silent. He burns one of his own keeper barriers to actually deliver.
It would have been our 1-year anniversary, Elon, but I chose not to say hello. Is that true? Are you at 11? You are at 11. I did actually acknowledge your sub last night. So I don't know about that, about not saying hello. I know you'll be back,
Thank you so much for the 25 months. That's just over 2 years. Welcome. What's up, BreatheBot? Nice to see you. How you doing? Is it your name pronounced Ceylon?
Ceylon.
Ceylon?
Yeah, see, I know my viewers. I know how their names get pronounced. Except for that one
You
guy.
literally bottled some. You literally fucked up Fudge's name yesterday.
Okay, I've never seen Fudge before in my chat, alright? Let's be honest.
Dev keeps getting loud, and it sounds like he keeps getting farther away from his microphone. Have you noticed that?
I have not. I don't know if the cast was very loud, though.
Kimmix just said that you pronounced their name wrong.
Kimmix? How else am I supposed to pronounce your name, Kimmix? Kimmix, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, this is like a wash away issue. Like, that's not on me. I'm saying that name exactly how it's spelled. It's just Kimmy. Okay. I will try to remember that, Kimmy.
You want to see my charm instead of the gameplay? Okay, perfect. Here you go. Instead of watching Scarz and Cloud9 rough it up, that's my charm. There you go. Hale 1 has now come over to my stream instead of yours.
I don't want Hale in my chat. That's a chatter I'm happy to leave, to let go. That you've brought in nothing but trouble.
You can run that on all of your weapons that have charms. All you gotta do is subscribe, and Twitch Prime is free. If you just subscribe, or you get gifted a sub, it all works.
Dude, do not let wash away ace against you, Cloud9, for the love of God. Okay, thank you, Packer. Holy shit.
They redeemed themselves somewhat. They scathed away with 2 rounds.
Peter went to your stream. Okay.
Dude, trading
Video
Hale
Game
for
Emily, thank you
Peter.
so much for the brand new Prime sub. This is the charm that you get access to. Look at that.
That's a great
Isn't that thing
trade.
beautiful? It's a beautiful charm, isn't it, Jesse?
I'll take this trade every day of the week.
in cover. It was
This is my charm. It's in game. If you're a subscriber, you get access to it.
which they were missing in the first, what,
Also, apparently I have drops on now, so let's fix that.
in Castle.
I like that castle ban again.
A watch photographer has many skills that we could use in this chat. Okay, you could take screenshots of the stream when something cool happens, and we could put them in the Discord. Okay, I bet you've got plenty of talents, Peter.
Peter is a terrific photographer.
He just called himself washed.
Cherub Chairman, you can be the chairman of my chat if you'd like. I don't know if there's many chairmans here, but Mecha Girl Vanilla, how are you? Nice to see you. Top right corner of your charm is too pointy. It's supposed to be too pointy. If I subscribe again, can I get another one? I don't think you get multiple charms. I think you just get one, and that's it.
Chat, if I had a charm, I'd let you get multiple. I'd let you get more
It's
than
not
one.
possible.
Because I'm a man of the people. That's why.
Which buff is that one?
Where's Bertrand? Where do I campaign for my charm? I should have done that when he was
Be
here.
right back. He's not the one who would give you the charm. You'd have to go through UB Montreal.
I would go through him anyways.
Funnily enough, the Capital is, at least for now, picked by Cloud9 and Scarz. It really just means that you're more likely.
Yeah, you have to sub for every weapon you want to put the charm on. It
Oh
takes an
my
extra
God,
month of
could you
subbing.
imagine?
That'd be so scammy. Holy
I
shit.
totally see what you mean. I feel like we're back to Woman Jaeger serving the same purpose but in different ways, because now they both capture the same things.
Yeah.
Whereas before I was like, Woman is just kind of arguably better because you can catch the same as Jaeger plus the bolts. So yeah, but one is throwable, one is pre-placeable, so one is easier to do mid-round, one is better for a preset corner or preset strat of the map that you're going for.
That's right.
Yesterday's matches were not very fun.
I think yesterday might have been like the worst day of like Siege gameplay that we've had an event in years. Like I can't remember a
I was
worse
saying
day.
the same. I was saying the same. Yesterday, yesterday was not ideal. Yeah, can you confirm that drops are actually working now on my stream? Ubisoft came in and enabled them themselves, so hopefully, make sure.
Parker got the government handout of drops.
How are you doing, Hexagon? Nice to see you. Calculated, nice to see you as well. Sly, welcome on in. Open Games has been trying to get me more subs, and I appreciate that. Money's tight, you know? It's just how it works.
Is he spreading lies about how the Interro charm works? Because that's how I would do it.
Hale just roasted your ass so hard.
Yeah, that's because he's fucking Hale, okay?
Government handout from
That's
a
all he
private
does.
company, by the way. Jesse's knowledge of the power structures in our world is very poor.
You're hyping up Hale now, okay? If you get him in your chat for any decent length of time, you'll realize the danger that you've acquired.
Hale has been
You'll realize the
following me
mistake
since
you've made.
2021 and has made 633 messages in my chat. So why don't you take a seat there, Skippy?
Wait, that's definitely less than he's made in mine, surely.
Following since May 20th, 2021, 633 messages, and Jesse, most importantly, 0 mod actions.
Following since March 29th, 2021, so longer, subbed for 4 months, 999 plus messages, and banned only one time, surprisingly. That's honestly impressive. You don't want Hale. I'm on the Hale train. I know what Hale's deal is, okay?
What's your follow time calculated? You followed, wow, April 7th, 2018.
I followed you?
No, that's calculated.
Oh.
April 2018. I'm curious if anybody's been following before November 2017, because that's when my... Yep, well, close. Maverick is December 2017. Maverick PNW is December 2017.
Okay, Packers decide he's a fucking demon. He said, Spoit, this is what you're missing, big boy. And he walked in for a 4K with the Dokkaebi. Hell yeah, Packer. Let's fucking turn it up.
You're very welcome, Maverick. I'm glad it worked. Peter's been following me since April 2018. Curious.
Hale,
Titans, May 2018.
Hale, you got banned in
Baba Ganoob, October 2018.
August 2022, Hale. I don't know what it was for.
I don't think follow time works. Soul. Soul1899 has been following me since before I was a Twitch partner. Followed me October 17th, 2017. Congratulations, Soul. You are the current one to beat at the moment.
If Cloud9 lose, they are eliminated unless they win their 1v1.
If Cloud9 keep this pace up, then we certainly could be on track for it.
So far, so good.
You subbed to me, but it didn't pop up. You might want to refresh.
Now we're going down to kitchen and dining.
Mecha Girl Vanilla said my Bezos free sub for you, but it didn't pop up. So I think it's that it's when you sub on Prime and it glitches. So you're subbed, but I don't get a notification for it. So you might be able to do the sub message again. Baba Ganoob, thank you for the 26 months. Welcome back.
Maverick, yes. The 1v1 would be against Scarz.
Jesse, when do they fly you to Brazil to fist fight one of the teams 1v1? And which team do you think you'd have the best chance against?
Wow, great question. Which team would I... Honestly,
When you're November 8th, 2018.
I feel like the CAG guys are pretty scrawny. I feel like they might be the best shot for who I could beat in a 1v1. No, never mind. Anderson's jacked, isn't he?
You deliberately picked an APAC team that you're not beating those racism allegations. Jesse's like, what if I take the smallest Japanese team?
That's what I tried, but then I realized Anaton's
Unbelievable,
fucking
dude.
jacked, dude. I can't fight Anaton. Like, I would floor me.
Unbelievable, dude. Thank you very much, Mecha Girl Vanilla, for the sub. I appreciate it greatly. Welcome aboard. There you go.
And the cherry on top, Packer is not just
I rolled G2. I don't think
I think you
rolled
could take.
G2.
I think you and Spiker would be an entertaining fight.
I would 100% 1v1 Spiker IRL. That'd be fun. When we do when the Jinxie Siege boxing event happens, me versus Spiker will be a fucking headliner moment, I'm sure.
Good drone work, and again, no real Rogan here from Scarz.
And I can only assume that they're eventually going to try and hunt down Choppy here in VIP. There's been a lot of pressure on his position since the start. It's good information.
I think you and Spiker would be very entertaining.
Washoy knows exactly what's happening here.
Dude, this pipe's actually so well placed for the VIP players. Just
Which caster do you think you could take in a fight?
I think I could definitely beat Lynx in a fight. I would lose to you in a fight. Okay, I don't think it would be. It wouldn't be a pleasurable fight, but I think I could beat Ace. I think I could beat Ace.
You'd be an old man who had a stroke.
Yeah, I think I could.
He's the oldest talent, and he had a stroke, and he can't see certain parts because he's partially blind.
I think I'd win that one. I think I'd take it. Yeah, I think I'd take that one. I'm just listing those I could beat. I objectively think I could take that win. I think I could take that win.
When the streets call, I answer. Okay, Tim.
I think I could beat Dez.
Xenox? What about you and Xenox?
I think I could take Xenox. Yeah.
You think you could take Jake?
Because I think I could be faster than him. I think I could juke and jive, you know?
What are we witnessing here? What is this?
I think this, I don't know, man. It's a hard conversion. They never really got the VIP that they needed. I mean,
Who was the Jax guy on Sonics a while ago?
Yeti, maybe, if that's what you're thinking about. That was a long time ago.
I think they're talking about Yeti, yeah. That was eternity ago.
I could not take Yeti unless I teamed up with the floor that he banged his teeth into and lost his front tooth for.
Were you there that night?
I was not there when it happened, but I was in the hotel, and he came back to the hotel, and I caught him, and he's like, I just lost a tooth. I was like, what?
Not tooth, teeth. So
yeah, teeth.
I had to work the next day, so I was just like hanging out, and Zumi and I were sitting outside of the bar just like chatting, and all of a sudden like Xander just comes out and he's like, hey guys, and we're like, what's wrong? And he smiles, and you can like see like his teeth are broken, and like you can see like parts of his
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck happened? And he was like, I was doing the worm and I slammed my head on the ground and broke my teeth. And I was like, that has to be the lamest way to injure yourself.
That's Raleigh Major, right?
This would have been the Raleigh Majors. This would have been summer 2019. August 2019.
Yeah, it's legendary.
Yeah, and that's also just not to get too ahead of myself, but casting my mind forward to whoever wins this game.
You ever dance too hard? You break your mouth?
No,
I heard the worm was crazy. I heard they actually had to close the restaurant down for renovations afterwards.
I did something kind of similar in university. Where it was like there's like a big common area with a table and a bunch of couches around the table, and I was very drunk, and I was going to sit down at this table where like all my friends were, and the only free spot on any of the couches was like right in the middle. So I tried to vault over the couch to sit in the middle seat of the couch, and I slammed my face into the table. I didn't lose any teeth from it. It didn't hit me like in the mouth, but I was like, I think I definitely like busted my fucking nose. I was bleeding a lot. Anyways, I didn't end up hanging out that night. The RA was like a nursing student, thankfully, because it was like in my uni dorms. So she stitched me up and put me to bed.
And he's 12 and 5 right now.
I don't ever think I've been so drunk I've like injured myself like that.
I've
never really done
drunk,
anything like that to like damage my body.
Only trailing by 2 rounds, but on the attack, I mean,
I don't think I've done anything other than that.
It's hard. And they're going against this reading bomb site now. The Twitch drone gets inside. Incredible that Fishlike hasn't heard it.
You broke your back getting off a bouncy castle? That's awful.
I think so. I think it was
Somebody asked if I'd buy a car from Yeti. I'd hit the dealership he works at in Vegas. I mean, why would I? I mean, sure.
So perhaps free high game IQ.
One of my buddies dislocated his knee doing a stanky leg. We all suffer. We all suffer. We all suffer for our fashion. You have a herniated disc that got aggravated now and again. I was reaching to scoop ice into a cup at work and my back went out. I traveled to Scotland when I lived in Poland. I took a nice like hour and 40-minute flight to Edinburgh.
Okay,
because
Kobe.
it was my uncle once removed, or my great uncle's birthday or something like that. So I was actually going
silent
to the party. The day before his birthday, he literally just went to get out of bed and like pulled his whole back and was like immobilized for 3 days. All he did was just get up. He just got up. That was it. Nothing different. Just went to get up, and that was it. Getting old is waking up with pain and asking yourself the question, is this forever? That's basically what getting old is like.
Dude, I hate that I'm like starting to get old. I've realized this year I'm like probably too old to go to like the Oilers fan pit. And it makes me really sad. Dude, it's all high schoolers. It's crazy. I could go, but like it'd be a little weird. And it doesn't like sound like as good of a time as it used to.
We had concert tickets to go see Magdalena Bay. And this was like before they really blew up. This is when they were just like indie darlings. And then they blew up and their entire fan base became like 14-year-old girls. And we genuinely sold the tickets.
Yeah.
And went to go see, well, we went to Saint Motel that night. So we just went to another concert. But it was like...
Dude, that is actually ridiculous.
Shy just got a 4K.
Technically 2v4, but his fucking teammate did nothing. That is ridiculous. The problem is they had no fucking drones. They had 60 seconds, but they had 0 drones. So they had to walk in with no intel, and then they just couldn't trade. That's so sad, man.
Jesse does look like if I went to pick him up from near a school, people would think it was his older brother or dad picking him up.
I am 26, by the way.
They are waiting for the right moment to get the maximum amount of intel. Because once you get for that red ping, oh, they banned the Valkyrie. Oh no! You're playing IQ, guys. Come on, you don't need to ban the operator.
Look, I don't blame him. After what a tilt of that round was.
Get out of here, honestly. Get out.
Dude, I think C9 just won a 1v1. I think they want to put Kobe in the ring. I don't know if they do Kobe or Silent. Silent's definitely playing better today. He's turned it up on the attack here. I guess he is bottom fragging the server. Okay. He had a good round last round.
C4s is the surprise to me. I'm not seeing a lot of Scarz C4s, both on the Mozzie and the Valkyrie. They've been running those impacts. Does Mozzie still have
I think it should be Kobe versus Rec for the 1v1. And I don't know who I take in that.
No. He has a C4. I just need to be more confident when I say it. He has a C4.
I don't have to...
No, you can check just to...
I'd kind of trust Dream in the 1v1, man.
I am on the...
Yeah?
How do I pronounce your name? Is it...
I will bet my hammers
Chuka?
on the fact that it's...
How do I pronounce that? Shiny Sylveon, nice to see you. How are you doing? Robert Cusack. I don't believe I said hello to you, Robert. Hello, Robert. Bags, nice to see you.
You know what Fenrir is bringing?
Apologize if I haven't said your name. This is how I run my chat, Jesse.
And I don't blame you because... Oh, there goes one, actually. It's an awkward...
Shields would surely be banned in 1v1s? I would doubt it. I don't know, but I would doubt it. I don't think you'd want a shield in a 1v1 anyways, to be honest.
I would not. No.
Because, like, you remember, you don't have melee priority anymore. So they walk up to you, they melee you, you just die. Like...
And they shoot, they'll just or they just continue to run away and shoot your legs and shoulder
Yeah.
and just like just kite you and you're dead.
You do get a lot of those ops blockers for every pick. Here comes that IQ.
Yeah, honestly, like I kind of trust Dream in a 1v1 if I'm being frank, but I mean Kobe's not bad. There's obviously pressure that gets to Kobe in big games.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
if you're
fair.
in a 1v1 if you're in a 1v1 to save your team, I don't think there's more pressure than that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I just feel like Kobe is like the most mechanically skilled player, and Kobe like hangs out with the content crew that does the 1v1. So he might have experience. I don't know. I don't think he does, but
I think Silent's shown some really good mechanical aim as well. I don't really rate him much beyond that, but I mean like I just don't know enough about him to really rate him, but
chat, does anybody know you choose who you play, right? Because I remember reading somewhere that you can choose who on the other team you challenge to if you challenge them to a 1v1, but that feels wrong. I feel like both teams should get to choose their warrior.
Their warrior.
Yeah, their
Just a
warrior.
gladiator.
Damn right.
Broken Hawk said, just had my first job interview for the first time in months. I think it went pretty well, but God, I was shaky. Well, I think interviews are tough, especially if you're excited about the job or you need the job. Pressure can be a real pain, so I hope you get it. Congratulations on at least getting an interview. I have friends that are unemployed who can't even get that, so. I don't think you told me how to pronounce your name, by the way. I was looking for a pronunciation in here. Did you read Igor's tweet about analysts? Like, analysts as in like on the broadcast? Is there another team fucking bitching about the broadcast?
Let me go read.
Are you able to read?
No, they're talking about
analysts being
team
hired by
analysts.
teams. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Desperate moments now.
Okay, I'll read this after the game ends, because I do think it's an interesting point, and I have thoughts on it.
Okay, so if Scarz wins this round, it immediately goes to a 1v1 for Cloud9 to stay alive?
Yes.
Red is what's wagered, white is what they have.
Yep. Oh, this is doable for Tyope too. There's 10 seconds. Okay, thank God.
Hale just said you're literate. Look at that. Hale's complimenting you.
I'm not a millennial, bro.
How you doing, Hammy? Nice
I
to
was
see
born
you.
in '99. I'm a zoomer. I'm an old zoomer, but I'm a zoomer. Parker's a boomer.
I am a millennial.
I always liked the definition. I know like the age range is like kind of like people debate it a little bit. I always like the definition that if you remember 9/11, you're a millennial, and if you don't, you're a zoomer. I thought that's a good line, a good definition. And it roughly lines up with like where people usually put the line. Don't say explains a lot. What is that supposed to mean, Hale? What is that supposed to mean?
I agree. Swisher Kid, how are you? Nice to see you. Tiuka Vitsi, can you help me with the pronunciation of your name? Am I saying it right?
Okay, and obviously, chat, that rule only applies if you're in one of those two groups.
Proactive, you choose what you want to do for setup, and then attackers have to react upon it. But attackers, of course, they have the attack or repick option. They can change up to all 5 attacking operators to get that perfect thing going as well. One of some Scarz here is a very clear plan and wing condition.
You remember 9/11, but you were born in 97, so you're a zoomer. I would not call you a zoomer, Trinity.
I thought millennials ended at 96.
I don't know. Again, I like the 9/11 definition.
There's literally definitions.
Nah, but it's all made up. Like, people debate these definitions.
Words are made up, Jesse. Everything is made up.
Yeah, but there's no like official like regulating body. Like, people have different definitions.
So Cloud9 should not have any real surprises right now, unless of course something like the echo goes unnoticed in the drone phase. They might only realize, oh snap, there's a
I have no clue what the 1v1 rules are.
You know 9/11 from Insta Reels? Have you ever seen those, you know when you go bowling and there's a strike or whatever and there's always some goofy animation? And then there's the one bowling animation where the bowling ball is a plane and all the pins are the twin towers.
That is not a bowling animation.
Because my question is, like, always, Monty has unshielded and hit him with the yokai.
It's so funny.
What happened with Blitz, his shield actually gets knocked away, and it's very easy to just shoot him in the body. Does that happen for Montaigne as well?
So if Monty's extended, it's going to unextend the shield. If Monty is unextended already, then he's going to get shoved to the side.
So can you spam him?
I kind of like this from Cloud9. There's that gas pipe down right in the VIP hallway. And they've spawned in, they immediately shot it because it's basically just a Goyo canister that slows you for clearing VIP. And this is like gonna, I think, be a big thing later on in Siege X. It's like, if you're an attacking team, the first thing you do when you spawn in is just shoot all the unhelpful map objectives. Because most of them you can shoot from outside the building.
Yeah. And that was speculated on too, that like the destructive parts of the map were cool, but they would not really be terribly effective. Though I will say,
there have been a couple good uses.
I was gonna say on Clubhouse in particular, that smoke at the top of like bar stairs leading up to like bedroom is been used quite a few times, quite effectively.
Yeah, in the gas pipe on the doorway between Master and Construction was also used quite well by defenders. It got like a insta kill basically, because the attackers didn't pop it early enough.
Why not when your back's against the wall 4-6? If nothing else works, go for it. Now's the time.
Each team chooses a player. The one to not invoke the card chooses the starting side. It is then a best of 5 on Chalet with the side swapping every round.
Why Chalet?
It's the closest to the gulag that we've got, okay?
Dude, they honestly should have just said, fuck it, we'll bring
Border
Oregon
would
back.
make the most sense.
They should have just brought Oregon back. Like, it's tradition. I know it's not in the comp pool. Fuck it. 1v1 on Oregon.
Every single PC in Rio is equipped with Modern Warfare 2, and they have to boot it up in 1v1 on Rust. Completely separate game.
I'm here for this.
Yeah.
Do they have time to open this hatch? I guess that's the last tube. They're going to get it, but it's going to be so late, man. And there's literally Goyos in sight, and there's literally Echoes in sight. Unless Silent has already cleared them, this is going to be a miserable push. Oh? Oh, Kobe's the GOAT, though! Kobe's the fucking GOAT! Put him in the 1v1. Put him in the 1v1 right away. Put him in the motherfucking 1v1, Kobe! That's my fucking fantasy pick, baby!
He's in prep, he's in prep, he's in prep! He's in
No,
prep!
he's on the drone.
No!
Okay, his Yokai's destroyed. He still doesn't win this. Right? Yeah.
Thick Lock wins!
Okay, bro.
Thought instinctively he had killed Gridlock.
Oh my god, Kobe is so fucking good. I honestly think Kobe is such a talented player, but I do think like the pressure gets to him like crazy.
A done situation for Scarz securing that. They had time on their side. They had so much plant deny.
I kind of was hoping that like Kobe on Cloud9 might be better than Kobe on DZ, because Cloud9 is just a team with like such fewer expectations compared to Dark Zero.
Chad, have you never heard Gridlock get called Thick Lock? She gets called Thick Lock by like every single streamer. I hear it in countless Twitch streams. It's just because she's a 3-armor, that's all.
This game, he was what, 1-4 at the first half, and I mean, can we talk about who's playing in the 1v1 after? Or should we keep that?
Wait.
I feel like we should talk about the 1v1.
Okay, I feel like we know it's going to happen. We know it's going to happen in the next couple of rounds, and I don't believe the players are able to change who their 1v1 players are.
Surely not.
We were told the 1v1 players that these teams had elected, for Cloud9 it was Kobe, and for Scarz it was Reg.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's who we predicted.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Yeah. It's who we predicted.
I was like, God, this does not look good. Should it go to a 1v1? That is exactly the
I can't wait. I'm hyped for this 1v1. So that means the players knew going into it that they would be in a 1v1 afterwards. Because it's a 1v1 no matter who wins.
Thick Lock is not an insult. Ain't nothing wrong with a bigger gal. Okay? You all are taking this the wrong way.
Parker, guess?
I think Gridlock's amazing. I've hyped up Gridlock a lot. I love her gun. I think the F90 is one of the most underrated guns in the game. I think her utility's great. She brings excellent secondary utility, and she's got a koala on her elite skin. What more could you want?
Take a guess who's winning between Elevate and PSG right now.
Elevate apparently was winning earlier. I don't know if that's changed.
Elevate's crushing at 6-3. They're on bank defense.
It's a lot harder for some teams when you have
Come to Brazil.
Because let's say your IGL goes, let's go top floor.
And PSG also, this game will be a 1v1 too. If PSG lose, actually no, if either team lose, it's a 1v1. So we're gonna get 1v1s on both streams here in a second.
Take charge, one of the players, and say, this is going to be the bomb site. This is a strat. Believe in this.
I wonder who the 1v1 players are on PSG Elevate. I don't even know who the fraggers are on Elevate.
Yeah.
It's just like this half-confident situation. It's not a good look.
I am not fat phobic.
Finally, it gets off me. I think you're a little fat phobic, Parker.
No, you were called
saying
racist,
this.
transphobic, etc. Imagine having so many phobics that there's an etc. in there.
Listen, I will just take that I don't have one of them, okay?
You are so bigoted that we do not have the time nor space to list every single one. They are lumped into an etc.
But not fat phobic.
Well, we don't know yet. You're adding a phobia every day. There's still plenty of time for you. To
Let's be clear with this. I am not adding a phobia. You're adding a phobia. You're just asserting these phobias onto me.
No,
unjustifiably, I would add.
Revealing
Unjustifiably, I would add. I wouldn't say that. I don't think that's exactly how it's gone.
Really need to focus up and get this done before the game extends into OT.
Speed of things getting done. Spoiler for the A-stream result as well.
Do you know what my actual phobia is? I'm afraid of roller coasters, dude. I hate roller coasters. Yeah, I can't do them.
You should come to Wonderland if you come to Toronto.
Absolutely not. I like, I'll do some rides, but big roller coasters, no shot. I'm roller coaster phobic. That's the only one that's actually true here.
Jesse's phobias are going to be abbreviated like LGBTQ.
Please. Please stop.
Yeah, you are a pussy for not liking roller coasters.
I'll be a pussy for not liking roller coasters. That's fine by me. You can die on your metal death snake.
People don't really die on... Nobody's died at Wonderland.
Yeah, that you know of. If you're Wonderland, are you not covering that up? Of course you are.
You don't think that it would leak? You don't think like a very visible thing like a roller
Big
coaster
roller coaster
derailing
have
would
more
get
power
out?
than you'd think. Big roller coaster are a powerful entity.
Big coaster's real strong there. You don't think that a roller coaster derailing with tens of thousands of people around wouldn't, maybe somebody'd say something?
Yeah, if they weren't all in the pocket of Big Coaster. Who do you think controls the news, Parker? Who do you think controls what information you consume?
Whoa. Jesse, who do you think controls the news is an anti-Semitic talking point. Add
Oh my
that
God.
to the phobia list.
Oh my God.
Add that. He's anti-Semitic as well.
It's Big Coaster, regardless of their
Jesse literally
religion.
said, who do you think controls the news, Parker?
This is not, how do
Add
you
it to
know
the
it?
list. You're anti-Semitic, racist, sexist, transphobic, and anti-Semitic.
The other guy's Parker Interro McKay. I'm about to mute him on the stream.
Look at your chat. I'm hella annoying.
They hate you.
Enjoy a 2-minute break. Come back. Jesse, run an ad right now so they're back when the ads are done running. Jesse, run an ad.
I'm not running an ad. I run enough ads, frankly.
1v1 for survival, only in round 3. I don't like that they say round.
Yeah,
like,
that's
I understand
really
why,
annoying.
but it's very confusing.
Just say day 3.
Yeah, day 3. Only on day 3. There you go.
Yep.
Jesse is also anti-semantics.
That I will take.
Sure.
That I will take.
The words control the news.
Damn right. Dude, have you ever
It's
noticed that
anti-semantic.
all news is given out in words? Where's my picture book newspaper?
Well, you can't read, so...
I feel like the graphic is wrong. I feel like it should have said 0 bullets. Not 1 bullet.
I feel like the general understanding of this system is a little tough.
Chad, it's all very clear. I don't know how you're confused.
What's up, Noobs Chan? Nice to see you. Sims, nice to see you as well.
We might get the Elevate PSG 1v1 before we get the Cloud9 1v1.
They're in a tech pause for a drone bug. This is when I immediately, like, my back kind of arches up when it's like you just won a pivotal round to now go to round 12, fighting for your life, and very conveniently the first drone bug.
I feel like on LAN
of
you
the
can't
series
really
shows
pull
up.
that shit. Like online maybe, but on LAN it's like if you call a drone bug and the admin comes over and there's no drone bug, like it's very obvious.
Yeah.
Whereas if you win the game,
I mean, they also call like sound issues, and that's like unless the admin's putting the headset on, they're not, and they never do that.
So there's actually a lot of incentive to not only win this game, but then
Interesting
Your
bans
back
from
arches up when you
Elevate.
see 2 Canadian men talk Siege. What about when that one Canadian man is Troy Canadian?
These bans on bank
Robert Cusack
are
asked
fun.
if you're worse than Yardi and said that it's an argument worth having.
I don't think it is. I think I'm very distinctly not anywhere near as bad as Yardi.
Yardi is not anti-Semitic. He's pro-Semitic, actually.
Oh my god.
He's proudly a Zionist. Those are his words.
Yep.
incredible indeed.
Dude, that's a
So
great
at
nitro
least
shot.
he has
Holy.
one fewer phobia than you that we know of.
They didn't use the extended mag. Probably they'll be using it tomorrow, I suspect.
Welcome back, Twids. I wasn't, dude. I was not. I do not get upset when people in Twitch chat call me annoying. I do not care.
For the 1v1 plus another one for the elimination, they'll go up to.
The funny thing with Yardi is that like I see his tweets, right? And obviously like I would never tweet 99% of what he says. But like every time I've interacted with him, he's actually been like nicer than most people in the scene.
Yardi really liked you and I's casters.
Yes, I know he does, but he's also just a nice, like he's genuinely a very nice person face to face.
Yeah, he's always been nice to me too.
He's been
nicer than
super,
you.
super
That's
nice
for
to me,
damn
even
sure.
from the start. Like,
so maybe I'm coming around on some of his points. It's a joke. It's a joke.
For example, they could have picked Elevate. They could have picked CAG. They didn't even pick their fellow Japanese.
he's nice to me, therefore I'm starting to agree. You are so not beating the allegations. Yeah, I agree with that. Jesse, your exact quote was, "Who do you think controls the news?" You just cannot say that.
Bro, that's
Because
not
out
a
of
fucking.
context,
I didn't know that that was a
sentence-
fucking dog whistle. Nobody told me this. I'm talking about big roller coaster over here.
Yeah. This though.
I know it was an innocent mistake, but the moment you said that, I was like, "Oh no, no."
You can sit there and think to yourself what you want to do, and yeah, this risk assessment.
You're at least one more phobia away from getting the plus at the end of your phobic acronym. What are you gonna hate next?
I'm gonna hate I'm gonna hate Washoy if he pulls off another 4K here up against Cloud9.
You think this goes to OT?
It fucking could, dude. They've been bringing it
Yes,
back.
of course it could, Jesse.
I'm gonna say it does. I think Kobe's got the aura. I think Scarz are a bunch of chokers. I'm gonna say it goes OT here.
The Pulse is a really interesting pick. You do not see Pulse on Cafe anymore.
You don't see Pulse anywhere anymore. Like a little bit on Consulate, that's about it.
Yeah.
5v5 plant with a Pulse on the board. Not sure exactly how we got here, but I'm not gonna complain.
You gotta, yeah, it's over.
They killed Washoy. Bunch of chokers. Massive, bro. OT, here we fucking come. I told you.
Flawless round, baby. Flawless. Flawless.
There's so many players that I don't know the health of. Dude, Elevate PSG is 6'5" as well. I'm gonna stick on Cloud9 though.
Did you read Vico's comment?
Vico, no.
Jesse talking about who controls the news and bringing 9/11 up a lot. Okay, buddy.
I don't know if I have to bring up a lot. I don't know if I to bring it up a lot.
Igor made a post arguing against freelance analysts.
This is the one that we already talked about. I want to dive into
my
it.
screen. Holy shit, it's long.
Yeah, I want to read it after these games because I think it is interesting. But there's kind of important matches happening.
Nah.
It's in a second tab, chat. Don't worry. Is this another?
We didn't get benched. We didn't get benched. Basically, for people who haven't been in the stream prior to today, what happened is this is a small event with a lot of dark days. There are only 2 duos working per day. They couldn't justify bringing more than 3 duos. That's also why, like, there's only 1 host, and there's only, you know, like, obviously they need 4 analysts. There's no way around that.
Oh my god, that's another
usually
tech
we'd have
pause.
like larger talent pools, right? And because this isn't an official event, like it is an official event, but it's not part of the same circuit. It doesn't qualify you for SI. Doesn't give you any points. This is basically like a one-off tournament, similar to like EWC. They had different criteria that they wanted to follow for bringing certain talent. Also, Jesse killed a guy. So
Yeah, they said
both of those
take a
things-
month off.
Yeah, they told Jesse he had to take a month off work.
I hear he's a really good Montaigne player.
Anyway, there were different things that they followed for picking talent for this, and we I guess did not meet some of that criteria, which I guess is kind of good, but also like I like working every event, so in that sense, like I would like to be there, but I mean I'd like to work every single event, so that's not really. It's not really anything new.
My dear friend Nicholas Pengu, he is the nicest guy.
In this tech pause, by the way, Elevate PSG is about to either go to overtime or be a 7-5 finish. So I'm watching this.
And if it's a 7-5, they go to the gulag.
Either way, it's going to end in a 1v1, just like the Cloud9 game. But yes.
That's a bit far. But we're definitely neutral people. Like, there's no beef between
This one I feel like does go 7-5. This push from PSG is kind of all over the place, man.
Oh, well, it happens. Now, the keen eyes amongst
Are you watching it right now?
Yeah, there's 25 seconds left in the round.
Change over them.
Not actually match point. We're playing a standard overtime.
Oh, so we'll keep going.
It is first to 8. Okay.
Oh, I don't know. 2v2.
Soldy reload, dude.
Romeo in the 1v2. He has a yokai. He literally has a yokai inside. Oh my god, he doesn't know where the planting is. Romeo, formerly known as Merzel. Come on, you don't lose this. You don't force him back to the server stairs. I've seen this before. I've seen this before. You just keep meleeing. You keep meleeing, then you spray. Yep. Just like that. Oh my god, it's literally, dude. Okay, barely did he get there. That is ridiculous.
Romeo, where art thou, Romeo?
Okay, that game's going to a 1v1. Parker, is Jesse better than you at casting? Yes.
Am I allowed to vote?
Nope.
Okay, well, I guess you got your answer then.
Boom.
All right, so they're going to the gulag. It's going to take some time to set that up, right?
Yeah. So I'm going back to Cloud9.
Okay.
I know, but I just
but it will next round.
So
it's gonna flip.
Anyway, confusing fish like.
What a play by Fish like. That is
I'm at
tragic.
152, 151, 150.
Yeah, we're the same.
149. Okay. What do you mean I'm washed and you missed the old part? What the fuck does that even mean? I'm no different.
I miss Bowtie Parker.
I'm a real young Tucker Carlson.
This is not the least winnable round I've seen. They don't have many drones, though. They might have 0 drivable drones, actually.
You know that I bought all of the works of Shakespeare so that I could, if anybody had anything that remotely worked close to Shakespearean names, that I would go and pull quotes.
You're such a fucking loser.
Yeah, sorry that I take my job seriously.
Have you ever used a Shakespeare quote? Because
yes,
somebody
I've
has a
used it
similar
actually
name?
plenty.
Give me an example. I'm curious.
One of my favorite Shakespeare quotes is from The Tempest, where he says, "Hell is empty, all the devils are here."
Okay.
There's others that I don't remember, but I know that there are others that I've gone and searched and written them down and used them in the moment. Nothing for like a finals call.
Yeah.
But like I've gone through the book and it's like I've gone to different plays. I've read a fair amount of Shakespeare. Like I've read Twelfth Night, Midsummer Night's Dream, King Lear, Othello, Macbeth, Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet, The Tempest.
So doable for Dream, dude.
Read a lot of Shakespeare.
Goes above. There's nobody up here. Dream, you're wasting your time.
Dream doesn't waste his time, Jesse. He appears when he's exactly needed.
He was needed 20 seconds ago, and he did not appear.
Yeah. Was I around when Shakespeare wrote his works? Yeah, I was
part
a
of the
child.
inspiration, right?
Yeah, actually.
You gave him some of the words that he invented.
Shakespeare also allegedly didn't write everything himself. He had other people write with him, so.
My favorite Shakespeare quote is, "What you egg."
Yeah, Rex certainly is going to need that confidence.
What you egg.
So one from King Lear, "Curse you pelican daughters."
Okay, I got
pelicans. They just have their mouths open, always wanting more fish, always constantly taking from him.
How is there a tech pause every single round, bro?
Hey.
I have to use the bathroom
We're
so
technically in
bad.
game 2. Game 1 was relatively smooth sailing. So there are rumors that Shakespeare didn't write everything himself, that there was like multiple people writing with him. To peak or not to peak, that is the question. Is a great line. I'm going to steal that one.
I know Dev is going to be fuming because he was gagging to cast the first 1v1. He was like, I hope our match is quicker than yours and we get the first one. Oh. Never mind, Dev. Look at that now. Wow. Isn't that a weird sight? All the chairs empty.
It's so strange.
Except yours and the cameraman. Even he's looking around like, this is so weird. Mike's at, like, headsets are silent.
It's going to be so silent for them. In many ways, I can imagine that this is going to be a way more pressured situation because you're outside of your comfort zone. When you sat there and you've got your team around you, you're part of something bigger, but now it's you. The spotlight is on you.
No one to hype you up.
Nope.
No one to bring you down when you get too excited. No comms, no coach, nothing.
Silence.
All about you.
Grim Sky was literally almost made me quit the game. Like, I'm not exaggerating. If you go look, obviously I don't play Siege much these days, but if you go back and look at my playtime on like R6 Tracker or something like that, Grim Sky is my least played season, period. Like, obviously prior to the new ones. Grim Sky was just so fucking awful. Everything about it sucked. The rounds sucked, the lack of operator bans, the balancing at the time, the introduction of Clash, the ranked map pool having Hereford and other garbage in it. Grim Sky was like a low point for the game for me. And Maverick as well. Like, you had an uncounterable hard breacher who at the time had loads of balancing issues, and then you had a defender with a shield. And all the maps, most of the maps were bad. Grim Sky was awful. I feel badly that was his peak. Are you dead? Are you just not there? Like,
I said BRB, but I said kind of quiet. I just had to pee so
I didn't
bad.
hear it at all.
I am back now. I just sat down. A stream is
My face cam is
about to
tiny.
hit the
Do you want a
1v1.
bigger face cam? Chat, do you think my face cam should be bigger? Yes or no? I love how Tweds came over, said my face cam was tiny, then went back to your stream and said, Parker's yapping again, as if I can't read everything said in your chat. No, just show the charm again? Okay, perfect. That's the Interro charm. You can get this charm by subscribing to me on Twitch. If you have Twitch Prime, it's a free sub. You don't even need to pay real money, other than the money that you pay for Twitch Prime, but let's ignore that for the sake of my argument. I will make my cam bigger then. I thought my cam was perfect. I don't want my cam to be very large. I wanted my cam to be... It's not the star of the show, dude. The star of the show is the match.
So that's definitely Ryder playing for PSG. Does anybody know who that is on Elevate that's playing in the 1v1?
I have a bottle of Sweet Baby Ray's in my fridge, actually.
Ion versus
barbecue
Ryder in a
sauce.
1v1.
Look at how Hale just had me show the charm. Look at that. Look at how good of a viewer Hale is for me, Jesse. You want to see the orange? I'm probably going to sell it, actually. I don't like it. I don't love it. It's okay, but I have a Vox AC30 that I like more.
I do love that they've got like behind the scenes shots of the teammates ready to watch their fucking players do the 1v1.
Are you? I'm on Rec and C9, which is still in quite the pregnant pause. Are you over on Elevate?
Yeah, they haven't started the 1v1 yet, but there's more action going on here. There's more interesting visuals.
Chat gets to see my absolutely cursed YouTube recommendations, which is just like recipes, music, and like Vox documentaries. How does the rest of the tournament play out if a team is eliminated? The last 2 days are just like regular. It's just the teams that are left, and they just play each other.
I think they're asking what happens if there's an odd number of teams, which I'm honestly not 100% sure. I think they
it's
just
not possible.
Yeah, it is.
How is it possible?
Because like imagine that 3 teams bet all of their points and everybody else bets really conservatively, and those 3 teams lose.
Oh, true.
I think I thought I remembered someone saying that they just auto promote whoever is the highest on the standings. They auto promote them to playoffs, but I don't. I might be making that up and lying to you.
Yeah, I remember he's playing against Lonnie recently, so he's also got some experience in the 1v1.
I'm kind of excited for the 1v1s. I wouldn't hate. I don't know. This might be a dumb idea, but what if they did 1v1s instead of like a round 15. Like instead of infinite, like because you can't have infinite overtime, and like running 15 rounds is biased to whoever gets the better start side. So what if you just did infinite 1v1? It'd be shorter than an infinite overtime. You'd have to be a lot faster in transitioning from the 5v5 to the 1v1. This is taking forever. The team left out is assumed to win, so they get the average points of the wins of that round, excluding cards and 1v1s. Sprabunny, they actually could not have made this more complicated if they tried. Are you kidding?
This is why Jesse beats me. Not only are you now in my stream, but you've also subscribed to me. What a turnaround. Tweds came in and was like, who's this other guy? He's annoying. I banned him from your chat for 2 minutes, and now he's watching my stream, and he just subbed to me.
Dude, that's ridiculous. He's not even subbed to me.
Why is there a Dark Zero logo there?
Where?
What was that? Why was there just a DZ logo on the screen?
Oh, Scarz Cloud9 has started
character
again.
development. We love character development.
Cloud9 Scarz has started once again. I'm going to go back to watching that.
The duel is literally about to begin.
Dude, it's been literally about to begin for the last 10 minutes.
They just gave the thumbs up.
Kobe's about to get 4 kills playing inside a cocktail.
Here's what I will say about Ion. I think that's a very intriguing choice because I have never been particularly impressed with Ion's decision-making and mechanical abilities when I've watched him play on all the teams he's played on.
I agree, but I can also say that same thing about every single player on Elevate. So, like, who else are they going to choose? Does Elevate have anything?
Duel is on. Duel is on. Duel is on. Ride reload versus Ion, baby.
So, chat, Elevate has nothing to lose in this 1v1, but if they win, they get bonus bullets for eliminating PSG.
Yeah.
I forget exactly how many bonus bullets. Brabunny would know. I think it's 2 extra bullets. Oh, and they win the round if
they get eliminated.
Hmm?
Elevate gambled 9 bullets. Do they not lose if they get eliminated? Like if they lose
they already
the duel,
won the game, so they already get those 9 bullets.
Oh, okay.
Now they're trying to get more bullets.
Right. Yeah.
Elevate could be in first place after this game, after this 1v1. Elevate have not won a single game.
I told you from the start that APAC is the strongest region.
Dude, Elevate have gotten smoked the first 2 days, but they gambled everything against PSG Talon. If they now win the 1v1, they're going to have an insane amount of points. So they're going to have 3 plus 9, brings them to 12, right? Sprabunny, tell me if I'm wrong. Plus...
Oh, yeah, Clash is disabled. I forgot about that.
Elevate don't get the round diff to just 1 elimination. Okay. Still, though, Elevate are going to 13 if they win this.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody should sub to Jesse if you have the funds to do so. Jesse's a good streamer and a great guy and a, above average caster. So.
And you'll get a special role in the Discord.
I mean, if you have the money, I think that the content is worth paying for, sure. But I also know that we're hurtling towards a recession, so.
I also run a fuck ton of ads, so it's good value if you do subscribe. Dude, Ion's playing a fucking boss G in the 1v1. Aura.
Did you just say aura in a weird way?
Aura?
It's aura.
Okay, fucking Toronto elitist.
That's how you pronounce the words. You really say aura?
Aura.
It's aura. What the fuck word are you saying? It's aura.
Sorry, in Berta, we speak a little differently. Oh my god. Ryder! No, dude. Ryder whiffed so hard. Oh, that's sad.
It's literally, I know he's Pinot's brother, but he's literally just bigger Pinot.
Cloud9 just almost flawless the round. So that one's going 15 now, hey?
That's a man. That is a man. That dude is big, man. Like, he's a big boy. He's tall. Hugzord is tall, and he's, like, the same height as Hugzord.
Give us a prediction. I think after watching Ion do that and Ryder do what he just did, I think Ion takes it. Ryder's going Fenrir in this. Fenrir Deimos. I don't mind the Deimos picking a 1v1. That's kind of a great op for a 1v1.
I mean, so the analysts are talking over it because Laxing is talking.
Yeah, that's weird that they brought in analysts to cast this.
traps around each area, whether that's blue, whether that's wine cellar.
I don't know that I love that, to be honest.
I don't like it. Leave the casters to do the job.
Yeah.
One way or another, if you have those set up, he has to come in blind. That then totally Ryder can take advantage of, but still, I think the Deimos should realistically come out on top here just for the fact of those tracks.
Also worth mentioning as well, by winning even one round, Elevate start to limit PSG's.
Maybe it's a TriCast. Maybe they just bring in one analyst to join.
But I was listening earlier. They didn't TriCast the rest of the game. It's weird to
No, but
only
maybe they just
TriCast
bring,
the 1v1.
maybe they bring in a TriCast for the duel. Also, keep in mind that neither Des nor Ace are color casters. They're both play-by-play who do like a little bit of like analysis and storyline here and there. Like neither of them are color. So
Yeah.
if you want like somebody to actually like break it down in an analyst color role, you have to bring somebody in from outside the duo.
I do feel like though, like if you want color in the cast, surely you want that more for like real matches, not a 1v1 where there's less to analyze.
No, this is food. This is
Yeah, I was gonna say like, what strategic element is there here?
What? Nice try. Tweets! Thank you for the tier 1 sub.
It's Tweds.
Twed.
Oh my God! How have you not?
Listen,
How
I
have you
got the
lived this
sub. I got
long?
the sub.
How have you lived this long?
Reading is hard. I'm a math major. Okay, how's things going for Cloud9? Okay, I kind of want to watch round 15 of Cloud9. It's half over.
You want to go watch
Come on,
round
Dream.
15 of Cloud9, which will certainly go to a duel, irrespective of the result, and instead miss out on potentially 2 rounds of a duel.
Dude, this is good. This round will end before the duel round ends.
He does not want to come here.
Fish like choking in overtime. OT's been very defender side for these two teams.
I mean, we can split the chat. If people want to watch C9 Scarz,
It's
they can
one
go to you. If
round.
they want to watch Elevate PSG, they can come to me.
They'll be fine. It's one round.
And how are we going to get there? And they're relying on ratting in these corners and going unnoticed, but we see in the attacks, they have a drone right in pillar.
Is it so?
I don't know
can
about
you
the push
answer
from
this?
C9.
Because is it Sprabuni or Sprabunny, like a bunny rabbit?
It's like a
'Cause
bunny
I've always
rabbit.
said Sprabuni.
Yeah, you just
But
can't
Jesse
fucking
is-
speak.
Jesse is certain it's Sprabunny.
Come on, Kobe. Come on, Kobe. Wait, that's massive.
And Cloud9 are getting closer and closer to finishing off Scarz.
Massive chokers. This isn't even a close round.
It was never meant to be pronounced.
Washway actually can't hit a shot to save his life. Okay, Tyope's in a 1v5. This is GG's.
C9 wins.
Yeah, C9 wins. Let's fucking go. That's huge. Huge for my fantasy specifically.
Did Kobe do anything?
Yeah, Kobe
Oh!
played really well.
Ion just flattened him.
Wait, I'm gonna go back and watch that.
Ryder tried to walk through trench door as Ying and started shooting the door, and Ion just boss G'd him one time.
Dude, I didn't think. Wow, that is insane. I didn't think Boss G would be that fucking dominant in the 1v1s, but like, Ion's ready for it.
Jesse is the only one who says bunny, so that seems like you say it wrong.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm the one saying it right then.
You have mispronounced multiple people's names in the last hour. You expect me to believe you?
Listen,
His name
Sprabunny is
Quez
not
and you said
saying.
Queeds.
Spra's not saying that I've said it wrong. Maybe I'm just the only person who's here pronouncing things correctly. Did Cloud9 just get plus 14 points? No, Cloud9 just got plus 9 points, right? Wait. No, Cloud9 just got plus 8. So Cloud9 got... They had 6 going into it. They got plus 8, so that Cloud9 should be at 14, which puts them first place in the tournament. And then if they win the 1v1, they'll get 1 extra bullet, so they'll be at 15. Dude, it's crazy. The first 2 days almost didn't matter because there's ridiculous point swings today.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that... Yeah, I mean, the fact that Elevate could go from literally 0-2, bottom 4 in the league, to number 1 overall is kind of insane. Ryder has taken over the Boss G meta.
I was going to say, they are both now playing Dokkaebi and Vigil.
Oh my god.
I think we are watching the meta shift in real time.
Jinxie fans, take note. If you're going to have picture-in-picture like this, I wish they just do split screen.
Yeah, this is very hard to watch. I do not like this.
Yeah, I mean, just focus on one. I think it's fine. Logic bomb.
He's not going to back down. He's happy to just hold his position and just wait. But then he dips out.
Like, if you've got these phone calls, play around
I don't mind the retreat there.
a little bit. What I like is that Ryder's actually
You're a second ahead of me.
I'm at 53, 52, 51, 50.
Yeah, you're 2 seconds ahead of me.
Okay, you count and I'll pause.
50, 49, 48, 47, 46.
Okay, we're good.
45. Got it?
Yeah.
And we're about to get the next phone call online in 10 seconds time.
I think Ryder just hops on the cam right here and then swings off of it, or just continues to play off sound. I mean, that's the best case scenario when you're in this defense.
I think having a TriCast for this is very crowded. I don't like it.
It's weird.
This is the type of thing where I would argue that less casting is better for a duel.
I would almost like CS style casting where it's like you get really quiet points.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is the type of thing where it's like, let the match breathe, let this 1v1 speak for itself. Having 3 people talk incessantly, I think, does a disservice to the moment.
I think cut out all the casters and get Jinxie to co-stream it as the primary stream. Wow, beauty shot from Ryder. He had to do a little micro adjustment there.
Another production error. They played the winning sound.
Oh no. If you want less talking, I don't think Jinxie's the way to go. No, Jinxie would add the nuance that it needs.
Normally there's a lot of action, but there is no action here, so the casting should reflect that. No, because I think... So respectfully,
how did that hit?
There is no action and it's a standoff. Yes, exactly. What I was just going to say, what Hale said. It builds tension. Like, it builds tension. So having there be quiet makes people get, you know, whatever. If you're constantly being stimulated by people talking and casting and yelling and joking, like, this is an incredibly tense moment. Like, if PSG Talon loses, they're done, they're out. So having like 3 guys kind of like joke about it and all that jazz is like, it's not bad, but it's just like, I don't know.
I don't think you do single person casting, but I think you let the play-by-play do like quite a lot of time. You don't speak much of the color, and then after the kill happens, then the color can jump in. Like once the tension gets alleviated.
Or you just have it be like, or you just have it be really short conversational bursts.
Yeah, I think like, yeah, I mean there can be a bit of back and forth in like the lead up, but then anytime they're about to fight, I think the play-by-play just takes it and paces it as they wish.
And again, I think you go. I don't think you say too much. Like in my eyes, a great allegory would be if there are those of you who watch baseball, or even like penalties in football. Like if there's penalties in football, they're not constantly talking. Like there's a lot of quiet, there's a lot of downtime. In baseball, when it's like bottom of the 9th and the pitcher's on the mound and it's like 2 outs and the batter's like waiting, there's not a lot of talking. You go quiet and you let the moment do most of the speaking.
Well, Parker, if
I don't think it should be. No, it should not be a solo cast. You keep the 2 main casters on. You just don't have them talk as much.
Well, Parker, if you had good casting opinions, you'd be there in Reload, but they're there instead. So I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about. Why don't you just shut up and let the pros cast the game, okay?
You're right.
If you lose, you're going home. So PSG Talon, they've got it stacked up against them.
Well, before we get this started, obviously we see Ion's going to be starting on attack and Ryder's going to be starting on defense.
Give Parker a mute button. I mean, there are mute buttons on the desk, and Parker could absolutely, like if Parker and I were casting, could absolutely reach over and hit my mute button.
Jack is here. Who do you think? Ion? Okay, Jack's got Ion.
I think the pressure's too high now. I think it's when it matters most, it's going to just not work.
Okay, so you're going to say Ion?
I think I'm going to...
So it's 2-2. It's next kill wins, right? For the 1v1?
Yes. It's best of 5.
Okay.
He's cool as a cucumber. He's ready to go.
So
yes, that was my cat.
If PSG win this, they go to 1 bullet. If Elevate win this, they go to, what, 15?
Is Ryder going to do that? Is he going to do
Ion goes IQ. I do love the Commando.
I was just about to say,
if I was 1v1ing, I think I'd run IQ Commando.
I mean, he's running IQ solely so that when the Vigil uses the gadget, he can track him down. But I mean, like, if you're smart, you don't use the gadget.
Yeah.
See the drone, shoot the drone, run, try to bait out a second drone, and then use the gadget if need be.
Ryder won't necessarily know that it's an IQ he's going up against though.
Yeah, that's true.
Like he'll have to actually see him because he seems him on a cam or something. I do like the counter pick. Yeah.
Welcome back, Starbuck. Finn's wins. Nice to see you. How are you doing? I haven't recognized any new names beyond that.
You could catch him on a default cam. That's true. You could do that, but we'll see if he does.
It's only a matter of question where we're putting him on an IQ scale.
That's it. Ryder looks like he's.
Dude, imagine if he gets the kill with like a vert angle on IQ. That'd be so cheesy.
Just like locking in.
We're well timed here though. The duel should be starting on the other stream relatively soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't like this player in player. I agree with you. If they're gonna do it, they need to do split screens. This looks very bad.
At least they're not doing it like when the action's happening. They're just doing it in the lead up. Okay, so he saw the static. Now he gets on the pistol. Oh my god, he swung with the pistol!
Bye-bye! First team eliminated!
Oh, beauty use of the IQ.
See you later, PSG Talon.
GG's PSG. Womp womp.
The balls to engage with a pistol.
Yeah, that's insane. I thought he was just going to get into a swing with the commando, but he went full on with the pistol just to pre-fire because he knew exactly where he was.
Yeah.
That's so smart. Okay, Elevate go to 13 bullets. They are currently first place in the tournament despite getting shit-faced the last 2 games.
Shit-faced is not the word you were thinking of.
No, but it's the one I went with.
Shithoused. Why is there a 3-minute break?
Yeah, I don't fucking know. Pistol in the Boss G is so fucking aura.
Aura. How do you misspell Scarz on the lower third?
Did they? Oh my
Yes.
god, they did. They put a
How
K
do you
instead of a
misspell
C.
Scarz?
That's
How
a
do you
Danish
misspell one of your
mistake.
teams on the
Bro,
lower
that's
third?
definitely a Danish spelling right there.
Come on, man.
That's tough.
Yeah. All right.
Elevate
I
won
was
the
going to make a
1v1.
coffee, but then I forgot that I didn't clean out the little like espresso thing, so I need to... I did that. So now it should be fully dry, and I can go make my coffee. So I'm going to go do that since I have 2 minutes.
All right.
Entertain the people. Get the chat moving. Jesse.
All right, chat. Let me know what the most interesting thing that's happened to you in the last 2 days is. Let me know the most interesting thing in your life going on in the last 2 days. And this will dictate the conversation in this 2-minute tech pause while we wait for the 1v1 to begin. What are ops and names at the top of the screen? Like when the game is on, those are the operator bands and the team names. I don't know what you mean. Flying Condor, you went canoeing yesterday? I used to go canoeing in high school. We would like go to like the pond in the center of the town, and we would all get our canoes. And there was a big fountain in the pond, and I was paired with my buddy, and we would be canoeing, and he really didn't want to get wet and go in the fountain. But it was a hot day, and I really did. And I was the stronger canoeer, so we ended up in that fountain. Oh, he meant mini siege. Up at the top is mini siege. Sorry, yeah, I should have fucking realized what you were asking. Yeah, that's just a little mini game we have here in the stream. Exclamation point mini siege should explain the rules. I don't know why the commands aren't working. I wonder if the commands are broken because of the combined chat. I bet you they are. I bet you the commands don't work because the chat is combined. I'm surprised it doesn't give me an error though. Because the exclamation point video is a Nightbot command, but the exclamation point my stats and stuff are a mini siege command. It's weird that it would not crash though if it's not going to work, because I do not code things very well. So usually if something doesn't go as planned, shit just crashes. Huh. Well, sorry, chat. The stats will still be collected. Yeah, I'll upload the stats to the Google Drive after this, if anybody cares. Were the commands working earlier today? Because I will restart them if I need to, if you think it'll help. You outlined a final assignment for one of your college classes. What's the class on? I want to go over the Igor thing when the game actually ends.
It is time for our first 1v1 on the B stream. That's right. We went the distance.
You went boating with your mom? You would, wouldn't you, Hale?
It has been unbelievable between Cloud9 and Scarz.
Stronson, you moved across your state? What state?
Every single one of them. They are now down to 0 bullets. And that means that they have to duel to survive. It is Kobe from Cloud9.
Staying alive is the most interesting thing. Well, you can't do that bit to me. I'm immune. I give it 2 days, and you're back at twitch.tv/JChick. You're not hanging out on twitch.tv/Interro for long, Hale. Minnesota, you moved to Minneapolis. I can't say I know a lot about Minnesota. I know you guys got smoked first round of the playoffs. The Edmonton Oilers are going to avenge you tonight by beating the Vegas Golden Knights. I know Laxing lives in Minnesota. I think in, like, the Twin City area. I'm not actually sure.
The whole team is not allowed in the player booths while this match is going on. Versus one. No code.
Don't leave now. We're about to get the 1v1 fucking Kobe Lax up against Rek.
Against each other.
Yeah, and I can guarantee that admin will not be saying any words of affirmation or support.
They brought another sub goalie. Yeah, well, they have to if Pickard is too hurt to play. Alright. Here comes the 1v1. Kobe Lax is also running Boss G. Boss G appears to be the meta. Rek is swapping over to Dokkaebi as well, but he's running DMR. Let's see if he swaps to Boss G. Doke DMR, I don't know, man. That feels just worse than a Boss G. Doxing Lax. I'm pretty sure Lax is not trying to hide his state. Kobe's going to spawn peek Rek. Wait, imagine he spawn peeks. Rek spawn cliffside. West Main, though, he might get... Nah.
Hide in the corner, wait for a certain part of the map to be activated, and then go for a kill. For now, it's Kobe just kind of hanging out, watching the camera, seeing where did Rek spawn.
Nah, okay, he can't get the spawn peek. He's on the other side of the map. That's fine. That's fine.
He's going to look around for Kobe. Kobe is now watching the West Main cam. Rek knows his drones have spotted, and now he sees the Vigil Disruptors. The meta has certainly changed.
Rek needs to hop on the IQ. I wonder if they were watching the last 1v1. They probably were. Hopefully, like, at least the coach was, giving him some tips, maybe. I'm sure they've got their own theories.
You have a good long-range weapon in DMR or Burst G. In this case, a DMR, but also...
I mean, Rek doesn't even have any of the buildings open. Oh, now he does. Any of the windows, I was going to say. I like that entry point, because Kobe probably didn't hear it. Oh, he did. Okay, well, he's not immediately able to respond to it, at least.
Kobe forced back. Both players with that SMG-12. Kobe also has the Boss G, should he need it, as a single shot. One kill weapon. Rek is inching his way forward. He's now deep into the
No, what is that swing? Kobe? Oh! Oh, Kobe loses this. He has no fucking clue. He has no clue. That's great use of the logic bomb. Did you see that? Kobe couldn't hear the rotate because his phone was ringing, right? That was big. Oh, I guess the calling had stopped. It goes off. Yeah, it turns off there. Okay, I don't know how Kobe didn't hear the rotate then. Dude, Rek was literally sprinting to his left. I give him too much credit. Just classic Siege sound, I guess. Classic Siege sound. If Kobe loses, C9's out? No. If Cloud9 win, then Scarz are out, and Cloud9 get an extra bullet, so that would put them to, I think, 15. If Scarz win, Cloud9 still go to 14 bullets because they won the match already, right? Cloud9 already won the match. They already won their gamble. But Scarz stay alive if they win the 1v1. So the pressure's a lot lower for Cloud9 here. Cloud9 are playing for just a single bullet. Scarz are playing for their lives.
A lot of points today. They reloaded 8 bullets altogether, which means they've gone up to 14. as a result, after 6 this morning,
Rack hasn't done shit in 2 years.
amount of value. Now they have a maximum chance of winning 3 more.
Rack went with the Mira. That is an interesting operator to bring out in the 1v1.
But now it looks like
High HP, like, I mean, the 3 armor is an interesting choice.
Meanwhile, Kobe also changing things. He's going with the Ram, a very unusual pick.
The Ram here is just meant to quickly jump in a window. Obviously, you're not actually looking for vert play here. This is the play. Does he know where Rek is? He does. Rek knows too, though, because he's got the window.
Pre-fire goes out. The flashbang's also incredibly powerful. There's no
He was hoping an angle might have been like made or something.
Rek looking to double back.
Wow, what a swing from Rek. Dude, ball's dragging on the floor. He was flashed for a chunk of that. You saw his hand was up. Kobe's starting to fold a little bit.
They're on the verge of survival.
Kobe's starting to fold a little bit there.
It's gotta lock it in right now. I mean, that was ridiculous, right? It was Kobe holding angle, knowing the
Holy spoilers. Twitch.tv/Jesse J Chick. No spoilers here.
Headshot, and that's again high fired weapons, right? The Vector. It's so good in these kind of situations because it's about killing your opponent first. It's really that simple.
That it is. Now Kobe now selecting that Vigil once again. A smart move. He's not vulnerable to drones.
Rack's moving over to the Deimos. This did not work when we saw it in the last 1v1. The Deimos was unsuccessful. Is Parker dead? Parker's cleaning his like espresso machine or some shit. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
In the PSG Elevate 1v1 just a few minutes ago, that final round was he's changing now. Yeah, final round was a Vigil versus IQ. That's a bit of a mind game that can be happening there.
Yeah, IQ obviously can see the Vigil through walls. I think
it's BO5 as well, so Kobe has to win 3 straight in order to win this. Rack just needs to win 1 of the next 3 rounds. Imagine he sweeps him. Sweeping is important because the bullets you regain is the round diff. So if Scarz win this round, they go up to 3 bullets, which is still not very many to be honest, but it's better than 2 or 1.
Just one more round. You're watching, you're hoping, you're being cheerful. It's all down to Rek. Has the problem solved. This very simple situation of the 1v1, but it's yet so complicated because, again, no one can help you. It's just yourself. In the basement he goes. It's always about getting into the building the safest way possible to be able to be like as far as way.
Rek is trying to open his ears, trying to listen for where Kobe might be.
Walk past that West main camera, but I don't think Kobe's going to spend any time on.
I'm back.
Dude, Kobe's folding.
This is it.
Kobe's folding.
There's no way that Kobe.
I told you, dude. I would not be putting Kobe in this high pressure situation.
Yeah. At the same time, though, like you kind of have to have trust in your guys.
Okay, so he's playing like he has base.
Okay.
Base 1 is gonna be
Like if you're the coach, imagine telling Kobe, "Hey, you're our best guy, but we think you're a choker, so you can't play the 1v1."
He's waiting for the second and final call. He's gonna push that button. Now he's by the bomb site. Then it becomes a brawl. So right now, Rek is playing a slow-paced game, increasing that tension and making Kobe think, "Where is he?" Because we know where Dokkaebi is playing from.
Did they add a 3rd caster to this, or is it just the 2 of them?
I think it's just the 2.
Impact to go out. Rek just playing passively, hoping to bait.
C9 does not go home, right?
No. C9 are only playing for 1 extra bullet. That's it. So the pressure's not even that high on Kobe, but.
I mean, yes, it is.
Wow. That's tough for Kobe. That's tough for Kobe. Doesn't go home, but a little embarrassing to get 3-0'd.
Dude, I said straight up. What's up, Blaze Best? Nice to see you. How are you doing?
So that means that Scarz will live to see another day. They go up to 3 bullets. Cloud9 are still fucking ridiculously high on the standings, I'm sure. I want to go see if Wikipedia's refreshed.
He shit in the drawer and slammed it shut. Oh my god.
Dude,
profoundly grotesque.
Look at these standings real quick for me, right? You look at, and I know this will be updated as we go on, but you look at 2nd through 5th, all these teams undefeated, right? They've been playing so well consistently throughout the tournament. They've not dropped a single game. But who's in 1st? It's Elevate, who are 1 and 2. They've got 13 points more than anybody else, all because they used their extended mag to beat an APAC team. What a great format. This is sick.
They lost the match and then they lost the duel. They have been eliminated from the tournament. C9 walk away with a hell of a lot of points, or a hell of a lot of bullets, rather, up to 14 from their 6 at the start of the
They're in first place with a negative round differential. This is the first time that's ever happened, I'll tell you that.
In that duel. Of course, we've got more games to get through today, so we'll toss it to a break and we'll see you on the other side.
You need to win your extended mag to end up top 8. Yeah, I think Sprabunny's right. I think, like, end of the day, the only thing that matters is that you correctly choose when to use your extended mag. Not the only thing, but, like, that has a huge impact. If you use your extended mag up against, like, a shitty APAC team and you win, you're pretty close to just being locked for playoffs.
Zate, I actually have no idea what happens. Sprabunny actually talked about it earlier, about what happens if, like, people tie or whatever.
SSG is locked if they beat FearX. Yeah.
Available now.
SSG are 1-1 with a negative round diff, but if they beat FearX, they guarantee playoffs. They end up the first team locked in the playoffs.
Okay.
Oh
so
my god.
I'm gonna mute the stream and let's go over Igor's tweet here.
Do you want to read to the class?
Igor says, we need to talk about free agent analysts. Ubisoft needs to address the issue of teams waiting until the last minute to hire an analyst, just days before a championship or even during it, as we've seen happen. Take today as an example. We played against Secret, who hired Vivas as their analyst. Less than a month ago, he was with Stele, a team we used to scrim against. If we had scrimmed layer against them, we would have lost the surprise factor of a map we'd been hiding for months. Something similar happened at the 6 Invitational in Boston. FaZe, who didn't have an analyst, started working with JP, who played the Invitational with 2 teams, group stage with Secret and playoffs with FaZe. In my view, this harms the competitive integrity of the competition, not to mention the ethical concerns involved. Why should organizations that invest and sign long-term contracts with assistant coaches and analysts continue to do so if teams without the same planning or willingness to invest can access these same resources? Sometimes even gain advantages by bringing in analysts with additional information from other teams. I know this can still happen, and many teams have done it behind the scenes, but now it's being done openly, without contracts, and, in my opinion, that shouldn't be allowed. If we want a better scene, we need to be more professional on both sides. In the long run, this could affect all analysts in general, because right now there's not much incentive to sign a long-term contract if you can just bring someone in on loan for important tournaments. I agree with that entirely. Completely agree with it. I don't think there's anything controversial at play there.
I think it's a very good take. I think it's a point that people have not really thought about or have talked about as much as they maybe should have. I don't think people realize how much this has happened. Like, the fact that literally FaZe Clan won SI. Like, JP was on stage lifting the hammer with FaZe. He literally started the group stage working for Secret. Like, he swapped teams from a team that got grouped to a team that won SI halfway through the tournament. That's ridiculous. Like, that's just absolutely insane for somebody to do. I know fucking Bodega had done it previously as well. Initially working for fucking CL for Life in Montreal, and then I believe he was helping out Secret, if I'm not mistaken, in Montreal too. So it's happened like a bunch, especially with like Brazilian coaches and analysts. And I think it absolutely should, like, something should get done about it. My only question is, like, what can you do? Because as Ubisoft, like, you can't really stop a player from providing free numbers to a team, can you? I think it's very hard to police that, if it's possible at all. That's my only concern with what he's saying.
Yeah, like, what's to stop, like, just a fan from messaging somebody being like, hey, so they're going to do this, hey, so they're going to do that, etc. Right? Like, there isn't, but I mean, it's funny because it's funny that Igor says this, because I'm old enough to remember back in 2017, 2018, there were widespread allegations that the Brazilian teams would scrim non-Brazilian teams, record it or make note of it, and then share all of those notes with every other Brazilian team. To the point where I don't know if this has ever been made public before, but if it hasn't, I mean, it was 8 years ago, so who cares? G2 scrimmed in Sao Paulo in November 2017 in a location that was also being used by another Brazilian team. G2 did not know this at the time they were Penta. G2 did not know this and left all of their hard drives and stuff at the scrim facility. That was then accessed by either Font, BRK, Black Dragons. I can't remember which one it was. And apparently when they played against Black Dragons had a pretty intimate knowledge of some of their strats at the 2017 finals. And obviously, as everybody remembers, Black Dragons beat Penta. Penta was reasonably certain that whatever team went in there went on their computers and took that information and looked up like their files of their strats and stuff like that and countered them. Now, this could just be a lot of cope from Penta, because obviously at the time they were the best and undisputed best team in Rainbow Six, and they were unbeatable, and they were literally cleaning everybody's clock. And honestly, with the exception of that event, they went back on their reign of terror right shortly thereafter. But it's just, this is nothing new, right? And it's like, how do you police that? Like, you can't really, right?
Yeah.
Like, everybody is going to try to take every advantage that they can possibly get to be the best. And it doesn't surprise me. And yes, Ubisoft should be stepping in, but you're not with the players 24/7. Imagine JV92 goes back to his room and some player on Vivo Keydstars messages him and he's like, yo, dude, we've been scrimming G2 all week. These are the maps they play, blah, blah, blah. Like, JV92 sitting in his room and he gets this tweet, he gets this DM on his phone. What is he supposed to do? Not open it?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like, you can't really do much about that. And it's just really challenging to like police it properly. So
I think like the only thing you could do is, if you're Ubisoft, is like basically say it's not allowed, put in a harsh fine for it if teams are actively like colluding with analysts that are not on their team. You still, in theory, like, will never figure it out, but if you just put a ridiculously steep fine on it or a ridiculously steep punishment, and then you pray that there might be a whistleblower or it might get leaked to somebody and you might find out somehow. But in theory, like, if a team is doing it smart, like, there's no way you'll ever know. Like, you are relying on basically a whistleblower to police that shit, because you can't just inspect every player's DMs.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I think if they at least, like, said, hey, this isn't allowed, I mean, like, it's probably would be a good thing if teams were at least, like, not so fucking blatant about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's getting comfortable, right? Like, people are getting comfortable doing it. And that's the thing. And I mean, we can use the situation with the Toronto-Florida series in hockey as a great analog for this, where it's like the refs put away their whistles in the playoffs, so penalties don't get called as regularly. So what ends up happening is players get away with dirty plays far more frequently because refs are worried about over penalizing the game.
Yeah.
Well, what ends up happening is that instead of there being like a dirty hit here or there, it's like teams are literally just giving dirty hits every 5 seconds because they know the refs aren't going to do anything about it, right? So it's like, if you don't step in and set the tone, then people are going to continue to take an inch. I'm running a 1-minute ad, by the way, people.
Yeah, and like, just to kind of showcase how bad this has gotten, if you see my screen for a second here, this is the photo of FaZe when they won the Sixth Invitational. This guy on the far right is literally the analyst for Team Secret, but he's on the stage celebrating with FaZe Clan. And it's like, okay. When
you said he was on the far right, knowing the fact that you're sexist, transphobic, and all that stuff, when you said far right, did you get like a little like shiver of excitement?
I actually hate you. I hope you know that. I hope that you have a bad day tomorrow.
Hold on a second. I'm going to show on my phone a picture of somebody on the far right. This is somebody who, if you see this picture, he's on the far right. Look at that.
That looks that looks edited to me. That's clearly photoshopped.
This is somebody on the far right. Chat.
That is a progressive. Voted for Mark Carney this election, by the way. Hoping to see the common folk rise up.
That's somebody on the far right. I made that photo when Jesse and I were playing each other in fantasy hockey. And then when Jesse played my buddy, also in the league on fantasy hockey, he also used that same photo. So, we have 4 minutes until this goes on.
Yes. I do. There was something somebody in chat also mentioned kind of during the Igor thing that I also wanted to talk about real quick.
I did beat Jesse, and then Jesse got a stat correction and ended up beating me.
So in short, I beat you. Anyways, if you look at the standings real quick, right, for R6 Reload. So currently Elevate are at the are currently in second, Cloud9 are in first. More teams will win and they will push those teams down, but Elevate are in a very good spot right now. No other way you cut it. Look at Scarz for a second, okay? They are 0-3. They have 3 points. They were absolutely stomped the first 2 days of the tournament. Today, they did do better against Cloud9. They won their 1v1 to stay alive, but they're still in a really bad spot, yeah? Actually, no. Because tomorrow, Scarz, assuming nobody... Yeah, almost for sure, Scarz will still be the last place team that are alive, like the last place team that aren't eliminated. So tomorrow, Scarz will get first choice of opponent. And so far in the tournament, Scarz have not played Elevate. So Scarz can challenge Elevate tomorrow, wager 13 points, and use their extended mag. If they beat Elevate, who are obviously not a top team, probably better than Scarz, but like reasonable to think Scarz could win that game, they will win 19 points and jump up to first place in the standings. Correct me if my math is wrong on that, Sprabunny, but like they could literally wager all 13 of Elevate's points, because you can wager as much as your opponents have, then plus the extended mag adds 6. They gain 19 points if they beat Elevate tomorrow, dude. Elevate! And if they do that, they're almost guaranteed into playoffs. Like, there's no way they're not in playoffs if they do that. And I would be shocked if they didn't do that. Like, that is the obvious best strategy for Scarz. I am starting to get concerned nobody thought through this format. We're getting from the territory of, like, a little confusing and a little weird to genuinely just broken and, like, favoring the worst teams. Max 8 points? Oh, they can only gamble up to 8 points. Okay. Okay, I'm spreading misinformation then.
Like a typical right winger.
But they could still wager 8 plus 6 from the extended mag, so they would go up to, they would add 14, they'd end up with 17 points.
You are on the right wing. They do spread disproportionately more misinformation.
So they would still be in first, but it wouldn't be as a ridiculous of a margin.
I know you're ignoring me, but it doesn't make my point any less true. Yeah, when Hale spreads misinformation, you get mad. Also, I'd like to note that Hale has been very well behaved in my chat. So
I give it a day. I give it 1 day.
This goes back to your comment about apes. People come to my chat and are totally normal, and then I see them in other chats and they are lunatics. If you time out Interro, does he have to mute in voice chat? No? Can you time me out? I don't think you can time me out in our shared chat.
Let me try it. Interro. Timeout. Yeah, you're timed out. Try typing.
It worked.
Well, you're timed out, but you can still type. Sick.
Man, you really got me good.
Wait, it doesn't even show up as a mod action, though. Oh, it went away. Oh, that's
because
Timberwolf
it
just removed
probably
it.
says it on your end, but because we share a chat, it can't.
Odd. Twitch banning and limiting my power. That's fucked up. Time blaze out. Oh, you come back to the Jesse J Chick chat to say that. Do you, Extra? Now you need a favor. You come back to twitch.tv/Jesse J Chick just to ask to time out Blaze. Interesting. Interesting,
Extra's
Extra.
been in your chat this whole time. Extra hasn't been in my chat at all.
Oh, I'm mixing up Extra and Hale. They're the two demons of my chat.
Extra has 94 messages in my chat. That's it.
Sorry, Extra's the potato farmer.
Jesus Christ. All right, we're going back into it.
Dude, this Baby Shark action goes crazy.
Hi, I'm Baby Shark, French young player for Wildcard.
Yeah, the playoffs will be on stage in front of an audience.
By Sharks, I was like, playing Black Ops 3 at the beginning when I was playing. When I started playing Rainbow Six with like some famous people like streamers, etc. Like they called me like the young player from the community. I was thinking about like Baby Shark, and like the music is funny, so then I changed to Baby Shark.
Potato farmer sounds like a slur for Irelanders. No, it's a slur for Idahoans.
We have our own potato farm here. It's called Prince Edward Island. So
that is true. I went to Prince Edward Island. I bought potatoes from the grocery store. I cooked them and I ate them, and they were quite good.
I leveled up my potato game the other day.
What'd you do?
So you boil them. So you can either boil them and then take the skin off them first, or you can peel them first and then boil them, obviously. Then loosely mash them up, put them in a blender with some cold butter, herbs, and a little bit of like either cream or buttermilk, and then lots of salt and garlic, and blend them in a butter, or blend them roughly. You don't want them to be too smooth. You don't want it to be a puree. And then you take it out, put them back in the pot, and then add a little bit more hot butter, a little bit of either buttermilk or cream, and then a little bit of flour, and you mix it all together, and then finish with a little bit of parsley and more garlic, and they are spectacular.
Chat, huge news. Parker has discovered mashed potatoes. That is massive.
You know, you can make mashed potatoes with just like 3 ingredients, right?
Yeah, I guess
like,
you
this
can.
Obviously, is a little bit above that.
Without playing like in a professional league, to like literally play an offline event, and
I'm gonna step away for a second. Entertain them.
For me, it's maybe one of the first time on stage it's happening.
You love this joint stream because you get to be obscene in 2 chats at once and call Parker a communist. You can call me a communist wherever you want. I don't really care. You have 86 messages in my channel, Blaze. You have been following me since April 9th, 2019. You were subbed to me for 2 months. Thanks for the money. Yoink. Your first message was sent September 10th, 2019. Oh, your first message was sent 1 day before September 11th? How curious. You didn't message on September 11th. You messaged on September 10th. But you very coincidentally did not message on September 11th. Where were you on September 11th? Where were you on September 11th? Why are there no messages in the chat? Your last message was at 9:36 p.m. on the 10th. Was there somewhere you had to be 10 hours later? Was there somewhere you had to be 12 hours later? Where were you on September 11th?
The North American community seeing Baby Shark being picked up. Everyone was wondering who they were going to get. Yeah, it was a big surprise.
Where was I on September 11th?
Wildcard for having their eyes open in different regions and seeing up and coming.
I actually don't know where I am most September 11th. It's a normal day for me because I'm not American.
That have popped up in the past couple of years, and right now we've been in a little.
Hello, Fudge. How are you doing?
Level of good players.
Toppy Odds, nice to see you. How are you doing? Crown Demon, nice to see you. Trotan, nice to see you as well. Plunged Fiddle, nice to see you. If you were in here and I have not said hello to you, I say hello to as many people in here as humanly possible. Where was I on January 6th? Storming the Capitol. Whoa!
I dropped out of elementary school for this. Well,
that's on you, buddy. We have it. I see that laughter behind it. Anyways, G2 versus Wildcard. We talked about the second ever Frenchman to go from EU and into North America. That's him in front of you on the screen. Blaz from G2, and him and his squad are facing.
I don't remember where I was this January 6th, but when they stormed the Capitol, I was at home watching it on television, obviously.
Yeah, definitely not. You know, we know the G2.
How are you doing, Jackal? You call Parker a communist derogatory. I call Parker a communist laudatory. We are not the same. Laudatory is a great word that is not used frequently enough.
There is one player specifically that we have to talk about, and that's going to be Uno.
You're almost out of work. That is good to hear. Work sucks, and we should not have to work. Fallen Joe Stalin, nice to see you. How are you doing, Mr. Stewie? Nice to see you. Sly2855, nice to see you as well. Hammy, I said hi to you earlier. Oh, G2 used their extended mag. They're betting 13 bullets.
Who are they against here?
Who is G2 playing? I didn't see who it was. I wasn't paying attention. I was talking to all the people in chat. Yeah, so I was January 6th, and I said I was storming the Capitol.
Yeah, I mean, we were there together.
Yeah, Jesse was there together. Jesse's on the far right. He's actually been indoctrinating me.
On the second day, you get your
I'm pulling Parker down with me, yeah.
and then you're able to put as many bullets as you possibly can on a team that hasn't been performing well, and then boom, you bounce back up in the standings.
Do you keep your VIP marker? Not if you're in my chat. No, you need to be a VIP in the corresponding chat. I don't usually give out VIP unless it's like a super chatter who's been around a long time, or it's like an IRL friend of mine.
I mostly these days give it out just based on the channel point reward.
Doesn't really do anything anymore.
Did it ever?
There were rumors that when they first rolled it out that they wanted to make it like ad-free and they'd have their own chat and blah, blah, and I think they rolled all that back because they realized like what's stopping a streamer from just making every single chatter VIP so they never see ads.
I see. Well, there is a limit. You can only have like X number of VIPs.
You were getting timed out in my chat when you were posting links, by the way. So if they were watching on my end, it was showing that you were getting nuked. So that's why I modded you. Also, I've met you in person and worked with you, so I don't care if you're a mod. Doesn't trouble me. Is your name pronounced Weasley or Wesley? Mr. B, nice to see you. How are you doing? Crown Demon said, "Thank you, Parker, for recognizing me, unlike Jesse."
Who?
You just say who to a viewer? That's really disrespectful.
No, I actually don't see the comment you're reading.
That's a great
I don't see
photo.
the comment you're reading.
That is so good, dude. That photo is excellent.
13 bullets by the end of this, and then also invoke a dual card if they do end up losing.
So, okay. It's G2 versus...
Thanks, Kimona. Nice to see you.
It's G2 versus Wildcard on the A stream, where... Is that a guaranteed 1v1? No, Wildcard are playing conservatively here, but G2 will get eliminated if they lose this.
Type of play?
What? Oh my god. And then Fnatic and Loud are playing on the B stream, which... Is that elimination? No. No, both those teams are playing without risking all of their bullets, one could say. So G2 is the only team that could get eliminated on either side, and I think G2 Wildcard's a better game than Loud Fnatic. Anyways, so let's just watch this game, yeah?
Are you saying let's watch G2 Wildcard?
Yeah. Instead of Loud Fnatic.
Yeah, I have no desire to watch Loud Fnatic.
Okay. Who would G2 have in their 1v1? Surely Doki, right? Doki or Loira, I guess.
I would put Loira, personally. I don't know, Doki's really good in 1v1 engagements, so...
Doki has also actually played in, like, Jinxie 1v1 tournaments.
I don't think he did very well. Tenured Interro viewer here. You're not even close. There was somebody in here who'd been watching me since October 2017.
Yeah, sit the fuck down,
April
chatter.
2019. You are far and far away.
Parker hates you.
I don't hate you. It's just there's an objective longest viewer. I would put Loira.
Doki admitted
also, why
that
did you say why does Uno look sad? Probably because he went 0-6 or 0-5 or 0-7 yesterday.
Today is as a new team that has almost everything in the server figured out. What's something that can affect them? The mental game. Losing to Falcons, you can't let that affect you. Wildcard has something that's working so far. They shouldn't change it up. They shouldn't try to overcomplicate it. I hope they're able to stick to the roots of what's been getting them this far and not get in their own head, not let that one loss affect them.
Well, gentlemen, this is all gonna rely.
All right, I'm hoping we get some big things out of Wildcard today. I would really like Wildcard to be a good team. I'm not convinced they will be, but like if Wildcard were super competitive in the NAL, that would make me happy. If Baby Shark was a LAN major winner, that would make me happy.
Shut up, Thunders. Don't be rude.
Yeah, shut up, Thunders. Saying the Oilers suck.
Medium tenured? You're February 6, 2020.
My longest...
Flynn, you've actually been following me less than was it Sal? Rob, you're November 7th. They were like October 20th. So you're actually behind by like 30 or by like 17 days. You are not my most tenured viewer. Jamies, what are you at? September 11th. You followed me on September 11th.
Wow, that's suspicious. That is suspicious. Mm-hmm.
Tamies is actually my longest. September 11th, 2017.
Tamies? Is that Tamies? Oh my god. I remember Tamies from the
Tamies.
Go For days. What's up, Tamies?
Yep. Tamies actually followed me before I casted professional Rainbow Six. He followed me when I was just like doing like smaller stuff like Go Fors and all that jazz.
Dude, same. Tamies has been following me. When did he follow you?
September 11th, 2017.
Yeah, okay. 2018 for me, but still. That's fucking old as hell. My oldest followers will be anybody coming from like TF2 days. Like Azazel's probably hella old. Yeah, Azazel's November 2017.
I mean, I do have followers that are probably from 2016, but they would not be Rainbow Six people. They were like friends of mine that followed me when I would just stream to like 3 people.
Yeah.
Can I ban Extra?
Oh, be my guest. I ban him at least once a day.
We'll get the stats on it though. G2 versus
Chat, how long should we ban Extra for? Let's democratize this process. How long should we ban Extra for? We're talking minutes. You can't make it something silly like 2 days. Like a minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
My standard is a 15-minute ban on Extra. Extra has been banned 16 times in my chat.
Jesus.
That's not an exaggeration.
That's an insane number.
That's gotta be a record.
Jesse, not that I'm a numbers guy, but we have 100 more viewers than our average over the first 2 days.
That's huge, Parker.
Yeah.
I think it's all the talk about the Twin Towers, personally. I think that really is.
9/11 really brings out the boys.
I think it does too, yeah.
I think 9/11 brings out the boys. Actually, you've been here every day. You are not the unknown factor. You've been here every single day. You probably drive people away.
All right, chat.
Extras here, people just start leaving in droves.
I'll give you the prediction. Who wins G2 Wildcard? Gamble your channel points now. Thank you very much.
You think it's because you're all not at work? Why would our viewership on a Monday be better than our viewership on a Saturday and a Sunday? That makes no sense.
All of our
Most
viewers
people
are unemployed.
working.
Let's be fucking honest.
Our average viewership on Monday was like 220. Our average viewership yesterday was like 210. Our average viewership right now is 330. So we're cruising. We're cruising. I would like the record to show that my chatters are starting to show up again. We are fighting.
Jesse, you're unemployed. That's so true, Robert. And that's why if you guys have a Twitch Prime sub that you have not yet used, don't forget to use it on your favorite streamer. Hopefully that is
and you can
me.
get this. You can get this.
You
charm.
probably don't want Parker's goofy ass
get this
charm.
charm.
You probably want special roles in the Discord, ad-free viewing on Twitch.tv/Jesse, and entrance to the sub-only talks that we have once a month. That's probably what you really want. So go ahead and hit that Twitch Prime. Thank you, chat.
Jesse, you want to know something real funny?
What's that?
We're in a tech pause and we haven't even started the game yet.
I'm very happy.
That's correct, Like and Dove. Jesse doesn't have a charm. Sub to me, I'm better, and you get the charm too. That's all that matters.
I'm gonna ban Like and
Parker's
Dove.
objectively better. Says Thunders, who's watching this in your stream.
Blackout of the 5-stream streak. Good to
Shit
see
ass
you.
charm. All right, Extra, you're gone for 3 minutes. Bye bye. 216 seconds. See you later. Chat, Extra's gone. Celebrate.
Praise be.
I'm running a 1-minute ad before we get into the action, chat. So I'm sorry, but hopefully this ad will make it so that you don't see any ads from here on out.
And it's also that we see two things happening with the round 4 ban. It's either
Did you know that when Flynn subs to me, he gets the founder badge?
finishing off a plan, i.e., you know, in this case, taking out the
Flynn was one of the first 20 people to ever sub to me.
I think Chowderhead has the founder badge on my stream.
I have
He's the only one that comes back.
I have one with Super, which is so fucking funny because Super's been streaming for like years.
Yeah.
I have a founder badge in Super's chat.
How do you see the founders? There is a way for sure.
No, it's I don't know how to check. But when they sub to you, it shows next to their name.
But you can. There is like a list of them.
Fet's not streaming because he has class during the week. How does G2 wager 13 bullets? So there's a card called the Extended Mag where you can wager on one match. You can wager more bullets.
If G2 win, nothing really happens. They fly at the table, Wildcard lose a few bullets, end of the world. Something in the world for anybody.
Yeah, Tamies is an OG. I hope you've been well, man. I miss a lot of like the early guys that we used to rub we used to all rub elbows together. Fet can't steal your viewers. Do you really think there's like a giant overlap between the people who watch me and the people who watch Fet? Fet makes great content. That's not me disparaging him. I'm just saying that I think the people who'd watch Fet are probably not the type who'd watch my content. Is Baby Shark drinking a beer? Thank you! Every time it's Red Bull, but every time we see people drinking that, we always say, oh, they cracked a cold one. They got a brewski open.
There you go.
You're a Fettuccine viewer? I like Fet's content. I think Fet's great. Fet is definitively more popular. Fet is absolutely a more popular streamer and content creator than me. There's no argument there. I would never argue otherwise.
Fet's done like...
I don't even really make content anymore. So, I mean, it's like there are people with like fucking 30 viewers who are probably more relevant content creators than me at the moment.
I think Fet has had the single most impressive like rise in the content space in a long time.
I agree.
Maybe now overshadowed by Sir Pineapple. But I think both of those two people were very smart in how they've done their content and have done a great job of just like producing good shit in a very short amount of time.
I keep hearing this Sir Pineapple name, but I don't really know Sir Pineapple at all.
So he was basically Uzi's editor, I believe. And then he was like, I have all this knowledge about YouTube and content creation. What if I just create like a pseudonym? What if I just create like a fucking mask? And so he just started making content with like a bunch, because he was already well known by all like the big content creators.
Yeah.
So they started making content stuff with all of them basically under this like mask of a floating pineapple head.
How do you spell this? Just Sir Pineapple?
Yeah, I don't know how to help you with spelling. It's as you expect.
Oh, they follow me on Twitter. Well, now I feel badly. I'll follow you back. A twerking pineapple for Spacestation on Bikini Bottom.
Yeah, that sounds like him.
And I've already unfollowed him. Okay,
Alright, Wildcard getting Khan's defense start is great here. That feels great. Base prepping for his 1v1. He's on Boss G Vigil.
So they are chewing through Wildcard's utility very, very quickly. Uno is on the rappel by the window, diffuser in hand. This
Blaze has redeemed Time Someone Out for 50,000 channel points. Blaze. He has chosen Extra. That's a great choice, Blaze.
Yes! Extra was free and now you're gone!
That's 15 minutes timed out.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Timberwolf, for the timing out. Oh, it's 10-minute timeout. My mistake.
Buy Extra.
Buy Extra. Thank you, Blaze.
Buy Extra. Buy in chat. BYE. We need chat participation here. I want to see all of you do BYE. Look at Kansan's framing when they go back to his player cam, and it looks like he's like a Team Rocket spokesperson.
It does. It's like he's like their PR manager.
He's in like the Team Rocket offices. He's not even like a grunt. He's just the administrator. He's a
answering calls. People call to complain.
He's the Team Rocket bureaucrat.
Yeah.
Guys, you can't keep going after the Pikachu. We have other Pokemon to capture.
This is one of my favorite plants in the game. It's not like new or anything, but it's one of my favorite plants. And a hydrate. We'll do that. I think I've emptied my water bottle, so I'm going to go refill it up. But that was a real sip.
Rocket Administrator Kansan sent out Golbat. I love how they're like, what Pokemon are evil? Poison. All right, sick. Let's do that. Are any of them strong? No, they all suck. Really? Yeah, and they're literally like ineffective against everything. Oh. Okay, and the best Pokemon in the game are super effective against them. If But if they're evil, why wouldn't we make them stronger? Never really thought about that question before.
Hi, I'm back. And Ceylon is redeeming Show Cat, and I was just out in the world filling up my water bottle, and I saw both cats, so I know for a fact they're not in my room, so I know for a fact you've wasted your points. I'm so sorry.
Dark type is called evil type in Japanese. Nidoking stinks. All of the poison Pokemon in Gen 1 are so bad.
Nidoking is not very good.
Literally the best poison move in Gen 1. Do any of you know what it is? Technically the strongest poison move.
I think I know.
In Gen 1.
Isn't it like Pin Missile or something? No, it's Bug.
No, it's Toxic.
Oh, yeah.
It's literally like a damage over time poison move. Like, that's it. Like, poison stinks.
Crobat wasn't Gen 1, though, Slime.
Crobat was Gen 2. Nidoking is strong, but not because he's poison. Nidoking was strong because he had other abilities.
Oh my god. Okay, Axon is redeemed to get cat, so I'll go get the cat after this round.
I always get really sad when I follow somebody on Twitter, and then you know, like when they've sent you a message request, and then you follow them, and then it moves it to your general.
Yeah.
And then you read it, and you're like, oh, that was a really nice message. I'm like really...
Is that Sir Pineapple? Did he send you a really nice message?
No, it's actually Bay. I followed Bay last night because I realized I wasn't following a bunch of the Wildcard guys, and Bay actually sent me a bunch of really nice messages around the time of Michael's passing. And I was just like... I felt badly that I didn't respond.
Canister will delay the exothermic as well. How about this? Lyra doesn't even react to the shots coming his way. He's far too focused on his main target, which is taking down Dash. Spiker will finish him off.
Rob, I wish I could put all of your messages back into the request folder and not have seen them since 2017.
They've kind of just said, you know what, you want to keep the wall closed, that's fine. You keep looking at that wall. They've had two players walk in the back to him and kill two players on the side of Wildcard. Baby Shark at least...
So we only get a 1v1 in this game if G2 lose. Otherwise, there's no 1v1s.
A long time ago, they get a second, and now finally, it looks like Wildcard have reinstated some form of control because this round was going crazy.
Baby Shark 5-0 as he finds that kill.
No, Maverick, it's not like that. It's just like, I dislike ignoring people, right? Like, if somebody reaches out...
Hey, there he is.
I dislike ignoring people. So when, like, we literally just manifested Sir Pineapple showing up.
We literally did. Sir Pineapple, let it be known, Parker, I had to explain who you were, okay? This guy's not a real one.
I said, no, I said, well, yes, you explained who they were because I said, I know the name, but I'm not, like, familiar with their content, etc.
Okay, fair enough.
I saw your bio that said that you live in Bikini Bottom, and I immediately unfollowed you on Twitter. So, I'm sorry, I just can't. If you live in a pineapple under the sea, we can't be friends. It's just the rules. I have a couple rules, and I don't want to waver. I don't want to break them. I'm a man with a strong constitution. How do you refund a sub? You can do a chargeback, and then Twitch will ban you from ever subbing again.
Apparently, I'm also not following Sir Pineapple. Okay, you know what? I'll take the L here. I'll take it.
Was Sir Pineapple following you?
No. So, you know what? There is no L there. Kind of messed up, if you ask me, Sir Pineapple. Kind of messed up. Kind of odd. Kind of weird.
Jesse did sing your praises, though, by the way, and I will check out your content after this. Jesse's exact words were, other than Fett, Sir Pineapple is the only other content creator in the running for, like, fastest and most impressive growth.
Did you hear Ace?
What did he say?
He said, I hope Baby Shark, why doesn't Baby Shark do some impressive things here? That's a gold
That's the guy
one.
who had a stroke who you think you could beat in a fight.
Yep.
That's the level of wit you're dealing with.
Yeah, Sir Pineapple's been around for a hot minute, just as a different face.
Yeah, that's fine. I was just relaying the compliment that you paid moments before, okay? Does anybody really deserve anybody's money except for the riches? We deserve the billionaires' money. Let's take it.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm. Thunders, when did you follow me on here? Ooh, July 2nd, 2019. You followed me on my birthday. July 2nd, 2019, I'm reasonably certain, is that birthday stream where I streamed for like 18 hours and Flynn not loading and I... all got diamond, or no, maybe that was 28. No, that would have been 2019. Maybe it was 2018. I can't remember. I streamed for like 16 hours or something like that on my birthday with not loading and Flynn, and I hit diamond when diamond was the highest rank. I think it was 2018 as well, because that's when my desk was against the wall, and I moved my desk to have the wall as a background.
Oh, I do need to get the cat. Thank you, Robert.
Jesse, go get your fucking cat.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, after this round. After this round. No, I did forget. That's on me.
He's probably sleeping.
Gets at least one back. Where the hell is Uno right now? He's finally got on the window. Alamar needs support, but it's too late, Tim. Uno's in a 1 versus 2.
All right, there's actually no universe Uno wins this. I'm going to go get the cat right now.
Uno hasn't gotten a kill in like 2 days.
Bay's going to close things out. Great round from Wildcard.
Again, Wildcard showing that great resilience despite
Yes, Ace of Pyrite did have a stroke. Yeah. But Sir Pineapple, thank you very much for the sub. Genuinely appreciate it. I don't think I need to do it, but just in case, that's the Interro charm. If you have your Twitch and UB connected, which I am certain you do, I imagine you are on the grind to get your own charm. I apologize if you already have a charm.
They've been able to fight their way back into round at man disadvantage, out of position.
Enjoy the car.
They've been able to deal with what G2 are throwing at them, and you know what? I don't want to get carried away. It's early in the day yet in terms of this match.
I have struggled to keep up to date with everybody who has a streamer charm. Yeah, Extra said that my charm was shit. That's fine. That doesn't hurt my feelings. Jesse's cat is cuter than mine.
Facts.
I have a very large Bengal cat. He's not
just a little
cute.
baby.
I wouldn't say that my cat is cute. He is very he's very beautiful. Master Cheems, you've been following since September 11th, 2019 as well. What is going on with all these September? Did I just only stream on September 11th?
It's a ritual.
Yeah.
I think Parker might have been more involved than we thought.
I never forget to stream.
That's a little bit suspicious.
Until I lied about having a political stream to my face in real life.
That is fucked
I
up.
have done multiple political streams, but they have not been solely political. Lucy, when did you start following me? August 5th, 2018.
At least a 3-3, I think. You know, I'd say a 2-4 is enough on the attack.
You are December 19th, 2019, Kimona. Unfortunately, my brand has become so heavily intertwined with politics that it is inescapable. I can do any type of content humanly possible, and there is a not insignificant number of chatters who will want me to talk politics. It's inescapable. Long and the short of why we aren't casting this major is that A, it's not a major. It's a one-off event that's divorced of the regular circuit. They took other considerations into account when hiring talent, and Jesse and I were not at the top of that different list. So, and that's okay. Does the Bengal cat prove the pet looks like their owner pattern? No, because this cat's 7 and we didn't originally get him. It was my partner's grandmother, and then she's in a nursing home now, so nobody could care for the cat, so we took the cat.
G2, you know, they definitely had a plan for this push, but every little thing that could have gone wrong did. Loira with his
Somebody
shots.
should check when Uno's last kill came on Saturday, so we know exactly how long it's been since he got a kill.
Was Uno the guy? Was it Uno or was it Kanto who played an entire BO3 3 maps without getting a single kill?
I don't think Kanto has that in him.
This was like a year or two ago. It was Uno?
Yeah, I was going to say, Kanto...
Okay.
Yeah.
That was when Uno was on Heroic?
That was Uno's September 11th.
I think.
That was Uno's 9/11.
I think he was on Heroic for that. Or no, he's never on Heroic. Yeah, he was.
Uno was on Heroic, yeah.
I just looked at his teams.
With you playing the mount, so 2 options. And for CO guys after, like, let's do this fire push, have the mount open. Okay, so just be aware to clean the goal in
Crown, you followed August 5th, 2018.
Okay.
Well, the face, it's not easy.
Also can be good. phase also can be good, okay? Like just because they, if you go for splits, like be in mind that they can be more turtle, and we can also play for first fluff. Let's go, guys.
Let's fucking go, boys.
So that's an impressive amount of followers before 2020. I think for those of you that haven't been around for a while, when I lived in Poland, my average viewership when I would stream from Poland in the morning would be anywhere between 700 to 1200 concurrents.
Shut up, Tim. But the focus there is on really
Like I would be streaming in the morning, and it would literally just be like the only people streaming at the time of day would be Bikini Body, me, and Shate, and we would all have like about 600, 700, 800 viewers.
Like, as we've remarked, it's been very isolated.
Yeah, like in 20.
Blaze,
right
I
before
showed the
SI
cat.
2020. I was the
You just weren't
6th
here.
most watched Rainbow Six streamer.
Okay, Blaze.
We ain't fixed that the last 2 days. We can't easily fix that today. Let's focus on
Absolutely wild.
I don't think people realize how dead Rainbow Six was on Twitch prior to the pandemic. Like, Jesse, to your point yesterday, like, Rainbow Six used to be just completely dead. I explained it a little bit to chatters, where it would be like, you'd look on at 9 p.m. Eastern, there would only be like 7K people watching Rainbow Six, and 3K of them would be in King George's channel. Like, Jinxie and Co. have completely revitalized this game and sent it to new heights on Twitch.
They desperately do not want this to be a 5-1-1. I would back G2 on the defense.
I don't speak Polish at all.
They are so good on consular that they will be difficult to
You love Katowice, but you're black and probably not welcome there. Well, I remember the first time we went out with Veli. We went to a mall, and people were literally stopping to stare at him. It was very uncomfortable. Like, we were sitting near the mall food court, and we went to go grab a coffee, and this, like, family of, like, this grandmother heard what I assume was, like, her daughter, the mother, and then 2 children. All 4 of them stopped and turned to look at him. And I was just like, come on, man.
Huge news, by the way. We've got another 50,000 channel points spent by Cole Cube to time out Extra for another 10 minutes. Points well spent. Thank you very much, Cole. Get him out of here.
Over there whilst Uno opened the main garage. That's not really the case this time. They're all stacked up on this rear side apart from Alamo.
Chat doesn't miss today. This is a good day.
Alamo is on the ash and he's
Veli's back, by the way. Veli's producer
in Poland?
For the... Veli got a job doing like production work for the esports arena.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he works for the HyperX esports arena. He called me the other day on Discord. He video called me from the production booth, and he's like, yo, when are you coming to Vegas? Let me produce a show with you. And I was like, okay, like, give me a job then. Like,
yeah.
That's not really my decision, dude. Like,
hire me, I'm there.
When do I just figure I'll go to Vegas to just go to an esports arena event? Yeah.
That's cool though. He's like actually a producer?
I don't know what he does. He has some kind of title, but he was working as like an anchor, not an anchor, but like a reporter for that little like local news channel.
Yeah, in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I don't know if he quit or if he got fired or what, but
wouldn't surprise me if he just like wanted to go back into esports, so he quit his news job to go into esports when he had the opportunity.
He's always wanted to be in esports, and he's made no secret about that.
Yeah.
To just be there a little bit sooner. Alamo keeps searching and seeking here, picks up beer, finds himself now 1v3.
How long does Uno stay on this team? Man, I don't fucking know.
Did somebody go back to Saturday to tell us how many kills Uno got and when the last kill was?
Oh boy, Uno, man.
G2 will be down 4-1 at that point. I'll give it to Wildcard, Tim. They are slamming the door in the face of G2 right now. And when G2 look to get...
Well, we might be getting a 1v1 at least.
I think a huge part of Poland is quite racist, and I think it does a disservice to not call a spade a spade.
Nothing he can do. Wildcard up 4-1.
Fantastic play again from them, like I say.
I think there is an incredible amount of racism in Poland. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that out loud. Every country is racist. There's a lot of racism in Canada too, guys. Like, it's
like, that was the point that Wildcard had actually pushed into G2 at the rear side of sight. So
I read that you said he hasn't gotten a kill in 12 rounds. That does not answer my question.
They were out at bottom spiral stairs. Alamo's all the way back in car garage, so he's not in really a position to challenge on.
I love how Tim says car garage, like, or garage. It's like, as opposed to what other type of garage? I guess like snowmobile garage, but it's still a garage. We just call it snowmobile because there's a fucking snowmobile in it.
I mean, yeah, on Chalet there's 2 garages, so you've got to be specific.
Veli is not MAGA. Veli is like a liberal, but I have no idea if he's changed his stripes. Like Veli hated Donald Trump and shit like that, but when he worked for a local news channel, you kind of have to play both sides.
Don't say you're thinking of Jesse to the guy who talked about being MAGA. That's not me.
Jesse is MAGA.
I'm not MAGA.
Jesse asked a very inappropriate question earlier today and then said, as somebody on the far right of the screen, but he put a lot of emphasis on far right, an uncomfortable
He was on the
amount of
right
emphasis.
side of the picture. I don't know how else to describe that. We're looking at a picture of people. That's a very normal way to describe where that person was standing in the picture.
If that sentence was a baseball, Jesse threw some heat on the far right portion of the sentence.
Me trying to separate Alberta is not MAGA, okay? That's our God-given right to get away from the French. That is valid.
Tom McDonald. Look, I say what you will about like culture war politics, but it's like pretty much like every like outright conservative musician who only writes conservative music, it is just unlistenable garbage. Like, I think it is hilarious that right-wingers have to endure Tom McDonald's trash. His music is irredeemably bad. It could have the most left-leaning messages possible, and I'd still be dunking on how absolute shit it is. It's fucking garbage, and they've like convinced themselves it's good. Those poor people. Thunders just said you were MAGA, by the way.
Thunders isn't even American. He's Brazilian. What does he know? Why would I talk to Brazilians about that?
Are you suggesting that Brazilians are not aware of the world around them? That's very racist, Jesse.
Oh my god.
Chat, add it to the list.
You're from Texas? Oh shit, I'm thinking of the other Thunders.
So it was a flawless round, so I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Uno did not get a kill that round either.
Are better than this is the reality. The players are better than this. But it
Thoughts on Yuri? Who's Yuri?
Where we're seeing G2 come in and just fail to deliver in the server.
Don't forget, it's not just a tournament, because throughout all of the last year, every event they've been to has been through the LCQs. They didn't finish high enough in league play.
Chat, it's a good time to proselytize to you. Join my Discord. Join Jesse's too. If you type !Discord in my stream, you'll get my Discord server. Or alternatively, you can just open up Discord and just type Interro into the search bar and it will auto join you to my Discord.
How did you get that? How do I get that?
It's old. It's a legacy thing. It was from being a Discord partner, but they don't take it away. Yeah. So if you open Discord and click like the little icon to join a server and you literally just type Interro in, it will auto join you to my Discord.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you, G2 fans.
Okay, I don't think this is over for G2. The console's like the second most defender-sided map in the game. I think they absolutely could come back and win this. Thankfully, G2 are famously a team who are very mentally resilient and who will not choke in the face of a bad situation.
I need to get a photo for a tweet.
Legacy Discord partner flex. Listen, I wasn't alive back then. The oldies got to have something good for them.
And to then lose one after the other, just seemingly in rhythmic fashion, the same way they got flawless rounded in round 4. I don't know what's going on.
Trying to get a good screen grab here.
Uno famously has big comebacks after going down 0-6. Famously indeed. Indeed.
Oh.
This guy casted TF2. I casted TF2 like after it had already died though. That's what you got to remember. Like after all the good TF2 players and casters went to Overwatch, that was my peak in TF2. Okay, once that game was dead, I was casting it.
Somebody asked why I'm not casting. I'll say this multiple times. We should probably make like a command for it, I guess, eh? The reason why we're not casting is because it's not an event that's tied in with the regular circuit, so the same considerations for talent are not there. It's also a much smaller and much shorter event. Instead of having 4 to sometimes even 5 duos working in one day, there are only 2 duos working a day because there's a lot of downtime and there aren't a lot of matches. And because of that, the considerations that they use to pick talent were different from the regular considerations, so they prioritized different casting pairs because of that. Also, Jesse killed somebody, and they told him that he had to miss an event. So
yeah, that was tough.
Yeah,
and I've learned from that murder. I won't do it again.
Also, Jesse was at January 6th.
Well, so were you. Don't put that all on me.
I was there as a defender of freedom. No, you were a participant.
We were both participating in defending freedom. That's why we
No,
breached
you
the
were-
walls. We were playing Rainbow Six Siege IRL. We were
You shouted
sieging.
who owns the news and then charged at the building.
Yeah, big roller coaster's not going to get away with anything on my watch.
I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. You know who sings that song?
Nope.
It's Johnny Cash.
I've heard of him.
Johnny Cash.
I've heard of him. Yep. I think my granny used to listen to him.
She single?
That's the dead one, so yes.
Oh, so I have to reanimate her corpse. That was the one that I have to put her ashes back together, right?
See, Loira Demon locking in on the D. Consulate defense. Don't worry, chat. Uno is still not going to get a kill the entire rest of the event, but I wouldn't worry about it. Still in a 4v2, not a problem.
Jesse listens to Tom McDonald, Kid Rock, and Toby Keith's Red, White, and Blue.
This is interesting.
Is Gen 6, but what did I say?
Have you listened to the new Kanye West single?
I saw a clip of 2 white people singing it in a car, and that was enough for me.
It's literally called Hail Hitler.
Yup.
Like, we get it, dude. Like, we get it, dude.
Yeah.
Like, enough, man. Like, we get it.
Themselves back to 5-4, and then they can start. Yeah, if Wildcard pick one up, maybe they can. They only need to find a couple.
There you go. Timberwolf actually doing mod things. Incredible. Now we have a
Timberwolf,
Y
my
command.
only mod in chat has now gone over to your stream, so.
Is Timberwolf a mod in your chat?
No, it's Meat Garage, but now he's watching in your stream.
Oh, damn right. Damn right.
The first 90 seconds were great. They drained away
Okay, well, Sprub my mod is
Sprabuni,
there.
Sprabuni, who is not called Sprabunny. Sprabuni.
Uno was the IGL. People said that it got changed to...
So Loira went on
Loira,
Raz's
right?
stream and said that he was IGLing.
Okay.
So, I mean, unless he was dicking around, but Uno is now 7-25. I mean, I think in order to avoid needlessly dunking on somebody based on their role, that you need to analyze what role he's playing. Like, obviously not getting a kill in 2 games is bad. Doesn't matter what your role is. But
Yeah.
it is more excusable depending on what role he's playing. Next person to time out as a neo-Nazi, Jesse, you're up.
Axu has redeemed time someone out for 50,000 channel points. Axu, who would you like to tack time out? No judgment based on who you pick here. And he's chosen extra. Wonderfully done. We'll see you in 10 minutes extra. 3 for 3. Good things. Good
Technically,
things
Jesse's
happening.
the one who's timing you out. So remember when you said the next person to time you out is a neo-Nazi, it's Jesse's hands who will be clicking the timeout button. I'd just like the record to show.
Listen, I'm just following orders, okay? Chat told me what to do here.
The Nazis were just following orders, Jesse. You walked right into that one.
I just have to do what chat tells me. What kind of streamer am I if I'm not listening to my chat?
We need to get the casters together and we need to play Secret Hitler on stream again. Because, like,
That would be fun.
legitimately, when we played that Secret Hitler stream we did with, like, Bacon and Troy and Chapstick and all that way back in the day is some of the most fun I've ever had streaming. It's just you calling each other Nazis, which at the time was fun because the Nazis didn't really have any power, but now it's kind of scary because they kind of do. So it's like...
Ooh, Doki.
Gets a beautiful kill onto Kansan at copy door. Goes in for afters, but he's not going to get a treat.
It's a nice trade.
Taken out by Dash. 4 versus 4.
Uno is praising the Lord, trying to pray for a kill in this game.
What happens if you're a gambling addict and an alcoholic and they say, I bet you won't finish that beer? What happens? Like, what do you think? Is there like some kind of like internal like disagreement that happens?
You made this exact same joke yesterday, Parker.
I know. Secret Hitler is a card game where all of you are so there's 1 to 2 people who are given a card that basically says like you are a Nazi or you are Hitler. And the whole purpose of the game is to get the people who are not Nazis or Hitler eliminated by basically pretending that they are. So every single person playing is going to say, yeah, I'm not a Nazi. but at minimum 1 to 2 of them are. So it's a game of deception.
Good
And
entry
basically,
by Dash. Hold on.
Convince the others that one of the quote-unquote good guys is actually a Nazi.
Dash plants here.
It's a very, very fun game. And if you have,
he was ready
have,
for
like,
it
the card
too.
simulator game on Steam,
Spiker doesn't win these.
like if you buy
He's
like
kind of
Tabletop
shaking.
Simulator or whatever it's called, there you can download the free mod.
Nice
for
try,
Secret Hitler and play with your friends,
Spiker.
and it's
Fuck.
actually a fucking blast. It's so much fun.
That was their best chance yet, for sure.
It's also a real card game.
I guess
like,
they've only
you
had
buy
2
it and
chances
play
to
them
attack,
in real
but
life too. But
4 seconds after they bounce off a surface, so you send it in, you let it bounce. You know if there's somebody in there.
Will, you
You're
really
gonna kill?
shouldn't type that.
What?
I know the context. I just really don't think you should type that.
Type what?
I'm talking to Will.
Who's Will?
The camper.
Oh.
He's a camper.
I mean, there's so many things from Twitch chat that you can just take out of context. I don't really trouble it, because if somebody tries if somebody deliberately tries to like get you in a gotcha over something that isn't what you meant, it's very easy to just explain it.
Will, you're headed straight to jail. The state is coming for you. Now the woke libs are going to take away your freedom of speech, and you will die.
Yeah, Will, we used to say that you were a great Hitler in Twitch chat until the woke came.
That's what I'm saying.
What's the Norm Macdonald quote? You know, that Hitler guy. The more I hear about him, the more I just don't care for him.
Down to the base we go. G2 still 2 rounds behind, mind you, and Wildcard looking to get that first round on the board.
G2, as I said, I think they need one.
There's a real Norm Macdonald quote. How are you doing, Fauna? Nice to see you. Angry Cat, nice to see you as well. I just think it's so funny that you have been calling Sprabooni by the wrong name for like half
He
a
didn't
decade.
say it was the wrong name. He just said I was unique in my interpretation of the pronunciation.
He literally just typed how to pronounce it in chat, and it is Sprabooni, which is what I've been saying this whole fucking time.
No, he didn't. Where did he say this?
My name, don't worry about it. I just wanted a unique name for Minecraft server. I never thought about it. And then where was it above?
Yeah, exactly. He didn't say. He has given no specific pronunciation instructions. Oh shit, yes he did. Sprabooni.
Sprabooni. Yeah, wow, look at that.
Okay, well, this is, maybe he's wrong. Did you ever think about that, Parker?
You think that Sprabooni, who literally made up a fake name that has never existed before, that he and he alone determined the pronunciation of, is actually incorrect because you have some secret information that he doesn't know about?
I'm just thinking we should hear out all arguments before we jump to a conclusion.
What else are you keeping secret, Jesse? You keep secret information. Is there maybe a tabletop game that you might be keeping secret too, Jesse, by any chance?
You think I'm hiding the board game Secret Hitler from you?
Maybe it's not a board game to you, Jesse. You're treading on very tight territory here, my friend.
I really don't like the direction this stream, this co-stream has gone the last few days.
It's all in good fun. People don't actually get mad about this kind of stuff.
Feels like I'm being a little attacked here. I'm not gonna lie here, Parker. I just
You
think
have been
maybe our
sicking your
chat,
you have been sicking your chat on me for 3 days.
and that's
Finally, I can
deserved.
counterpunch.
That's deserved, but I just think that maybe this chat should be a little bit more open-minded.
Yeah, exactly. Listen to Cash City. There's too much Nazi content on this channel. We need to go back to talking about 9/11. This is, by the way, chat, on a very serious note, while we watch this Wildcard G2 round. Actually, hold on. I'll talk about it in 40 seconds. Oh, come on, Kansan.
My fucking goat.
I think you're ahead of me. I'm at 34, 33, 32, 31, 30.
We're good, we're good, we're
29.
good.
Kansan is so good in those sort of 1vx multiplayer situations.
Dude, Kansas has actually no help from his teammates. On the other side of the bomb site.
Where are Bay and Spiker?
They're both like yellow. Bro, and it doesn't even matter. Kansas just plants by himself. I'm worried about where Alamau is. Never mind. That's a different guy. Very different guy. Wrong esport. Don't think we can give him that nickname without people getting a little upset.
I don't think the people who watch Valorant will give a single shit. Or Overwatch, for that matter.
I think they will come in and they will tear you to pieces.
No. So chat, on a very serious note, and I mean this genuinely, you know how people say you can't make jokes about stuff, like you can't make jokes about like trans people, you can't make jokes about like 9/11, blah, blah, blah. This stream is like a perfect example of how tastefully you actually can make those jokes. Like, there are just a bunch of really awful, offensive people who make mean-spirited comments that they then hide behind this shield of woke, or hide behind this shield saying that like the woke are telling them that they can't make jokes anymore. No, you can always make jokes about that stuff. It comes down to what kind of joke are you making and from what perspective is it coming. And I'm being sincere when I say like the way that you all are joking about this and the way that Jesse and I are joking about this is exactly how you make those jokes. People just, they're not jokes. People will just make like a sexist or bigoted remark and then be like, haha, and it's like, that's not a joke, dog, you're just being racist. Or that's not a joke, you're just being sexist. This is a good example about how you can actually tastefully and appropriately joke about that stuff and not get in trouble. So just keep that in mind for a lot of you. Yeah, I'm into dark humor, says slurs. It's like, no, it's like, that's not. Anyway, I just wanted to say that because a lot of people seem to think that you can't joke about these topics, and you absolutely can. You have to do it appropriately, and that is the rub. A lot of these people are not appropriate. They're awful, and they just want to make racist remarks and say it's a joke.
Knights and 7. I'm gonna get a ban out on this guy, please.
Dude, Blaz just got annihilated. Did you see that?
That's a devastating death too, because now you've hyped up Baby Shark, double-digit demon, and you're in a desperate situation. You got to win the next 3 defenses here, and there's gonna be a Blackbeard jumping down your yellow stairs. This is cooked. They actually have a good crossfire on yellow if Alamo doesn't leave, because Loira's down below. If he jumps in, they get an easy back shot. Easy back shot for Loira, except he whiffed. Except Bay. Okay.
Uno finally got a kill, and it might be for nothing at all. Like, that's actually so sad. The only kill you have in 2 games is the most impactless frag possible. We'll see.
Yeah, it's gonna
G2 can still very easily win this. There's lots of time, but like...
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, attackers have the fuse kit, that's not a problem.
A first kill has hit Uno's score bug.
Loads of soft breach here too with the Ash. This is good from Baby Shark.
For G2 potentially as the vertical work continues. I think just a little bit of a concern about a potential flank coming up yellow stairs. It's not actually happening, but Wildcard obviously felt that they'd heard.
This position that's being played by Uno can get shot from above in the vert. Okay, now it can't.
But that's the big problem for them, Des. There's a minute left to go. This is
bro, they read you like a book, Doki. Dude, Uno needs a 1v3. Yeah, alright, dude. We get a 1v1. I don't think Uno sticks around after this tournament. I hate to say it. They need a fucking miracle 1v1 here, and then to go on a deep run for Uno to keep his job.
So as a reminder of how that will work, it's a 1v1 on Chalet, no shields. If G2 are able to win the 1v1, if Loira can come through for them,
it is Loira. Okay, it's Loira.
I was gonna say, I mean, it's to me, it's a no-brainer. You guys want to put Uno in the 1v1? I think you people are evil, sick people.
Congrats to the Wildcard believers. Troop Chairman getting a fat payout on that.
Extra, didn't you say something really rude to me the other day on Twitter?
That sounds like him.
Your Twitter account looks familiar. I got a notification that I thought you said something rude to me, but I can't remember what you said.
He's definitely not a kind of Doku player. I haven't really seen him run around on things with vigilant, or not that you normally would anyway. So I'm like, okay, what's he got in mind? At least it's high spirits. That's the key thing to know. You need the confidence of going into a 1v1.
Maybe not.
But it's certainly not a great situation to be in.
It's kind of what you do. I got a notification that somebody like responded to a tweet of mine or tweeted at me or something like that, and I remember looking at it and I was like, who the fuck is this?
mean, this is just
All right, I'm going over to Loud Fnatic. Fnatic are getting their balls chopped off here.
They're doing a duel. Why are you abandoning the duel?
Because it's going to take them like 10 minutes to set it up. I'll go back when it starts.
But my God, he's had a phenomenal performance. He's the top fragger in the server right now, all the way up to 11.
I can't remember if it was extra.
It was
said
almost
something, like, real out of
certainly
pocket
extra.
to me on Twitter, and I looked at it and I was like, that's really rude.
It was a hot. I would be shocked if it wasn't him.
I don't really care if people are rude to me on the internet. That's like, that was when that one clip went semi-viral of the kids just like saying the N-word while I was streaming, and I was like, okay, like you're gonna get a vacation and you're gonna wonder why, and this was the moment. You should be more careful about what you say. And then people were just like, this guy's so soft. It's like, I'm a 34-year-old man who literally grew up playing Call of Duty. I can guarantee you, I've heard worse stuff on the internet that you could possibly say to me. It doesn't bother me. I am not bothered by it. I roll my eyes at it because it is childish and silly.
Oh, he actually sees him.
But
He actually. Dude, Perez. Oh my fucking God, Fnatic, go home.
It was extra, but it's hard for Interro to remember because extra's a nobody. That's correct. Oh, when Jesse tweeted he was co-streaming, I said, oh, Interro will be there. Hashtag ew. I love the hashtag ew.
Yeah. 10 gifted to transfer Evan Jail's mod status to extra. Bro, you'd have to make it 1,000 for me to mod extra.
Loud, they find the gap again. It was a simple secondary pistol, make the right word hole and find the planter.
And Fnatic, let's not forget, they took their tactical timeout.
A deal? All right, you pay first.
At 0-3, they ended up with an 0-5 start.
I will stop modding. Losing Spra, quote unquote, Booney, is not going to be worth that trade-off, unfortunately.
Going to this game, they reloaded 4 of their 6 bullets, as you can see on that top overlay, whereas Fnatic had 8, they only reloaded 2.
So in this game, there's no chance of a 1v1 no matter what happens, because both Fnatic and Loud were terrified of this matchup and didn't want to gamble. Looks like it will be Bay for Wildcard playing in the 1v1.
So you can't really go too crazy in the end.
I mean, you could have gone.
Oh yeah, 6 Nanix.
You could have put your 6 plus.
That's true.
I guess you could have gone 2. Yeah, no, you are right actually, because they get 6 out of the extended mag. Yeah. They already have 6. Yeah. So they could have gone. They were on 6 plus 6, but you can't go that high because you can only reload as many bullets.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they didn't go Kansan for the 1v1, to be honest.
I think they've min-maxed this pretty well without sacrificing.
A lot of confidence in Bay, though. I wonder if they like actually put in the effort to like scrim 1v1s and find out who is the best on the team. Wouldn't surprise me. It sounds like a fun team exercise. Prediction for the 1v1? Loira up against Bay? I actually think Loira is a better player than Bay is.
Okay, the tweet is out, chat.
But it's fun to hate on
I'm gonna
Loira.
ask you. I'm gonna come to you and ask you to boost this. I'm gonna ask you to boost this tweet for me. There's the tweet.
What are you yapping about?
You shut up and click the link.
Dude, all of your messages just got deleted.
Why?
Because you're not a mod in my chat, so it's just a spam of message deleted, message deleted, message
Oh,
deleted,
it
message
shows
deleted.
up on my chat. It's
That's
so
very
funny.
funny.
That's actually so good. All of your, oh my god.
And they're actually going to go send it into side. Jaxo walks
Thanks,
straight
chat.
to a Gumai. He can't plant as of yet.
Thanks, everybody. Y'all are the best.
But Live is there, and he
So,
sprays him on down.
honestly, the strat for Loira here is he wants to win he wants to win this 1v1 3-1 or 3-2. Because if
I
he
gotta
wins...
repost the tweet. I gotta repost the tweet. Hang on. I have a spelling error.
Dude, don't repost it. It gets you more engagement. Spelling errors are good. I purposely put spelling errors in my tweets sometimes. So, oh my god, Live.
It's all up to Deepak now, and he's down on the side. He needs to go back up again.
No, I lost the photo too.
Deepak trying to clutch like it's 2023. Hold the phone. When did Rogue win? Was that 2024? No, it was 2023. You're not Spoit's teammate anymore, Deepak. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have to go back and find that clip of Kansan.
Okay, I want to talk about the standings real quick here. So for G2, suppose they win this 1v1 and don't get immediately eliminated from the tournament. If they win it 3-0, they will end up with 3 points, 3 bullets, And since they have a better round diff, they will be ahead of Scarz on the standings, which means Scarz gets to choose their opponent first and could take Elevate to get the gigantic boost in points. Now, G2, on the other hand, if they win 3-2 or 3-1 in the 1v1, would end up with 2 bullets, which would put them below Scarz in the standings, but it would keep them above Scarz in the pick order, which would allow them to pick Elevate and then make the big gamble to jump up into first place. Now, G2 have already used their extended mag, right? I think they just used it against Wildcard.
G2 used the extended mag for this match.
Okay, so they couldn't jump up as high as Scarz could potentially jump up, but they would still be able to jump up 8 points, which would get them up to 10, which would get them in a competitive spot for the final day, for sure.
Wildcard wanted to play it a lot, haven't banned it away this tournament yet so far. Here we go.
Thanks, Jesse.
Assuming G2 haven't already played Elevate, which they have not.
He's on the line, and it's all on Loira's shoulders.
Absolutely, that as a final reminder of what.
And it's like, obviously, there might be other teams that you can beat other than Elevate, but because Elevate have so many points, they're a more valuable opponent to face, because you can then gamble more points yourself.
Okay, I got it.
Hydrate you, Theory Crafter. Okay. Loira has picked Glaz to start off the 1v1 duel. Are we serious right now? Are we serious picking Glaz in the 1v1?
I'm more surprised by the pick on the other side. Glaz here, Fox. Man's really going for it.
Bay's gone Boss G. Every single other person is picking Boss G in these 1v1s.
Okay. Chat's gonna get deleted, but whatever. Mod's gonna repost it. I need your interactions right now, please. Thank you. Please, I'm desperate. I need it. I'm desperate.
I'm shocked you reposted with the spelling mistake. You would probably get a better tweet if you kept the spelling mistake in.
I'd expect the plant to come down probably in the little games area because there's not really.
Looking for the spawn peak. Bay doesn't find it.
If you got him off the rip, that would have been absolutely spectacular.
So he just saw him with the default cam, and he would have heard that. So he should know that it's a Glaz. I feel like the strat only works with the Glaz if you don't know there's a Glaz, but he got caught on the default and he just heard the
planting
sniper rifle.
Are you allowed to plant?
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
that in the
of
rules?
course. Wow, he gets it done. And then he drops into the smoke. Bay, are we serious? Dude, you knew it was a Glaz. You saw him on a cam and you heard the sniper rifle. There should have been no question it was a Glaz. He drops into the smoke. Generational decision making from Wildcard.
I mean, we talked about it. He's just going to go in. He has the potential to plant because you don't really know if the Glaz is going to be there. He used the
What a round. That's 35 IQ siege. Oh my god.
Unfortunate for him, he had no clue that it was going to be a Glaz in there, but it looks like G2 or at least Loira was really prepared for this one.
Baby Shark thinking it should have been me. That is not a promising start for Bay. Holy.
Interestingly, he's gone for the Ella. Now, I don't think that's a pick that we've seen as of yet, but it kind of leans into one similar that we saw. We did see the Fenrir picked earlier in the first 1v1 that we had. So, again, a similar sort of...
I don't mind.
Oh my god, I just saw the Ozempic clip. Oh my Jesus, chat.
What clip?
So this is verbatim what Trump says. A friend of mine who is a businessman, very, very, very top guy. Most of you would have heard of him. Highly neurotic, brilliant businessman, seriously overweight, and he takes the fat shot drug. He's talking about Ozempic. Dude, like, I will say this. Donald Trump is fucking awful, and the world will be a better place when he's no longer in it. But he's unironically, genuinely so funny.
He is funny.
And I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Like, he's hilarious. And it's not like because he tries.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it.
So Twitch drone might be smart here because it can disable the Grismots, right? And he gets more drones just to find his opponent. I was expecting Loira to just keep a Grismot in pocket, but I guess you're not so worried about him like planting or anything, and obviously he can't play a shield.
He can come up any single staircase. That's why he's using the Twitch to give him the illusion of just mystery.
They're tri-casting again, by the way. It's Fox on the cast this time.
Yeah, I heard that. I don't love it, but I also don't like the way they do this picture-in-picture. I don't think it's good.
Yeah.
There is a better way to convey this information.
I think Loira's more than happy to back himself here, essentially. I've got my minds out, they're going to signal where he's coming from, and I'll swing, and I'm, quite happy to take the gunfight very much.
Is there a reason why they are so allergic to just doing top-down while they're droning and positioning?
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
I feel like switching here to top-down right before action happens is the best solution.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
I don't know why. Like, use top-down. It's at your disposal.
Babe, don't just keep peeking the same holes.
I'm actually confounded that Loira's using Ella. It's just like, what if we take... Well, he doesn't have the F2, but I was like, what if we take 2 of the highest fire rate weapons? Oh!
Dude, Bay. Wow. That was a nice shot coming out from Bay.
You guys got ads in Jesse's stream, so you all switched over here? Welcome, everybody. I love the camera shot of just the mostly empty chairs, then Bay's just off on an island.
Going for an aggressive fast plant, then Bay bringing a slow methodical approach. I love the back and forth because all Loira.
Wow, what a shot, dude. That's beautiful. I was worried about Bay's positioning, dude. When the first swing came out, he was just standing in the middle of the doorway. It would have been such an easy pick from Loira, but he wasn't expecting it.
I thought of a better quote for the tweet, but I can't delete it, and I don't pay for Twitter Blue, so I can't edit it. It wasn't even like a meme joke. I should have just said something along the lines of like, why is Kansan playing from Team Rocket headquarters? I think that's much funnier. Fuck! It's too late. Dude, I just don't use Twitter anymore. I check it like maybe once a day. Being free of social media is so nice.
Yeah, Twitter is horrible.
I only use Twitter when I'm like working.
And the mental game is
They might hear him out here. He's going up the stairs anyways. Loira could just like jump in and plant. Oh, Bay! Bay, no! Dude, he had the perfect read on everything that was going on, and then I don't know what the fuck he was doing jumping out that window.
Did they just cut away during action, by the way?
No.
Apparently you're really far behind.
I had put myself behind B to try to line up with you, but I'll go back to live.
I mean, I'll tell you where I'm at. You're only like, you only need to pause for like a second. Oh, okay, that's what I missed. I missed the jump out.
That was really sad. All right, some of your time.
Deleted Twitter because of all the porn. That's the only reason why I keep it. That's a joke.
What's your time at?
44, 43, 42, 41, 40.
All right, we're good.
39, 38, 37.
We're good.
36.
Right, so if Wildcard win this, they get 1 extra bullet. If G2 win this, they don't get eliminated from the tournament.
A defense won yet. It's been 3 attacking rounds that have been won. Will the trend continue? Very much a slow, methodical approach last time around. This time going to be bringing the knock now. Interesting.
So if Loira wins this, it's actually exactly what he wants, because he wins 3-1. That puts them below Scarz in the standings, so they get first pick on opponent. And
it makes me deeply uncomfortable that you're hashtagging goon in my chat. Go to Jesse's chat and goon it up so that it destroys his chat algorithm.
Chat algorithm. Describe that to me, Parker. What is that?
It's how you show up on the For You page of Twitch.
Your chat has nothing to do with how you show up on the For You page of Twitch.
I know.
There's even have a For You page.
Yeah, it does.
That is the front page.
That's it.
Okay.
What happens if another team is not eliminated and there are 9 teams still up tomorrow? They send Jesse to Brazil to kill one of the teams. just like he did with the producer.
What Sprabunny said is that they basically take, I think, the top team, and they just give them a free win. They take one team and they give them a free win. Well, I think they take whatever team is not chosen, and they give them a free win with the average amount of points that the other winners got.
I'm redoing the tweet.
Parker.
Yeah.
You're about to watch G2 get eliminated from the most important tournament of their lives, and you're tweeting about Team Rocket.
Lawyer's about to win this and save the team, so...
Bro, you're doubting Bay right now?
Yes. Lyra was like one of the most mechanically skilled players in Brazil.
You're doubting the guy that dropped the hatch right into a Glaz smokes? That Bay? We're talking about the same Bay here?
Bay is a good player. Lyra is a better player.
I've never seen Bay lose this.
Interro.
Wait, this is actually so smart from Lyra. Wow.
G2 stays alive.
I said this like 10 times before you did. Don't come in here like you told me so. There are no op bans in the 1v1s, except for shields.
Yeah, I'm redoing the tweet, dude. How many likes is it at?
Alright, what's B-Stream looking at? B-Stream's looking at a 25-minute timer. Okay, sick.
61 likes? In how many minutes? Should I delete it? 61 likes in 9 minutes?
I think you're trolling if you're deleting this tweet a second time.
Nah, dude, you gotta get it right.
How do you put up anyone but Kansan?
Welcome to my chat, Extra. You're not banned here, dude. Extra, you're allowed to be here.
I feel like Kansan probably was the better pick, but I'm curious like if they did like internal 1v1s and Bay just performed better in those.
Thank you for the chat. It was nice meeting you in Atlanta.
And the casters were saying as well that like they all picked their 1v1 warrior ahead of time. So I wonder if it's possible to change your 1v1 player. I guess it doesn't.
I'm redoing it.
I guess it doesn't matter because you can only do 1v1s today anyways. 1v1s are over after today. I'm excited to see SSG with 20 bullets. Dude, this tournament is literally just, can you use your extended mag against an APAC team? It's kind of goofy. Can you explain how they get to the 1v1s? So today only, if you would be eliminated from the tournament because you lost your game and you ran out of bullets, you can instead 1v1 your opponent, and if you win that 1v1, you don't get eliminated from the tournament.
Seeing the Doom the Dark Ages advertisement as frequently as we have the last couple days legit made me install the very first Doom of the trilogy and play it last night, and oh my god, it is so much fun.
Were you playing that like when you were graduating from like college? Of Stake University. All right. I'm gonna step away for a second. I'll be right back, and then maybe we play a little GeoGuessr.
We got 6 minutes. We got time. I'll entertain the chat. Cool. He doesn't even wait. He's an unserious person. He's just like, I'm gonna step away, and then immediately runs. Huck Bam, thank you so much for the 4 months. Greatly appreciated, chat. Thank you very much for all the subs, all the follows, all the love. This shared chat with my chat and Jesse's chat is really quite nice. I am delighted to see how active you all have been over the last 3 days. I want to center myself a bit. There we go. What do you think of this? What do you think of this quote, chat? Live footage of Kansan playing from the Team Rocket headquarters. Or do you think we can do better? Again, let's democratize this process here. I like that when you play it, whatever, and then you have a Team Rocket meeting, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But like, what do we say? Is there a show cat button over here? No, my cat, it might be a show cat, but he is sleeping on the bed right now. Oh, I asked the opinion, then ads played. All right, we'll give it like a second though. We'll give it a sec. Kansan, the team gooning office is not going to be the fucking quip. You're exploiting us for labor whose fruit we will never enjoy. So you use the wrong whose. So I'm going to do some free labor now and correct your grammar and tell you that it's W-H-O-S-E. Who apostrophe S is only used for who is. You're welcome. You want to ban extra again? Okay. 1 minute. 62 seconds. I'll agree with you this time. 62 seconds. The caption is live footage of Kansan playing from the Team Rocket headquarters. Or should we say, is Kansan playing from the Team Rocket headquarters? How should we do this? Should I ask Grok? Think I should do that? Live footage of Kansan playing the Team Rocket headquarters.
Okay.
Yes, I posted this exact photo 3 times. No, Jesse's back.
Extra, I would like to time Interro out, but we tried it and it didn't work. I don't have that power, unfortunately.
No, Big Rocky Hawk. No, Big Rocky Cock. I'm assuming that's what your name is supposed to be a play off of. I'm not in Rio. Neither is Jesse, no.
Do you want to do a GeoGuessr 1v1, Parker?
Sure.
Okay. Do you want a, do you want a heads up? Do you want
Sure.
a little...
Rocky Hawk. Hawk 2 on that thing.
Don't show that link. I mean, it's fine if you do. We just have to remake the lobby.
I got it the 3rd time, chat. All right, chat, I'm going to need some more interactions here. You're going to have to help me boost this. Here you go. You're going to have to help me boost it. All right, what are we doing here?
Just click that link.
Those young people said it fast. Started calling me Big Rock Hawk, and football was hilarious to hear the announcers. That's good. What are we... You need to resub? You can resub if you'd like. You don't need to. It's not a requirement. Where are we...
I sent you a link.
Where did you send it?
On Discord. ACW... no move duel, and if you want a handicap, I will not guess on the first round.
I'm already handicapped. I'm a diabetic.
Yeah, but if I'm handicapped, then it evens out the playing field. Because you've got diabetes, and I didn't play the first round. Or if you want, we can just play normal. I don't care.
Do whatever you want, dude. Well, thanks, Big Rock. That's great. I appreciate you a lot.
All right, chat. We're going to own him today. We're going to own Interro Bang. I'm not going to guess this first one.
All right, so wait, what is this?
It's just duels. It's just 1v1.
Anywhere?
Yeah, world. A community world, to be specific. Okay, chat, I'm not going to put my guess in, but I will make a prediction.
Can I move?
No. Immediately, I'm thinking Malta based on these walls. Definitely Mediterranean. Malta's usually more mountainous, though. This is kind of a weird round. I think I'd still go Malta. It could be like Italy or something, though. This is like weird infrastructure for Europe,
sandwich we're
too.
eating here, isn't it?
I got an idea.
I do as well.
Can we see the sun? Sun's definitely
I'm
south.
torn between like 3 different places.
There's no timer until you guess.
I know.
And no reading chat.
I'm not reading chat at all.
I'm going to read chat this round only because I'm not guessing anyways.
Chat said it was Atlantis.
I'll guess Atlantis. I actually might lose this. Yeah, we're definitely not North America or anything like that. It's gotta just be like fucking... Yeah, I feel good about Malta, man. These buildings feel kind of NA, though. But, like, I don't think it is. I think they're just newer buildings, even though they look kind of old. I don't know. It's kind of a modern infrastructure style. Dude, this guy's taking forever.
I have no fucking idea, dude.
Look at the funny snow cone thing. This? I don't know what that's for. It's like grains or something. I don't know what they're farming over here. It's not really in season. I definitely could be Spain, too. Spain, Italy, Malta are kind of like the 3 that I think are most likely. I don't know. These little rock walls are they're everywhere in Malta. But, like, the landscape doesn't scream Malta to me. Malta's, like, I feel like more hilly. And, like, the fact that we can't see the ocean on a Malta round is quite rare, too. So, I don't know. It's definitely not Gabon, Africa.
Idea.
Called it! No, I didn't. Wow,
You
right
guessed
next to
Antarctica.
Malta. Yeah, I'm giving you the handicap. I would have gone Malta, by the way.
I guess Spain. I was actually decently close.
I don't hate Spain's a guess. Well, this one's a little easier.
This one's super easy.
It's a little easier. Are we thinking Ankara, chat?
Drop us in the middle of Turkey. Where in Turkey, though?
I like Ankara. Looks like a big city, of course, and there's like mountains up over here. It doesn't feel like Istanbul to me. I feel like Istanbul doesn't really have mountains, although I could be absolutely talking to my ass. We're going to go Ankara. Very well could be like any of these cities in the middle. It could be Kayseri, could be like fucking, I don't know, anywhere. Yeah, okay. All right. Not bad, not bad. It's giving Missouri, said chat. Okay.
Don't think it's in Missouri.
Ooh, I think this is where my advantage is. Road 5 in. Metal stop sign. This has got to be America. We're also growing corn. There's not a lot of corn growth in Canada, although there is a bit. Yeah, Great Plains, USA for sure. Feeling like South Dakota, Nebraska. Probably a little farther east. Maybe like Iowa. Don't mind Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota.
It's very obviously North America. It's just, is this Canada or is this America?
It's definitely the USA, chat. We also don't have like road PR. Like I've never seen that before, and I live in rural Canada. I like Iowa. Why not? Let's send it Iowa. All right, I guess so. You have 15 seconds. It was Canada? Ow. I'm shocked that was Canada. I was quite confident that was USA.
I didn't recognize the signs at all. I mean,
signs were weird.
I've never driven through Winnipeg or Manitoba before, so
that's surprising. It's also corn in Manitoba is pretty rare. Europal? This feels like the Alps to me. This feels like Austrian Alps or some shit. Osim Volza Dostev I mean, that's not German, I don't think. Could not be the Alps. Could be like Romania. Kind of nice for Romania, though, no? What language would this be? Feels Eastern on the languages, doesn't it? Maybe like Croatia, Slovenia? Let's try it. I guessed.
Wow, did you? I didn't know.
Talking so I've had people in duels not realize and they lose on the timer. Wow. Great job. Great job. That's close.
Almost in every single scenario, and Spiker said it best. When they were playing against Falcons, they struggled in the late rounds. Today, they were focusing on being far.
This also kind of feels like the Alps. More rural though.
Just always Europe.
7-3. It doesn't get any better than that.
I mean, every
To Europe.
fight was a 1v1, so it goes to show why Laura won.
Technically the part of Turkey. It was in Europe as well.
No, it wasn't.
It was in Western Turkey.
Yeah, but it was on the Middle East side
of
it. Yeah.
It was in the south?
He's talking to distract me. I don't know. I like rural Switzerland, I guess. It's not like it looks really poor though. Is the only thing I don't love about Switzerland. I mean, there's not a lot to go off of here. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think Switzerland ever gets this poor. I'm gonna go Slovenia actually. I'm going like right where we just were.
Such a plethora of operators. It wasn't just one static group. They weren't just
Only the peninsula of Europe is in Europe. Exactly.
Swapping it up. Pulse, Sense, Ying, Grim.
Damn.
Blackbeard.
Good guess.
Every single round was a new look that Wildcard was giving them.
Well, these are like this is a war of attrition. Like it's just
Yeah.
like
Well, it gets higher multipliers as we continue on.
To me, I'm
I don't
looking
know.
forward to seeing them actually competing in their home region.
Oh, this is tough one. Actually, this is tough.
great. This Google map is from 2014. Terrific. Don't even. I have no idea what happened here.
I think this is the hardest round so
directly
far.
northeast at the hedge. There's just part of the hedge that just did not spawn in. Textures
don't need it.
failed to render.
We don't need it. Yeah, this is the hardest round so far in my mind. What looks like this, dude? Maybe like rural Italy? Like north central Italy, maybe?
It's Europe again. Oh.
I have no idea, chat. It's like we've got mountains, but like they're not huge mountains, you know? I don't know. I'm gonna send it. Gut check. I don't fucking know. I do not fucking know.
Because only having 2 bullets where you're going to be seen on the bottom side, of course they'll be able
Switzerland.
I couldn't tell if those were the Alps or not. I had no idea.
Yeah,
That
they
hurts.
looked small for the Alps, which is why we'll try to go like south, kind of away from them, like the edge of the Alps. But yeah, that's a tough round. This round's easy. Russia.
Wonder where this is.
This is Russia, so we're gonna use road angles, chat. Assuming we're not in Ukraine. No. Okay. We're gonna go near Moscow at a road angle of about there. Sounds like this one. This road
Again,
angle.
this photo's from like before cameras were invented.
It's not quite right, but I think it's probably our best bet. Just gonna go near Moscow. Best bet's just gonna be near Moscow here, I think.
I haven't seen the new generation of players run the pulse just because they don't like to do it.
Okay, it was a lot farther down. Did I get the right road? No, it's one road off.
Brutal.
Yeah, road angles were important there.
We were almost the same distance, brother.
Yeah, but I was like basically I was almost on the right road. I just needed to go way farther down. What does this say? Looklistenive.ca. Okay. Where in Canada is this, dude? This is clearly like quite north. There's no front plate on this car. So I feel like we're going to be... I'm a little worried we're going to be like northern Quebec. But this wouldn't be English if it was northern Quebec. I'm going to go like northern Alberta, like NWT. I don't think NWT has front plates. I think NWT is basically everything Alberta is. I'm going to go like up here. I might have gone too far north, but feels right to me. Feels right. Don't say this is Missouri coded. It was Quebec. Wow.
What?
Dude, I literally said I'm worried this is Quebec. There was a sign that said .ca, by the way.
Where?
On the it was on the ground. It had been knocked over.
Really?
Yeah, it was easy to miss, to be honest. All right, this is also Canada. That says Alette, so we're gonna be in Quebec. And to me, it feels like rural. It's not Quebec City. I feel like it almost feels like Sherbrooke. I'm gonna go Sherbrooke. I like it. I'm kind of trying to go fast to put the pressure on him. Like if I took more time there, he probably Sagan A. How do you pronounce that city's name? Saguenay?
Saucony.
Saucony? Okay. I never know because I've only ever read it.
All right. Okay.
All right. This is a tester.
Okay. Like, this shit is so useless. Like, I hate this. Like,
this is pretty fucking tough. Okay, we actually have some architecture
there's
back
something
here.
in the sky that they're blocking out. I love that.
This architecture looks kind of
Like
European.
up into the trees northeast.
I'm gonna go Europe here. I'm gonna go like Western Europe. Could be like France, maybe. I don't fucking know. This is really tough. Could be like the UK even. UK's got a lot of these like small, windy roads. Although like I don't fucking know. I'm gonna go northern France. So if it is UK, I don't lose too many points. You know what?
No fucking clue, dude.
There were a few houses you could see like the roofs of, and I did say to my chat that kind of looks European. So I clicked Europe.
That's just the dumbest shit on the planet. That's what determined this. That could have been anywhere. Like,
GG's, that was a stupid fucking final round for sure.
Yeah, that's
but
dumb.
the houses did look a little European. Y'all don't know tree tech. GG's.
Are we watching A or B?
They're
both starting at roughly the same time.
What are the games? FaZe Liquid could be fun.
That's El Clasico. What's the other one?
I'm looking right now. Falcons M80. No, we gotta watch Falcons M80.
And it was so good to see my friends, to go to the place I used to go when I used to live here. My family, right now they live in USA, but my dad's coming to
Falcons gambled almost everything too.
so he can see me.
If Falcons lose, they'll be on literally one bullet.
A or B?
I think A.
How would you not know what stream
Because I'm
you're
just
on?
looking at Liquipedia to see the games. I don't know. It doesn't say which is on which stream.
Okay.
Liquid wagered 4, FaZe wagered 3. So yeah, that game like kind of matters, but it's not hugely impactful. DZ was 4, W7M went 3, so that one cannot possibly be a 1v1. SSG FearX. FearX won't be in a 1v1, but if SSG lose to FearX, that could be another 1v1. Yeah, that's the only potential 1v1 left for the day, would be SSG versus FearX if SSG lose. Could Falcons pick Elevate if they lose? Yeah. If Falcons lost this game on purpose to M80, I mean, they would go down to 1 point. Like, if they win against M80, they go up quite high as well. So I don't think they will try to lose on purpose. But Falcons are kind of in a win-win, because if they win this game, they end up with 7 plus 6 is 13 points, which is a good spot to be in. And if they lose this game, they end up with 1 point, which would put them last, and they could first pick Elevate. And then they still have their extended mag, so they could do what Scarz are planning on doing and just, like, fucking win 20 fucking points or whatever it is. 17, I guess. Or 14, it would be. Yeah, I think Falcons are still in a better position if they win this game. They should be trying to win, but they're not in a bad spot if they lose it somehow. It's a smart bet. How do I know Scarz is planning that? I mean, I think it's their only play, to be honest. They might be morons. You don't know, but... I'm just going to keep my stream on B because B has a shorter timer for now.
All right, I'll switch over. I was literally just about to go up to grab something to make, like, for food because I'm a little hungry, and then I realized that I don't have this sensor in my arm, so I need to put a new one in. So I'm going to go do that now, and I'll be right back.
No worries.
Entertain the chat, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, bye-bye.
So the old CAG coach was banned for losing on purpose. Hypothetically, is there a similar danger to throwing on purpose here? Maybe, yeah. Again, I don't think in this specific instance of Falcons, I don't think it's relevant because I don't think Falcons are actually incentivized to lose. But I think this format absolutely opens the door for those situations where losing could actually be beneficial to a team. And if that were to happen, and if a team were to lose on purpose, and if it were to be detected, then yeah, we could have a similar scandal. My take on this is, and always has been and always will be, if you, as Blast Ubisoft, or whoever, whatever tournament organizer, designs a format where losing is beneficial to a team, you cannot then turn around and get mad at them for throwing. Like, you have to design a generationally bad format to incentivize a team to lose. And if if you've done this, if you've pulled that off, and a team, like, I don't think you should ever punish a team for working in their best interest, you know? Obviously, I mean, there are limits to that. Don't let them, like, cheat. But, you can't, I mean, you can never, like, know for sure if a team is throwing on purpose or not, unless you get, like, text message receipts or something. So I think it's a little silly to prohibit it. Scarz are going to pick, like, FaZe. Fix mini siege? I don't know if I can because we're in a shared chat. I'm pretty sure no matter what, it's just going to be broken. I'll try resetting it. But yeah, it's just been going off of the auto names. Try it now. Let me know if it works. I think it just doesn't work because we're combined in a chat with Interro, though. Okay, now it's back up. Now you can try it. Sorry, if you tried it before, it won't work. Try it now. Yeah, I just don't think it works with the shared chat. You like the bullets and cards concept, makes the event feel more unique. Hopefully next year they can refine all the format issues. I don't know. I don't think a format where you gamble your own points can ever be competitive. Unless you have, like, teams that are all very equal in skill, but, like, I don't know. Maybe you can change it so, like, the losers don't pick their teams. Because I think the fundamental biggest problem right now with the format is that the worst teams, the teams lowest on the standings, get the first pick of opponents. And because in this invite-only tournament, there is an incredible disparity in skill. Like, Scarz are so much worse than fucking, like, FaZe Clan. Like, it's not even close. Being able to pick your opponent first is actually a massive advantage for you. And the fact that you can combine that advantage and that problem with a one-time use that gets you +6 bullets on a win, it's like a recipe for disaster. Like, those, I think, two things in combination are, like, the biggest issue this format has. So, like, maybe you can find a way to work around that. Maybe you just make it so that, like, the losing teams don't get to choose their opponents first. Honestly, what you could do, you could take a card from, like, from, like, the NHL draft lottery. And, oh, why did Mini Siege just close? Oh, I fucked it up. And you could make it like a lottery for who gets to choose their opponent first, and do it based on standings, give them better odds. But I mean, I feel like you're really overcooking at that point. Oh, it works now. Okay, I don't know how it works now. I have no explanation. I wrote the damn bot, but I can't explain how it works. This shit runs on magic and hopium. You should never have too much randomness. Yeah. If Talent had a team, who are you sending up for the 1v1 aside from Pengu? Probably Fox or Lax. I don't know who's a better 1v1 player, Fox or Laxing. I think I would go Lax. I might even choose Lax over Pengu, to be honest. You'd send Alfama. Alfama's a good pick, too. Alfama's good. I mean, any former pro is going to be obviously the best choice. Remember when people thought 6-pick was too complex for viewers? Now we have this. I think most people's problem with 6-pick was that it just increased the length between rounds. I think that was I think that was the biggest problem people had with 6-pick. Honestly, you're all ass or washed. All right.
That's right. Liquid are looking good. They had a big win get to the map veto, of course. We're actually going to go to Lair, where we saw Liquid beat Cloud9.
I do like Lair. I think FaZe are a very good Lair team, though. I'm a little surprised Liquid went there.
Both of them are currently on 7 bullets. It was FaZe who challenged Liquid. FaZe reloaded 3 bullets. Liquid reloaded.
We'll see. We'll see. I would guess, and I have no insider information on this. This is not a leak or anything, but I would guess that we never see this format again. Not even because it's necessarily bad, although it obviously has some big problems. But I think just because, like, it is, you know, kind of a goofy event and kind of a one-off, and, like, I don't think we'll see an event like this again. Could be wrong. Could be wrong, but I think it's mostly just to kind of show off, like, CJX and stuff. Particle BLW is timing someone else, but he wants to time out Interro, not timing out Extra. Particle, I'm going to refund you because I cannot time out Interro with the current system. I wish I could, but I don't think I can. Or you can pick somebody else or you can get it refunded. It's your choice. Well, do Extra then. Excellent choice. Excellent choice. Particle BLW. That's a timeout for Extra. Points well spent. Extra was negotiating. His last 2 chat messages were, wait, just mute him in Discord, and then no in all caps. I guess I could have muted Interro for 10 minutes, but he's gone anyways. I'm happier with Extra banned anyways, to be honest.
I will say this, though. I think there was like a 6-month period sometime last year where people were like, is Nes, you know, past his prime? Is he too old? Has he lost touch with the game?
Money well spent. Excellent. I'm glad we could get a deal done here, to be honest.
We're playing around Nes, or rather, not playing around him as an individual player. And then we saw
Extra's 0-4. Can we get predictions going? Yeah, but I think we're going to prioritize watching the Falcons game, so I'm just going to wait till the Falcons game actually starts. I don't know which game is going to start sooner. I'm going to go over to the pregame of the Falcons matchup. But, chat, let me know if the other game starts first. I'll swap over. Yeah, we'll do it. You want to do a fun prediction beyond just 2 wins? I'm open to this. I'm open to this. Yeah, we can do a top frag prediction. Do you want to do all 10? All 10 players pick who top frags? I think we've got the viewers for it. Sometimes not enough people are predicting, in which case it's tough for that because it ends up being nobody is a winner. But I think we have enough people. We'll do all 10. All right. You hate Ask's hair because it doesn't fit his head shape. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. You're allowed to not like haircuts. Yeah, probably don't abbreviate channel points. In Halo Esports, they have an open free-for-all tournament that occurs at the same time as the regular 4v4 event in Majors. Do you think it's something that could work for 1v1s in Rainbow Six? Just like at the venue for people to play in? I mean, they do kind of do that, Deans. Because, like, usually at any LAN event, if you go, there will be, like, an opportunity for you to play, like, the next patch. And usually they do, like a 5v5 game on the next patch. And they usually have rewards for the winners. They'll give, like, t-shirts or something. It's not like an official tournament. Like, there's no stats tracked or anything. But, like, if you go to the event in person, you can usually play these. It's a 5K tourney. I think spending $5,000 on a free-for-all 1v1 tournament is a bad idea. I don't know. I mean, Halo has a long history of open tournaments, you know? Siege doesn't really have that. I am always, like, in favor of, like... I think you've got to really have a good reason to justify putting money into players and teams that people are not invested in. It's like, I'm all for supporting a tier 2 scene, But it's like, if supporting a tier 2 scene comes at the cost of supporting a tier 1 scene, this is a bit of an unpopular opinion, I don't think it's worth it. I think if you've got a limited budget, you should probably put that money towards the people that are actually going to drive viewership and the teams that people frankly want to watch. It's Microsoft sponsored, so infinite money. Yeah, I guess. I don't know what Microsoft's strategy is with Halo Esports, but I presume it's not infinite money. If you didn't have a prize pool for the side tournament, no one would play them. I mean, the way it currently works is people play them because it's the new patch, right? It's the new tournament, or it's the new update, and people just want to try the new update because they like playing. Infinite is the name of the game. I guess it's a Halo Infinite. Is Gavin really short, or do they hate him? He's like the same size as everybody else. I think the Fuser's just tall, and Gavin's just standing next to him. It looks like this is a photo where they're all standing together in person, so it'd be weird if they artificially shrunk him. Yeah, so M80 here only bet 1 bullet. So no matter what, like, this doesn't really change the standings at all for M80. Falcons, as I mentioned, bet 6 bullets. So if they win this game, Falcons will end up in 13 points, which puts them like top 2-ish, top 2, top 3 for now. And if they lose this game, they go down to 19th place, bottom of the standings. But then they get the easiest possible opponent tomorrow, which they can use their extended mag on. So Falcons, both of these teams are kind of in a win-win situation. There's definitely more stakes for Falcons, but neither of these teams will be too upset regardless of the outcome of this this game. Yeah, the bullets are only a thing in groups. Great format. Let's reward teams for losing games. Yeah, I think that's the biggest problem this format has, is that there is a genuine advantage to losing. Which is like a big problem, especially in a gambling-based format, right? Like, I think the idea is that, like, you're gambling bullets, so if you make a big bet, like, BDS gambling 6 bullets is, in theory, a really big bet because they only have 7 bullets to their name, right? Not BDS, sorry, Falcons. Falcons gambling 6 is a big bet. So, like, in theory, this is an important game for Falcons. It's do or die. But because there is a significant advantage to being low on the standings, it kind of takes away the risk-reward factor. Like, I think the whole idea of this tournament is that, like, if you bet big, it's high intensity, high risk, high reward. Everything's on the line. It's going to drive viewership. It's going to drive passion. It's going to be big pressure moments. But when you give such a significant advantage to teams that are losing, it takes away that risk, which takes away some of the tension, which kind of destroys the format, in my opinion. Teams nominate 1 player from their team, and instead of a show match, we have a BO5 1v1 grand finals. I don't know. I always think that, like, as somebody who cares heavily about competitive Siege and not so much about casual Siege and content creators, I think there's so much more that could be done with show matches and some really cool show match ideas that could be done. But the problem is, like, most Siege players care way more about Siege content creators than they do Siege pro players. So if you want to get the most viewership out of a show match, you just have to include content creators. And maybe one day if the esports gets popular enough that, like, people care about pro players more than they care about content creators, maybe at some point you can do cool show matches that actually involve pro players. But I think for now it's just going to end up being, I think the show match is just going to cater to a different audience. They did it Paris? Okay, Paris is like 5 years ago. People have realized, I think, since then that they... Okay, Fabian's Red Bull is foaming. I feel like Fabian might actually be chugging a beer. Bro bet 1 bullet and he's got a foamy Red Bull. In a plastic cup. And then the admin's talking to him about it. If you've watched a show match, you've watched them all. Yeah, I think since Blast has come in, show matches have become like kind of formulaic, you know. Paris was 8 years ago. God, that's crazy. Is that real? That's wild. I guess I've been working in Pro Siege for like almost 5 years now. Paris was before I was in Tier 1, so. M80 getting a second coach banned because Fabian's drinking on the stands. Nah. So, Andries, if there is a team, if there's an odd number of teams at the end of the day, which there almost certainly will be, unless SSG lose to FearX and also lose a 1v1 to FearX, there will be an odd number of teams at the end of the day. Then when they do the draft, they'll do the draft as normal, where starting from the bottom, teams will pick their opponents. At the end of the draft, there will be one team who did not get picked. I would guess that that team would be Furia, based on the current standings. But you don't know. Then Furia basically get, suppose it's Furia, right? It could be anybody. But Furia basically get an automatic win for tomorrow. And the number of bullets they receive is the average number of bullets that all other winning teams got on that day. Feels like one of the most complicated ways they could solve that problem, but that's the way they solved it. And maybe it is the most competitively smart way to solve it. Average without cards rounded down. Thank you, Spur Bunny. Yes. So, like, extended mags don't count. Welcome back, Extra. You are back before Interro, yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. You missed a fourth time out of Extra. And a bunch of...
What?
You missed Extra being timed out for a fourth time, but he's back already.
Why?
It was another channel point redemption.
Free Extra, man.
It was another channel point redemption. Technically, the guy who redeemed the channel points initially wanted me to time out Interro, but since it's only a 10-minute timeout and Interro was gone for all 10 minutes, technically he got double his value because Interro was not speaking or present for over 10 minutes. So that's
I say we let Extra come back, man.
He's been back. His 10 minutes is up already. You were gone for a while. And then we were just discussing the implications of this format.
Do you know how many more matches there are?
Yes, Parker and Terrobang McKay, I sure do. There is one more game after this set on each stream.
Okay.
Oh, and I will start a prediction. Thank you for reminding me, chat. Who wins Falcons or M80? Five minutes, good luck. Will drunk Fabian be able to outcoach Stuflex? Find out. Oh, we were going to do top frag. Okay, actually, I'm going to cancel the prediction and do that.
What's the other? We're watching FaZe Liquid, right?
No, I'm watching Falcon M80. If you want to watch the other one, I'm not too pressed either way.
FaZe Liquid doesn't really interest me.
Let's watch Falcons M80.
is... All right, let's change over.
Who top frags, chat?
Today is a coffee's not working. I could use a monster day.
Saltov, Gunner, Gavin, Houghton, Kino, Diffuser. Okay, 5 minutes, chat. Guess which player top frags. There you go. Alright, not the best start for Falcons here, who gambled 6 of their 7 bullets. I feel like white stairs look very blue with this new map skin.
Weren't you also complaining about the cafe tiles?
No, I haven't complained too much about the maps. It's not even a complaint about white stairs being blue. It's just like blue accents. I guess it's just the tarp on that one level.
I think you're trying to say sitting pretty, right? Is that double combo? Yes,
Yeah, other people are gambling, so just make sure you get your prediction in.
2 kills they need. They've stepped back, playing as a team. You can see the crossfires they've got set up. Yeah, there's 2 or 3 players here hanging around the bottom of white, just waiting for anyone on Falcons to step forwards. Sure enough, they're thinking about it, but even they look a bit stuck. Tim, 20 seconds in.
You think Cafe looks the best of all the rework maps in terms of lighting? Yeah, Cafe feels less dark than some of the others.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's not a lot of like dark parts.
Mm-hmm. Sheesh. All right, would be a good time to put channel points down on Hot and Cold.
Well, the desk had a discussion about Hot and Cold before coming in here and how as RGL has really led from the front for this M80 team. Had a great tournament.
Don't just meow at me.
Numbers, and he certainly seems to be continuing in that trend. Not something that
It's Gunner who's working at the Team Rocket call center this game. Yep, he's the one in the call center chair.
Very comfortable from M80 for the first one. I mean, it was their first choice side. We would expect that. You know, Falcons need to get themselves.
It's always whoever's farthest left on the right team.
Get themselves in the map. Get in the map. Get a little bit of control. Give yourself something to work from.
Phaser already up 3-0 against Liquid. Oh no.
Why are your paws so wet? Again.
Looking back over the last year or so, Wanted, of course, had a stellar finish at SI just gone. Won the major about a year ago, of course.
Gunner is Antifa. Do you wanna explain that comment, Cash?
What did he say? Gunner is Antifa?
Gunner is Antifa.
Team Rocket are literally the fascists. You were making the water move.
I said
Team
Gunner
Rocket
was
are
far
literally the
left.
fascists
Oh
in
my
the
God.
Pokemon story.
No, because I called him far left. I get it now. He's the farthest left on his. He's the farthest left on his right team. If anything, he's a moderate.
He's quite quiet as a person. You don't hear him. He's not a shouty kind of IGL. He's not that kind of guy normally. So maybe it's why he doesn't get spoken about as often as he should. But can't ignore his accolades.
You don't stick around for this long, you know, without continuously and consistently delivering.
Who wins this match? I think Falcons should win this match. Also, because like this match just like doesn't matter for M80 at all. But maybe the pressure will get to Falcons, as it seems to always do.
Absolutely slammed here, and it's not good to lose your heart reach early on. Yes, you still got breeding with the Salmons, of course, if required. And that means both of those Salmons, for at least 2 of the 3, need to go towards that hatch above their head. Not again ignoring.
I'm not so worried. Although this bomb site's okay if you lose your Hibana. If they were a basement, this would be feeling really bad without a Hib. They have Ace anyways.
Let's not forget as well, Falcons weren't necessarily going to be playing M80 today. There was a situation where they could have been playing Team.
Did Unwanted play Falcons at SI? I don't think so, but the more Allegorous teams would be BDS and, well, M80 at SI.
Not again, Des. Tim, do your job.
Why not? 5 versus 4. M80 have got themselves a good advantage, and they're just looking to build on it now. But again, they're doing the same thing. They're controlling.
It's Diffuser, Gavin as a duo top floor. Diffuser just fell off, and so did Gavin. Okay. As soon as they hit, like, as soon as the logic bomb got popped, they dipped.
Yep, they're getting pinged out, but they're already moving away. M80 are a step ahead.
Here we go, Gavin.
He's a step ahead as he takes down.
Okay, chat, we have the answer to our question. Electricity does indeed destroy drones. Gavin had hacked a drone. He hopped it onto a hatch, which was Kaid Claw electrified, and he lost his drone. That's unfortunate. 35 IQ moment. This meme might go down in history, dude.
When you're coming up against mutant Mozzie setups, when you're being denied back by Goyo canisters, when you're having hatches held away from you for 2.5 minutes of a round, there's not an awful lot that you can do when that call actually goes off.
They still have a logic bomb, good soft breach, and Shaco's holding a commando. This is not unwinnable.
Apparently there's a live stream fail of a streamer who went to the bathroom but left their mic on, and they're just like moaning as they take a shit. And it's just such...
Yes, they're going in there, getting the entry, and then dripping away. They're choosing when to take the fights. Good stuff from them. Also, RM80 trading well. Yes, we've just seen it. Solotov.
Is there anybody around here? There's got to be somebody white, right? Yeah, Gavin's white, and then Gunner's below. They're like almost
Why are you
all
so
below.
why are you so concerned with somebody being white, Jesse?
I really don't think that this co-stream is painting me in the light that I want it to. He's on white stairs, Parker. That's all I'm saying.
Jesse, you're talking an awful lot about people being white.
No, it's not. It's not that he is white. He's on white.
Hurdle after hurdle after hurdle is the most important part, because even there, like, there was a lot to work through on the top floor. They got down to the second floor, and even at the end of the round, you saw it. They're stepping into the window and being.
There's a combined 4K out of 40 on Falcons.
They've also got a player willing to swing from inside a fireplace to guarantee a kill onto this player. So it's just like no matter.
All right, every single person got at least one channel point put on them. Bride had literally one channel point put on him to top frag. Houghton has the most channel points on him to top frag with 11,000. But everybody's got a hero. Everybody's got someone rooting for them. Extra, I'm going to time you out myself if you keep this up.
Please stop timing out Extra. I think Extra's great.
I don't. Happy with a show cat. That'll be a scam.
I have started watching Survivor recently.
Wait, it's not a scam. Continue.
That's all. Just I'm enjoying the show. I'm greatly enjoying watching Survivor.
Horrible. And at the same time, as you can see, M80 have only put it once. The max thing got to his 9 here. Max they can drop down to his 7 if they lose.
I'll keep her on my lap for a minute here.
You stole a cat, Jesse? You think Big Brother's better than Survivor? What's up, Mr. Stewie? Nice to see you. Big O Tuna Gaming, nice to see you. Hollow-Fied, nice to see you. EpiPen, welcome on in. Is your name pronounced Coin?
Cohen.
Cohen?
Cohen.
Is going to be in a critical position in this round.
Give me Mad Dog, nice to see you.
Over in VIP. We'll keep an eye on him, but if Falcons
Not Burke, nice to see you as well. All right, I'm banning Extra for like 2 seconds. It's 9 minutes. That was way too long. I did not mean to do
No,
that.
keep it 9. Keep it 9.
Okay.
There we go.
Is it actually pronounced Cohen? Because it doesn't look like it should be.
He's like a tier 2 coach. He's like been in CL for like a while in like Element and stuff.
You have no idea how to pronounce Brabuni's name, and you've been like best friends with him for like 5 years. So
okay, listen. What are the odds that happens twice?
Probably quite high. You mispronounced 5 names so far today.
Being dealt with again. Impact nades. M80 using utility well. Ticking a box.
Is it pronounced Cohen?
Sorry,
Did you
I'm
just say
itching
tick in a
Spawny.
box? Like ticking a box, but it sounded like dick in a box? You're being too polite. You should be... It is pronounced Cohen? Okay. Dues? We already paid dues actually twice today.
Alright, I spent this entire round petting Spawny, so I have not seen it at all. I choose to believe that that M80 are graciously donating this one to Falcons, unless Gunner clutches up here, because this is actually so winnable. Never mind.
Manages to get the trade. Falcons get their first round, and that needs to steady the ship for them.
She loves being scratched under her chin.
And start a chain reaction.
Almost played it slower themselves there, Falcons. Slowed things down, didn't try and get an enforced control of areas of the map that they didn't necessarily have.
Spawny? I thought Spawny died.
No, that was the other cat. Spawny's still alive.
Spawny lives! How you doing, Strix? It has been a while. Chat, if you are here on my stream, can you do me a favor and redeem 500 channel points, please? And pay your union dues.
I don't trust Spawny as much anymore because she doesn't hang out in my room as much. But she happened to be here as the show cat got redeemed.
Thank you, Fireball Trinity. Thank you, Fauna. Thank you, Sprabooni. Thank you, Notberg. Thank you, Strix. Thank you, Big O Tuna. Thank you, Politely Disagreeing. Thank you, 2 Zeros. Thank you, Hale. Thank you, EpiPen. Thank you, Crown Demon. Thank you, GeoDV. Thank you, Cash City. Thank you, Holified. Thank you, Tuck Bam. Thank you, Zero Creativity. Thank you, Kimmy. Thank you.
Just thought we needed a break from that chat. Just thought we could close that off for a minute. Okay. Little Interro timeout, little Interro break. Never hurt anybody, right? We'll bring him back.
You get EpiPen. See? Gifted, by the way. Thank you as well.
Oh my God, he's still going. Did I hydrate when Cash redeemed hydrate? I don't think I did.
I'm being a good union leader, Jesse. See, I listen to my union members.
Second hydrate.
I work at a grocery store and the union has stolen money from me. No, they're not. Not that they're taking dues. They overcharge you 200%. They refuse to change it. So it's very illegal for unions to just randomly like garnish your wages and take your money. So you should be able to take them. I don't know where you live, but there's usually something you can take that to.
I heard you were his union boss, so feel like he should be suing you.
I don't think I take 200% of Big Tuna Gaming's money. Holified, you're welcome. People probably call you Hollowfield. I feel like if somebody looks at your name, they're going to be like, Hollowfield, how's it going? And it's like, reading comprehension is not a strong suit.
See, I would never do that.
You can't in California? California likely has a labor board or something like that that has a lot of teeth. Like, unions can't just take your money.
I guess Spirits is obviously a better Shield player than Kino.
I think that's a no-brainer. Chat, who was a better writer? Mark Twain or the lady who wrote Twilight? Which one, chat? Please choose.
I think Spirits is the best aggressive Shield player in the game. Maybe not the best Monty, but the best like Blackbeard Blitz.
Kino's a great player. I just think his decision-making on Shields is quite poor.
Yeah.
It's really just all it is.
But now he's teaming with Hot and Cold, so he never has to play a Shield again. So it's okay.
For Brunner. Is that how they say it? The Dean of Deans! Is bringing Jesse's non-unionized chat into the shared chat not union busting? Am I a scab? Sadly, yes, the Dean of Deans, you are union busting.
Don't let
it's like 2 Starbucks. My Starbucks is unionized. Jesse's is not.
You don't do any labor.
Chat. My viewers literally unionized my chat. I had no say in it. And like a good employer, I adhered to the rules and I adhered to the petition.
My chat knows that unions are a scam, and so they don't want any part of that.
Dude, Shaiko shouldn't have slow peeked that. He should have better game IQ.
Idiot.
It's really hurtful.
Salta's kind of a Narnia here if his breeder is trying to plant from pillar. He's completely out of bees too.
January 6th Jesse.
Don't.
January Jesse.
Don't.
Jan 6 Jesse. Oh, I like that one.
The Flying Condor redeemed highlight my message and just typed dues. We don't do that here, but I'll take your channel points. Thank you very much. You get nothing from it. Gavin's so good, bro.
Gavin's a great player.
Except for information. And what I love about M80 is they didn't dig in deep there and go, oh, we'll play together on white stairs and we'll hope for the best.
Isn't her name Stephanie Meyer? Yeah. Jesse January 6th chick. How true that is.
This is surprised. Did you guys find my birth certificate, or did you? It was real foresight from my mom.
I'd like to see your long form birth certificate, by the way.
Hold on. Is that a leak? Can people like steal my identity if I show my?
Do not show your birth certificate.
I have it. It's in the drawer right over there. Dudes are 100 points cheaper in Jesse's chat. Just a better union. Just a better union.
By being a member of my chat, you get to control so much more. And I do things without making you redeem channel points. Jesse subjects you to 7 times the ads. He makes you jump through hoops to get access to his Discord.
That's not my Discord.
My Discord is free.
My Discord's free too.
My Discord's better. Does your what's your? Tell me right now. Discord.gg/ what's your URL?
How many active people do you have in your Discord? It's got to be like half a people every single day.
Like almost 3,000 people in my Discord.
Yeah, but is it active? I don't think so. My Discord pops. My Discord's like always yapping and popping off about shit. It's like my chat. They punch above their weight class.
Right.
You can't unpin GeoGuessr. We haven't done it yet. So don't unpin it anyways.
Chat. There is an upcoming game called, is it Good Day for Fishing? There is an upcoming game on Steam called Nice Day for Fishing. There is a demo on Steam. It is honestly one of the most fun games I have played in months. I played the demo and I've been thinking about this game every single day.
Why do we just get random ass Interro ads though, chat? Ask yourself this. If he's really a great union leader, why is he constantly advertising to you the most random shit nobody's ever heard of? I don't know. I don't know.
Because I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Nice day for fisting. Sorry, nice day for fishing. Jesse has the unequivocal advantage of also streaming on YouTube. Do you really stream on YouTube?
Yes, sir.
How many viewers do you have on YouTube?
Not a lot. I think right now, 28.
I should probably stream on YouTube, eh?
There's no downsides at all.
I just don't really have a YouTube account myself, that's all.
Yeah, if I didn't have a YouTube channel that had like a decent amount of subscribers, I probably wouldn't.
Yeah. You rewatched the G2 versus Team Empire Coastline match the other day, just came onto my YouTube and kept it on forever in my memory, that one. It is really quite a spectacle, wasn't it?
I like the concept from Kimmy that the YouTube viewers just can't hear Parker, so they think I'm insane and talking to myself. No, it's the same output. No, it's the exact same output. They just don't get the chat because I don't read. I do read their chats, but I read it like after the stream has ended, so I don't respond to their chats. But if you ever type in YouTube chat, yeah, and I'm not reading it. But if you ever type in YouTube chat,
isn't there a way to get chat from all sources so that you're actually like seeing?
Probably.
Like I've seen some streamers who multi-stream on like 4 platforms, and their chat will say like whether it's YouTube or Twitch, etc.
The only thing I don't like about that is like anybody who doesn't have the same plugin is just like not getting the other half of the conversation, basically.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it just makes it a little weird. And there's not enough people chatting on YouTube anyways. No offense to the YouTube chatters. But if you do type in YouTube chat, I will read it after I hit end stream. So know that your words are not lost.
You remember reading and watching a documentary about the Cola Wars where Coca-Cola's company literally sent armed guerrilla militants to intimidate and execute union leaders. Yeah, I mean, the Pinkertons and early police forces were literally designed to protect capital against the working class. Like this is very widespread. Like a lot of you are probably not aware of this, but like most modern police keeping started from rich landowners and like religion.
So we have to continue to play this shit, okay? If we are kick cam, guys, give the info. You are too dead. Give the info to the others, guys, okay? Just please, chill the com and play basics, guys. Yeah. We have the info, 3, 2, 1. You want to do this? Yeah, 3, 2, 1, go. We do this, we push them. And we say, we have to push from everywhere, all together. So just, let's do it. Okay?
Allez les gars,
let's go, guys.
Let's go. Chico.
Okay. I wanted to listen to that because there's a history of this team having call-ins on this map. I thought we maybe were gonna get a nobody. We didn't.
Okay.
Sorry, I muted you to listen to the tech timeout.
I literally stopped talking to listen to it as well.
Oh, good.
Chat, 6 on 6 is literally coming back. We're getting picked up by a podcast network. I'm supposed to be talking to the person that I want to be the new co-host today.
Leak me the person. I want to know.
Okay, it's Jinxie.
I hate you. I'm never watching 6 on 6.
We need to try and stop the rot here because it's becoming a big concern for them. But again, you know, it's kind of similar to what you were discussing earlier, Des, when a coach is having to interject and talk about basics.
That Susan Collins, I'm concerned joke is very good, by the way. I appreciated it. Oh, extras unbanned again. Big mistake typing in chat, Buster. See you later.
Immediately ban him again.
Yeah. Troy wasn't fired, so basically what happened was we got approached, and we said, okay, like, I got approached, and I messaged Troy about it, and Troy's like, honestly, man, like, my schedule with Shopify is just, like, nuts. I don't think I can do it.
This is tech chat.
And I was like, okay.
Habana Palad's at the very top of the castle barricade, so they don't get mute jammed.
Basically, I could only do Saturday at like noon. And I was like, that does not work for me. And he was like, okay. And I basically just said, like, if we did it like a Monday at 8 o'clock, because it's not going to be live anymore, it's going to be recorded. I said, can you make it work? Like,
Tech is the most basic thing you could think of.
Doing any work.
Some people don't know.
We'll have everything set up. We'll literally just show up.
Not everybody watches Pro League every day extra.
For 2 hours and then leave. That's it. It's that simple. And he was like, I cannot do any day except for Saturday. And I was like, not even for 2 hours. And he's like, not even for 2 hours. And I'm like, I get it. Like, the game comes first. Like, the team comes first. I completely understand. And he basically just said, like, look, if I can do it because we're off, or, you know, I didn't qualify for an event or something.
Damn
like
right,
that,
Will.
Like, sure, maybe I'll jump on the podcast for a couple episodes here and there. He goes, but I think you finding somebody to work with would be preferable. And I was like, all right. That was it. I gave him a couple names that I've been thinking of, and he gave me his thoughts on them, and then I took that information and have settled on somebody I think will be good. So I don't think Troy hates me. So.
He did tell me he did, but like, yeah, he was probably joking. Yeah.
So?
Yeah.
It's a shame. Yes, it's Ashen. Ashen will be my new co-host, chat. Very good.
Dude, I would watch actually if it was Ashen. I won't if it's anyone else.
So it's only Ashen. What if it is Jinxie?
And I think that's a great podcast. I think it's going to get hella views.
It's not Drip. I don't think I need to rule that one out. Dude, this M80 roster is on its Manchester shit, eh? Like,
good team.
And from
good team.
Perspective, they are playing really nice Siege. It doesn't surprise me of a team.
I would rather die than spend time every week with Flynn and Stokes. There's no reason that they have not brought B-Leaguers back, by the way. Like, Stokes hasn't made an event in eternity, and Flynn just doesn't have a job. Like, there's no reason why they couldn't have brought B-Leaguers back.
Flynn is very busy working on YouTube videos with me, thank you very much. We're making
He's your editor, and you pay him peanuts.
We make at least $150 a month, okay? I need you to take that one back.
Everything that Falcons are going to do before Falcons even think about doing it. And even with that tack timeout, they can rescue nothing. Not forgetting again, Tim, how many bullets
Cafe got a refresh. Yeah, the 5 maps that got a refresh are Bank, Cafe, Clubhouse, and Chalet. Those 4 maps are launch maps. They all have been given a new coat of paint, etc. by CJX. And then Border is the 5th map, and obviously Border wasn't a launch map, so. Stokes doesn't care about Siege content. I mean, Stokes hasn't made it to an event in quite a long time, and also has like other priorities, so I don't blame him.
Momentum here. It's about, like you say, that confidence in each other, playing as a team, having trades, affecting each other's deaths. Not pushing into 1v1.
You can always tell what coach has a good grasp on the game and the team. Not that in any way, shape, or form am I experienced and qualified to speak about the contributions that a coach makes. But it's like, if you just hear a coach and all they say is like, guys, like, we need to push together. Like, you guys are just pushing far apart, blah, blah, blah. Like, you need to push together. Like, that's something that an IGL should have diagnosed very quickly. Like, you don't need a coach stepping in to say that. Coaches should be looking at sometimes the more granular stuff, unless it's a really early timeout just to settle down the nerves, and then speak specifically to players and their anxieties, right? Like, if you listen to some guys, like if you listen to Call Out, if you listen to like Fabian, like they will basically say like they like to roam, they like to do this, they've been doing this a lot, like you need to problem solve, like let's do this instead. They present the problem and they present a solution, or they at least present a problem and give you options for that solution, right?
It's more about what the other team is doing than what you're doing.
Yeah, because a coach can take a step back and view all 5 monitors and assess where the opponents are, that players, where they're in the exact moment and they're in like firefights and stuff, aren't necessarily keeping track of where everybody is and all that jazz. Certain IGLs and certain players will, for sure. Like Troy can tell you almost every single round where his opponents are and where they were before, but I mean, that's part of his skill set. That's what sets him apart from a lot of the other IGLs. Fabian used to be able to do that when he IGL'd Penta and G2 as well. But like a lot of coaches are just like, guys, like, you know, you're not getting your early engagements. Like, you got to get more early engagements. Like, you got to get those trade picks. And it's like, yeah, that's basic shit, dude. It's like, hey man, like, you got to shoot top right corner on the goalie every single time. And it's like, yeah, no fucking duh, dude. Like, that's not like, thank you, you know? So
one take I've had for a long time, and I'm curious what you think about it, is I wish we were similar to football, whereas like the coach could like call the play or like say something quick, like every like operator select phase. It'd be nice if the coach could just get a couple words in every operator select phase, call a strat, reinforce something, hype them up a little bit. I think it would highlight good coaches much more than what we have now, where coaches have very limited impact if they're good or bad.
I have no problem with coaches talking during like the operator select phase.
Yeah, obviously not during the round.
I have zero problem with that. Like, coaches in traditional sports have so much influence on the game. Coaches in esports have almost no influence on the game.
Exactly.
And it's like, I don't understand why there's such a difference. People be like, oh, well, like it takes away from IGLing. And it's like, okay, but like that also frees the IGL up to do other things. Like, the coach isn't going to be micromanaging them. The coach isn't in the server with them. You know, like, super stepping in and calling a play and telling everybody what to do every single round doesn't show. Oh!
That's insane.
35 IQ!
Where's Licky Fack? He's white.
Gunner's got the Hector Elizondo face on. I love it, dude.
Nice try. That's like a must-win round, too, because now you're getting your feet underneath you on defense. If they didn't have that, it's over. But
ging, 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 ging.
I think the complaint that comes from Counter-Strike about coaches like just becoming IGLs is like valid, but if it's just during prep phase, like obviously that's not going to be a real problem. You can't IGL a prep phase.
Yeah. Hector from Breaking Bad. In the wheelchair?
Yep.
Dingy bell?
Yeah.
That's who I was. That's his face. That's the face that Gunner makes when he's stressed.
Hold on, I'm waiting to see it
I'm not saying
again.
that to insult Gunner. I like Gunner a lot. I just think it's very funny.
I do see what you're saying. I feel like somebody said that before. It might have been
said
you
it on a cast once.
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
thought
yeah.
you after the cast you were worried that it came across as mean-spirited.
Oh, maybe.
Hector, not Hector Salamanca. That's not Hector Elizondo. No, it's Hector Salamanca. Pengu basically said that Shaiko's actual game sense and understanding of the game is quite low, and speculated that it's either because A, he's never needed to invest in it because his innate skill is in mechanics, or B, his mechanical skill has flourished because he knows that his game sense is not good enough.
And he did that by saying he has 35 game IQ.
Yeah. Extra, you are a jacked billionaire. You know what happens to billionaires. Enjoy your 295-second timeout. Can we have buy extra in the chat, please? BYE extra. Thank you. I think Shaiko's game sense has always been quite low, but I mean, you don't need to be the best thinker in the game. And again, like, all aim no brain is something that is not uncommon in FPS games. Like in FPSs, like, I also think that Nick doesn't really think things through, and he just kind of says things and doesn't worry about how that's going to be perceived. So it's very enjoyable because it keeps our subreddit and our scene on Twitter active.
I think Pengu hates Shaiko because he knows that Shaiko's better than him, so he takes every opportunity possible to disparage his character. And I think it's honestly just a follow-up to Pengu single-handedly getting Shaiko banned 10 years ago.
I have also noticed that the casting for this event is a lot slower than usual, which makes me kind of fucking annoyed because I am constantly the guy who's like listening to the other casters blow up on round one of day one, and I'm like, guys, like, we need to pace this better. Like, Oh my god, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. Kino's gone. Oh! This is brilliant! No, Kino! Oh, he's on a shield, that's why.
It's a very linear take. Did they have, I guess, gunners up above?
No, they just literally pushed in through prep with the sends. It was a very all-in, all-or-nothing push.
Oh, Gunner was pressuring above. He even used a soft breach on it, but...
Was he?
Yeah. Not enough, though, at all.
Like, this is the first, like, Dev always goes. But, I mean, like, Ace Dez are, and are, you know, offenders of this, where it's like they yell a lot because they get excited, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I've talked to them about it, and I've mentioned this on stream before. But it's like, I've noticed the casting is very subdued up to this point. And it kind of irritates me because every event, I'm always the guy banging the drum, being like, hey, like, you know, if we're showing 9 out of 10 on the energy scale in round 2 of day 1, you know, we're not pacing these matches properly. Like, we need to be more cognizant of that. And some duos are just like, no, fuck you. It needs to be exciting all the time. And it's like, okay, I mean, like, people are welcome to disagree. There's no problem with that. And there's nothing that says that my viewpoint is correct. But I've observed in the 3 days that we've watched how little shouting there has been so far at this event, and I'm just like sitting here being like, motherfuckers, like, finally they're being quieter. I do think the event itself also just lends that to it, the fact that it's like a lot of teams are viewing this match, like these matches, as like not show matches, but I have heard from several teams that they're like, we're basically just here for the money and that's it, and if we don't win, that's fine. So
for sure,
they're not going to be terribly upset if they get eliminated, the same way they would if it was a major or SI. But yeah, I mean, to Rob's point, the actual matches have been really poor quality. We got flack a couple events ago for being too negative to the players, but I honestly think these huge lulls between action cause teams to just accumulate a lot of rust. Like, keep in mind, if you're one of these teams, or if you're some of these players that didn't play at SI, the last time you played a competitive Rainbow Six game officially was November. Like, it has been 6 months since some of these players competed at an official level. So, like, the quality of the gameplay is going to be poor by comparison.
I think it also doesn't help that, like, since the format has teams choosing their opponents, like, you're obviously just always choosing the weakest opponent. So I think it lends itself to more lopsided games because of that.
There hasn't been like, obviously there's been a bunch of lopsided games, but a lot of them are just like, even if it's like a 7-3, 7-4, which I guess starts to approach the lopsided territory. I think a 7-3 starts to approach lopsided. It's just like the actual gameplay to get to that point is weak.
Yeah. Yeah, I think part of that also is that, like, we just don't have, you know, because teams didn't qualify, teams were just invited. There are some teams that got invited to this event which just, like, would never qualify if it was like an open qualifier.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think it was somebody said either in chat here or on Twitter that, like, Spiker said that Wildcard as a full roster have like less than a month of practice under their belts, and that's just practice.
Yeah.
Like, scrimming and dry running is not a suitable replacement for real game day reps.
Especially for a team like Wildcard, who just, like, changed up their IGL. Like, Spiker was not calling when Bosco was on the team.
Yeah. They also added a guy from an entirely different region.
Sorry, my beautiful, wonderful fiance was going to work. We had 2 guys like that.
The wordplay from Tim there, by the way, was excellent. I really like that. That was almost perfect casting by Tim. Like, Tim was ascending with all of his wordplay and calls there, with, like, the appropriate amount of energy for a comeback as well. Like, 10 out of 10 for Tim right there.
That's why I call him 10-10 Tim.
Is that why he had a stroke and then you said he's weakened, I can beat him in a fight?
Damn right. Boy may be good at yapping, but he couldn't yap over these hands.
Okay. I'm sure Matt's a great IG only saying fantastic words right now.
Guys, what mistakes we're doing now is just in our own heads. It's nothing about the strategy or the approach or the game plan. We know exactly how they're going to play, and they're doing just what we predicted. It's on our heads that when we are playing fast, we slow down for some reason when we get to step 1. And then when we're playing slow and we're doing something strategical like the 2 first rounds, then we take the step and then we speed up when we have man-power advantage. We need to calm ourselves down. 5 deep breaths every fucking round. And then listen to Matt. He called something fast last round, we didn't. Just relax, deep breaths. Again, this game doesn't matter to us. We get 1 point, we lose 1 point. Who gives a fuck? Just go out there and beat them.
Let's stop.
Come on,
playing,
guys.
Let's stop playing reserve.
Big balls.
Okay?
Come on. Big balls. Big balls.
Is nothing else if not
Big balls.
So Fabian let Houghton take the first 10 seconds of that timeout without interrupting. I think that shows a great deal of respect that Fabian has for Matt. One of the biggest purposes of taking a timeout is to get your coach in there to weigh in. Fabian trusted Matt to assess the problem and address it, and then weighed in with something that he thought was supplementary. I think that was excellent. It empowers your IGL. It shows that you trust your roster. And then he weighed in not just with his opinion, but he backed up Houghton and then gave him praise by saying he called something in the previous round and you guys didn't listen. That shows a great deal of respect to the team. And like Fabian didn't really say much. Like all he really said was like, you know, they're doing exactly what we thought. Listen to Houghton, follow his orders. And I think sometimes as a coach, like I said earlier, you just need to wake your team up and just say stuff like that that's not strategy heavy. Matt has the strategy handled. Fabian was able to go in there and give authority to Houghton and make the team aware that this is Houghton's calling and you listen to him and you do what he said. I think that was great by both of them.
I'm going to say something kind of controversial here.
Go ahead.
I think Fabian is actually a pretty good coach.
Hype and hot, dude.
I liked when he said big balls.
Oh, when Stuflex said it, he was trolling? No, I think there's a big difference between the way that played out. Stuflex came in and was just like, guys, we need to do this, we need to do that. But he offered no credible solutions and nobody on the team spoke up. The key difference here is that it sounds like the problems have already been solved. It sounds like strategically, Matt already has them figured out. And the issue on his end is that the players are not acknowledging the strategy and not listening along. It's a big difference from what Stuflex said, which Stuflex basically
I'm very
came
brave,
in,
Flynn.
He started talking right away. There was very little strategy discussed. There was nothing that we heard that was gameplay specific. It was just like, guys, we need to wake up. Which sometimes that's all that needs to be said. But I've heard a lot of Stuflex's timeouts, and I don't particularly think that this timeout was much different from previous ones. It's a distinction with a difference.
Freebie for Saltov. Here we go. Never mind.
I think you're ahead of me again.
What are you at?
120, 119, 118, 117, 116.
We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. Gavin up to 10, takes the lead on the top frag. Yeah, they literally have Julio signed. They could put him in the bench.
Got here and then stopped. There was a lot of gap. There was no one in bathroom, no one in storage. Lots of room they could have taken as a team, but they've looked a bit unsure of themselves, Tim, and look a bit stalled out. You've got Gunnar.
I miss when we had more Rainbow Six too. The problem is that they're oh
no, Gunnar. That's unlucky.
That's not something you're going to see an awful lot, but he's got away with a freebie there, Tim. Solotov might fall elsewhere. It's down to a 2 versus 2.
Alright, this is where you want. Hot and cold on the Monty, Kino on the Glass. This is elite.
You love Kino on the Kali. How do you think the Glass is going to do?
They're usually similar. I love Houghton on the Monty too. I think he's one of the best Monty players in the world.
Around him that needs to be dealt with. That's the big problem for him at the minute. We've got a little game of ring around the roses with the barbacks.
No.
What?
Wow, well played by both of the players on Falcons. Jesus.
They did their best there.
That was really well done.
It's a high level game.
I haven't assessed like strategically the first couple rounds, but this match does seem to be, it's not into exciting territory yet, but it is a good showcase of strategy so far.
can dig deep when required and win out these crucial moments, whether it's a big multi-kill from one player.
Look, if that killed Matt from below. Yeah, going down below there, up against the Monty. I guess he was below the whole time, right? No, he wasn't below, actually. He just came up white. Did FaZe end? No, FaZe is round 13 right now in a 1v1. KDS versus Resets, and Resets wins it. Okay, Liquid.
One of those teams, if somebody gets right on top of them, you kind of can see it having an impact in the server.
It looked like Shire got that kill, but I mean, the kill feed said the otherwise, so I'd assume the kill feed's correct. Surely the Rainbow Six kill feed wouldn't lie about who's actually getting kills. It's never done that before. All right, Kino on Aurora. I'm erect.
I missed Ekaj's sub. Ekaj, thank you so much for the 83 months. Greatly appreciated. Congratulations on your engagement, chat. I don't know if Ekaj is here, but if they are, please congratulate our good friend Jake on proposing to his wonderful girlfriend and her saying, okay, maybe, I guess. So, I believe what she said was, oh, fine. Please tag Ekaj and congratulate him.
Congratulations, Ekaj. Just saying, if you had subbed 83 months to me, I wouldn't have missed the message. Just by the way.
Something like a Rara panel on that door enables you to open the wall with the ace that they've got on Gaveni, and then there we go. That's exactly where they played it, and it just allows.
Okay, so it's like a bakery focus push where you're blocking off small bake. I like it.
There is a big prize pool. Isn't the prize pool $500,000?
Yeah, I think it's $500,000 for this.
I think it's just about 500,000. But keep in mind that's the prize pool for the whole event.
Yeah, not first.
So I think the winning team gets like 200,000 or 300,000, and then the rest is split up amongst the other teams.
SI is 3 mil, so that's like a factor.
But the winner gets 2 of that, so 1 mil gets given away to the other teams.
Doesn't the winner only get 1? Defective Kiba.
That's a good one.
Oh, but he doesn't even care, bro. Uses has
Defender
no
Cafe,
fear.
like I mean.
Certainly serving up some delicious treats from the bakery counter for the Falcons fans.
Winnable.
Tim got a lot of sleep last night.
Hello?
I thought the winner got 2 million.
Advantage. They can just hold their positions. They've even got one above. This is going to be really tough for M80 from here. They know that there's one inside of court.
You talk to a lot of org owners and you talk to people like at UB and TOs. You don't want one event having a significantly larger prize pool or prestige than a lot of your other events.
They're actually pulling this in.
Because then you end up like in a Dota situation where the only event that people in Dota care about is TI. So
yeah, and Dota has like a
literally
real problem.
Nothing else matters in Dota. So
Well,
it's like
it used to. Now it's only EWC that matters. The TI prize pool is pretty small these days.
Why?
People don't buy the battle passes for it.
Well, Dota's like dying. All MOBAs are dying, so
yeah. Gunner's so good. I'll even forgive him looking like Hector Salamanca. He's so.
What about that?
Anybody would have died there. Diffuser with the fucking balls out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh!
Oh my god!
Diffuser! Bro. Literally whipped his cock out and just dragged it across the face of everybody on Falcons.
Gave him a fucking mushroom tattoo.
Oh my god. Diffuser and Gunner, the duo. Was that a 2v4?
The mushroom tattoo.
2v4? 2v5? Something like that? My goodness. Jeez Louise.
Extra just said the N-word. Timing him out again. It's a 3-minute timeout for saying the N-word.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
He didn't actually say the word. He typed the N-word, and that's just not allowed. So we had to time him out, unfortunately.
It's the implication.
It's the thought. It makes you think the word in your head, and that's just as bad.
Because he had to think it to say it, or to type it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got some chat interaction here. Can we please, can we do the better BTTV emote? Yeah, can we get that in the chat, please? I need to see that. I need to see a wave of it, chat. There you go. Yeah, I know. He said the N-word. I cannot allow that. FaZe Liquid 7-7, really living up to the El Clasico.
Wow.
Moniker, eh?
Time for Licky Fact Bride, Usus, and Shaiko to retire. I don't know who the fifth is. I agree. I agree.
N as in E-N. The E-N word. Totally different.
The English word.
See, the English word. I'm saying, when I say the N word, I'm saying THE space EN space word. Completely different, guys. Come on.
I mean, I got that. I think that was pretty clear.
Yes, thank you. I understand. It's a distinction with a difference. Again, chat.
It's very clear and obvious, much like this tournament's format. I don't think anybody was confused by that.
No questions to be asked. Oh my god.
Diffuser.
The guy's gonna break his desk in half.
Dude, it is the map for it. Are they pushing blue bar or?
Falcons could lose 6 bullets here.
Yeah, they go down to 1 bullet if they lose this, but then of course they get first pick tomorrow.
Yeah.
Position and diffuser doesn't make it any better for them. Continues the 2 at the end with 1 at the beginning, and all of a sudden Falcons, they are facing a loss and looking at
Gunners on the troll op.
Oh man, I mean Likafak as well being caught out for free. Diffuser's just sat on the window, and it's a player at that caliber you'd probably expect someone would be around there, maybe not that.
Gunner gets value out of the troll op, perhaps? They got a ping on a zombie. They're gonna wait till she stops looking at the hatch? Alright, that was kinda nice.
Yeah, Fabian even said earlier in the timeout that this match does not matter for M80, so they do not care.
As slow as they like, they've got hot and cold in the Monty. There is just no way they should be losing this round now.
It's kind of fun having a format where you can gamble big and have a hugely important match.
Can't gamble. Can't say gamble.
But on the other hand, like if you gamble small, you do just
Can't say gamble.
make matches not matter.
Can't say gamble.
I think I said Campbell, like Campbell's Chicken Soup. You might have misheard me.
They're canceled because they make their product in America. It's not Canadian soup. Dude, M80 is fisting them.
They're getting a nice like early opening pick with like a stupid angle from Diffuser or Gunner playing Nook. They're getting like cheesy opening picks and they're just waiting for Falcons to panic and start making some swings.
I usually need to pay a monthly subscription to see this level of fisting, Jesse.
I mean, this is not winnable against a Montaigne. Little team kill in the midst of it, but
not even a team kill. Flawless end.
Cleaning house. Just as we all expected, okay? Elevate our top 2 and Falcons are our bottom 2 in this tournament. As we all thought would happen in this game.
Let's go over to El Clasico quickly. 1 minute left. Nobody in chat even blinked at my fisting joke. Damn it. It's a good one.
I had a good one earlier nobody referenced either.
What'd you say?
Hey,
Shroom, nice to see you. Big fan of your product.
Oh, I made a...
Oh, can't say that.
I made a joke about Mansa Musa.
Oh, that is toxic from Ask and from Maya. FaZe lean on Cyber now to finish the job.
Dude, they all swung him with... Oh no, I thought they were all swung with pistols. Only the Doke, or only the Valk did.
Yeah, Liquid's like 0-8 against FaZe in the last like 2 like events or 2 something.
Palu was the problem?
Or something. What?
Was Palu the problem? Yeah, that had to be Diffuser top frag, right? Do I actually have to give channel points to Extra now?
I think you got a 4K in the last round. Gavin Diffuser tied.
Bitch. Gavin Diffuser tied.
Tie goes to the runner, give it to Extra.
Tie goes to whoever has the fewest deaths, which they tie. Then it goes to the most assists, which was Diffuser. Son of a bitch. All right, Cherub Chairman is still our main champion here. Congrats, Chairman. You've been predicting like a god today, Chairman.
Oh, he's the chairman.
That's facts. That's facts.
I've seen Tires on Netflix. Also, how are you doing, Makashi? Nice to see you.
Okay, so the last games of the day are SSG FearX, which could eliminate SSG, and then W7MDZ.
W7MDZ is, to me, a less interesting matchup on paper. I would prefer to watch FearX SSG.
I'm okay with this because I'm kind of interested to see how FearX handle like a real team. Like so far they've beaten KAG and G2.
Okay, you've earned this one. You're banned for 176,114 seconds. You are banned for an incomprehensibly high amount of seconds. You are banned for 9 days.
I'll be right back, and then I don't know. We could do some Geo or something.
Sure. Unbanned you. Said Jake Ball next to Pengu. How are you doing, Trash Man? Nice to see you. Blood, nice to see you as well. Adup, nice to see you. Hello. If you are new in here and I have not said your name, Jesse is now gone. Jesse seems to recoil whenever Jesse honestly seems to recoil whenever I shout out people in the chat. So if I've not said hello to you, please type so I can come back and say hello to you. But give me 1 second because I'm going to go fill up my water and then I will come right back. Is this a 30-minute timer? Oh, good lord. What's this one at? 5 minutes. Far more manageable. Okay, when Jesse comes back, I'm going to go get water. If I haven't said hello to you, please say hi. Please say hello. Dude, looking at pictures of Rio just makes me want to play City Skylines. It's unfair, dude. Hello, Cheesecake. How would you design your ideal city? An ideal city is one that has gentle density, is walkable, it has fast, affordable, and convenient public transit. I'm thinking something like you can get around in like maybe like a couple minutes. I'm trying to think here. What would we call it? Somewhere that you can get to most things in like your neighborhood. Probably like a 15-minute city. Like being able to get around in 15 minutes, I think would be great. Yeah, I think that'd be really, really good. 15 minutes would be killer. Yeah. Manor Lords? I'll look into it. You're playing City Skylines the other day, Rob? It's a game that requires thinking, so I imagine you'd have some problems with it. But I feel like you could, after many years, get there. You know? I feel like you'd be able to get there. I mean, I don't think you should plan cities. I think letting cities grow organically is for the best. I think restricting development to certain areas is bad. I think there are considerations that you need to take into account. For example, you don't want schools around like shooting ranges if you're in America, or if you're in America, shooting ranges and schools tend to function as the same building because America does not have a sensible grasp on social policies and gun policies, but that's a whole other conversation. But I think like putting, say, for example, like a liquor store or a safe consumption site across the street from a daycare or a school is probably a bad idea. Putting a school on a road with a speed limit above, say, 40 miles per hour or 60 kilometers per hour is quite bad. I think there are considerations you need to take in zoning, but like, you should be designing cities so that people can walk to their job, walk to their grocery store, walk to their doctor or pharmacy or any of that stuff. Or if they can't do that, then there is a cycling network that will allow them to get there on a bike, or they are able to use rapid transit, whether it be an LRT or a bus, or heavy rail, which it could be a subway or a commuter rail. But either way, car ownership should not be necessary to navigate. And you shouldn't be collecting certain businesses and only putting them in certain areas. You should be allowed to have a corner store, a convenience store, a grocery store, a small pharmacy, a bookstore, etc. in neighborhoods where people live. But in a lot of suburban communities, you are not legally allowed to do that. If I wanted to open a small corner shop selling fresh produce and some other things that are considered, you know, household essentials like milk and water and whatever else, you're not allowed to do that in certain parts of certain towns, especially in America, because that disrupts the character of the neighborhood, and the neighborhood is zoned to be solely residential. That's bad, because then you basically have these silos where people need to go to different locations to accomplish it, which often necessitates a car.
I'm sorry. Is the communist trying to take your fucking cars away, chat? Do I need to mute this guy?
Having areas guns aren't allowed and making it exponentially more tough to legally buy them is more dangerous than having strict laws. I mean, statistically, no. I think in America, guns don't make people safer. I think that is very widely studied. I think when you look at America's gun control policy, by the way, am not anti-gun. I think that there are certain guns that should not be allowed to be kept in people's homes, but you shouldn't be able to just buy a cannon, for example, or you shouldn't be able to buy like a minigun and keep it in your home.
What the fuck?
But I think gun ownership is perfectly fine, and there's lots of countries, like in Canada, you can own guns. There's no problem with that. The issue is that America has a fetish for firearms. America also has a fetish for individualism that puts the individual over everybody else. And America has very poor social programs. And when you combine all three of those, you end up with people just resorting to gun violence without a second thought. And it's silly. And it's like, if you can fix a lot of the underlying problems, gun ownership in and of itself does not become an issue in America any longer. The problem is that none of those three things are being addressed. So that's it, you know. All right, now that you're back, entertain, because I'm going to go grab water. I'll be right back.
Okay. I choose to engage with Timberwolf, who said that Elevate still have their chicken card, so they will use it to avoid playing against Falcons tomorrow, which is just a great point. At the same time, though, like, yeah, I guess. If I'm Elevate, I'm betting one bullet, like, for the rest of the tournament, right? I think 13, if they bet one bullet tomorrow, one bullet on day 5, suppose they lose both times, they end up with 11 points. I don't know. We'll see. There is something to be said about saving your chicken card to the last day. Bet one bullet against Falcons, and then on the last day, you can assess if you want to use your chicken out card, if you need to gamble more bullets. You know, you can kind of make that calculation. So it'll be interesting to see what Elevate does. I agree. I think there's a good chance they use their chicken card, which would mean that Falcons then need to choose a different opponent. And it's like, if you're not playing Elevate, who are you playing? So they can't pick Loud, they can't pick Wildcard, they can't pick M80. So they have all APAC teams available to them. They could pick FearX. Now, if FearX lose today, FearX only go down to 6 points because they're gambling 3. So if they play FearX, that means Falcons could wager a total of 6, plus their extended mag gives them +6, which brings them from 1 up to 13 if they win, which still puts them in a pretty good situation. And FearX cannot use their chicken out card because they already used it against the Falcons. Now, can Falcons still pick? I'm not sure how the chicken out card works, because in round 2, FearX chickened out against the Falcons. Does that work for the entire group stage? Can Falcons now not pick FearX for the entire group stage? I don't know. I would assume they can pick them again, but I'm not confident on that. What's a better strategy? Bet 4 points twice, or 1 point and 7 points? I think it depends who you get for your opponents. I think tomorrow, Falcons are going to get the easiest opponents they will have for the rest of the tournament. Because they get first choice, they can choose anybody except for PSG Talon. So, in theory, like, I think the best strategy for Falcons, even if they can't pick Elevate, because Elevate's use the chicken out card, I think no matter what, Falcons should try to go all in. Why did it say in stream 2 teams were out after today? That might also be true. Because every day they eliminate a certain number of peoples. Does that include today? Certain number of people, certain number of teams, I should say. No, that's only tomorrow. Okay. They only eliminate after day 4. Okay. Yeah, that would change the calculations quite a bit. I guess the auto eliminations are probably another reason why the 1v1 card doesn't work on days 4 and 5. Because if you like won your 1v1, you ended up with like 2 points like G2. Well, it doesn't matter. You're still automatically eliminated. One team will not play tomorrow unless SSG get eliminated. I know it's not, it might not be intuitive based on these standings, But PSG Talon are already eliminated. The only other team that can be eliminated today are SSG. So if SSG get eliminated today, then everybody will play. But if SSG, presuming SSG either beat FearX or beat FearX in a 1v1, then one team will not play tomorrow. And I would guess, so basically how it works is they're going to go from the bottom of the standings up to the top, where the teams will get to choose their opponents, and whoever is not chosen at the end doesn't play. So my guess is it'll be Furia who doesn't play tomorrow, because I think they're the best team. Like, Furia have not yet lost, so they're a very strong team, and they're very high in the standings, so it's unlikely that it will be their turn to pick. Right, any team in the bottom half of the standings is guaranteed to play tomorrow because they'll be chosen. They'll be next on the line to choose their opponent, right?
Teams choose who to challenge. Teams choose how many bullets to play for. And every choice has consequences.
Yeah, if you're not playing, you just get a certain number of bullets, so you don't lose your spot. So it's not really a disadvantage to not get picked. If you want FearX to win the event, I'd be shocked if FearX won the event. I think they're in a decent place to make playoffs. But, like, are they in a decent place to make playoffs? Because they're currently sitting in 8th place with 9 points, right? That means that, like, they're not really in a good spot to pick their next opponent. So, presumably good teams are going to keep choosing FearX, as SSG did today. FearX is going to continue to lose. I don't know. I mean, FearX are not in a safe spot. FearX still need to win games, I guess is what I'm trying to say, to make it out. Like, it's kind of insane that, like, FearX are in a much worse spot than Elevate, because FearX dominated the first 2 days of competition, and Elevate got dominated the first 2 days of competition, but here we are. FearX need 2 more wins because 3 points of the ship bet. FearX still have their extended mag, right? If FearX get a good extended mag, they don't need to, yeah, they don't need to necessarily win 2 games. FearX could lose today, go down to 6, and then win, say, tomorrow with their extended mag, and then gain, what, 8 plus 6 is 14 points and still probably qualify. Yeah. The extended mag, I think, is, like, the most important card by far. I mean, duel, I guess, too, if you're going to be eliminated. But extended mag really changes the whole format.
Gives you the chance to 1v1 to stay alive for the next round. Big moments at reload will earn bonus bullets. Win in a flawless.
Yeah, the 3 point. It's weird that FearX chose to gamble 3 points on this SSG game, because if they win, it doesn't really help them. Like, it's not good enough for them to lock playoffs. And if they lose, it also, like, it doesn't really change their. It just kind of hurts their standings. I don't know. If FearX weren't confident, they probably should have just gambled 1, but they went with 3, so we'll see. How many bullets will SSG be at if they win? So SSG gambled 8 plus extended mag, so SSG gambled the maximum of 14. So they would be at 14 plus 6, so they would be at 20. Dude, this is kind of insane. If SSG win this game against FearX, they will be first place in the tournament. If they lose this game against FearX, they will be eliminated, minus the 1v1. Like, dude. I think this format has some damn problems, bro. The fact that one game against probably one of the bottom teams of the tournament will determine if SSG finish first place in standings or last place is insane. Obviously, like, they won't necessarily finish first, but, like, I don't know. SSG's record so far is 1-1. They beat G2 7-4, and they lost a close, well, not even that close. They lost to DZ 7-3. SSG have honestly not had a very good tournament so far. But, like, is it a good enough tournament to beat FearX? Probably. I don't think BO1s have anything to do with this. Because, like, I don't think any games have been, like, weird upsets where, like, the other team should have won. Like, BO1 is a problem if, like, a really bad team beats a really good team and it has a big impact. But, like, I think FearX was genuinely better than CAG and G2, right? Like, if all of these games were BO3s, I don't think things would be changing much. Like, FearX would probably have still won their 2 games. SSG probably would have still lost to DZ and beaten G2. Maybe not, but...
And I think the worst map I would say is...
I don't think BO1s have, like, robbed any of these teams or anything.
A smaller clubhouse. I literally think it's the same thing. I think it's like played like clubhouse. It's a smaller clubhouse.
You think the 1v1s are really bad, too? I think the 1v1s are one of the least bad parts of this format. I think they're kind of interesting, and I think that they, like, don't really break the game or anything. I don't know. The BO1s are basically just like an extra life in the tournament. I don't think it's that bad. If there were no 1v1s, these teams that gambled all their points would just gamble all of their points -1, and then they'd be in the same situation after they lost. So I don't think the 1v1s actually change that much of the tournament. They just kind of like add some excitement. And allow... The 1v1s kind of allow teams to play a bit more exciting.
Creative director.
So Border, I think, like you said, it's boring. And it's a lot of gunfights, and I like gunfights.
Yeah, the leaderboard looks really fucking goofy right now because
did she changed outfits?
Who? Oh,
She was in like a painter's. She was in like a big blue painter's shirt earlier.
Because I mean,
I was looking at Wikipedia. I wasn't even looking at the stream.
Oh no, I said Maria changed outfits. I don't think this is from a different day. I think this is from today, right?
Yeah, because there's SSG DZ. They're about to play. They're in the background.
Yeah.
This looks live.
Honestly, given how badly Dev and James were sweating in the post map, it wouldn't surprise me if she just changed because it's so hot in there.
Yeah, it's tough.
I don't think people realized how hot Brazil was. When we were in Sao Paulo, the first time, I was literally drenched in sweat. And then when we went to Rio for the finals, it was like, even with AC, it's just so stinking hot. I wasn't there for the worst of Berlin, so that's the thing, right? Like, I flew home when the live event happened in Berlin, so everybody was in terrible shape, but I was back here in Toronto.
We had giant AC units in the talent room of Berlin. You saw those,
remember
right?
how hot Berlin was, dude.
Yeah.
Berlin was super hot because the air conditioning in the unit, like the air conditioning unit in the building, like died.
Agreed.
Edmonton Major?
They're having some problems with production at the moment.
You think? Why do you say that, Parker? Oh, there we go.
I would like a Toronto Major. VCT is coming here. I'm very excited to attend that. Overwatch has come here. Call of Duty has come here. Like, why don't we get to come here?
Because if it's ever an East Coast Canadian event, it's going to be in Montreal.
Enough Montreal, dude.
I agree. I would happily take a Toronto Major over Montreal, but...
I love Montreal, but I'm tired of going there when it's cold. I'd like to go there when it's warm.
Even the November Major was like a little chilly. No
Yeah, it was too
February, but Montreal in the summer is peak.
I have not seen Super Troopers 2, but yes, I am Canadian. I'm from Toronto.
St. John's, Newfoundland Major. Now we're starting to cook. I'll be right back.
Oh, Lord Thunder and Christ, go to Newfoundland. Hey, everybody, how's it going? Going to Newfoundland. Gonna watch some Rainbow Six Siege. You think the BO1s are ruining the esport? I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that. I think asking people to watch a best of 3 that's boring is a more onerous take than watching a best of 1. Every single format has a trade-off, right? A best of 1, a best of 3, and a best of 5. All of them fulfill different needs. A best of 1 or multiple best of 1s show a snapshot of a team's potential on relatively equal footing and allows you to show off more teams in a given day. A best of 3, which is usually considered the good middle ground, is still quite the buy-in expected by the viewers. You know, that's potentially upwards of 3 hours to watch a single game. That can be quite a lot. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the match itself will be particularly interesting. A 2-0 blowout is quite boring to watch. I'd rather a 1-map blowout than a 2-map blowout. There are some best of 3s that grind their way through all 3 maps and are not particularly exciting. Look at a lot of the games that we've had so far through this tournament. We're now in day 3. go back to some of the matches we watched yesterday. Could you imagine having to endure 1, 2, 3 maps more, or well, 1 to 2 maps more? No, it would be miserable. People would be tuning out. And we actually saw that in Poland, where viewership for map 1 of the second best of 3 that we would do, because in Poland, if you remember when we did Pro League from Poland with ESL, we would do 2 best of 3s. The second and third maps of the second best of 3 would always have lower viewership than the first map.
I trust him, but I don't remember
the time
that.
commitment required is too much. And it also means that 2 teams are monopolizing more of the time. If you're a fan of TSM and you've got E United and Tempo Storm playing, you're going to tune out. You're not going to watch that. But if it's a best of 1 between E United and Tempo Storm,
oh, he's confusing Pro League and the first year of NAL.
TSM up next. A best of 5 is obviously the logical conclusion of this, where it's like it is the showcase of talent. A best of 5, the better team always wins. But it is a huge ask for viewers to sit through what could be 6.5 hours of games that aren't necessarily going to be particularly good. And they might not be teams you care about. Look, for example, at the Sao Paulo finals at SI 2 years ago, where people were like, you want me to watch a best of 5 between 2 Brazilian teams? You're out of your goddamn mind. But it did give us the best game of Rainbow Six ever played. So it depends. Every single format has trade-offs. Best of 1s are the lowest skill ceiling, or the lowest skill ceiling will be on display. But it is the quickest. All teams get to play. Every fan gets to go home happy because they get to watch their team play. That's it.
I think BO3 formats, like I'm going to use Valorant as an example, right? Because I watch a decent bit of Valorant, the NA League, VCT, whatever. And when I watch Valorant, and when I watch any esport or sport for that matter, I am not there to like watch all the games and like there because I care about the games. I want to pick one team, support that team, watch that team's games. I don't give a shit about anything else. And as a hardcore viewer like that, as a hardcore fan, I think BO3s are tremendously better because you get to watch your team for longer in a sitting down to watch your team for an hour, sometimes like less than that, 45 minutes, feels really shit. And like, if my team is not playing on a day, I just don't watch that day. That's fine. But I think for a broadcast viewership, a lot of people just click in. They want to watch the stream. They don't necessarily care about watching their specific team. And if they do show up just for their specific team, there's a good chance they leave the stream on. They continue watching. They keep going. And so viewership, I think, is generally better when you can play BO1s and you can put like 12 teams on the screen in a single day. But I think for hardcore fans, and particularly like for somebody like me and the way I watch esports, I much prefer watching BO3s. I just don't think that gets reflected in viewership metrics.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, every single TO will tell you that best of 1s draw better viewership, right? Like it's just it's the data is there. But again, you're trading off match quality, potential competitive integrity for viewership. That's it, right? Like at the end of the day, like you are knowingly sacrificing the quality of your product, but doing so to attract more eyes and get more viewership. That's it. And it goes back to the point I said, there is no perfect answer. There are days where I don't want to deal with best of 3s. There are days where I don't want to deal with best of 1s. Like it's just, it varies. And a huge portion of every audience, like upwards of 60%, are casual. They're literally just there to watch and that's it. You know, like again, goes back to the people that are watching us right now, the 300 and something people that are here in both of our channels. Like you guys are basically super fans, you know. There are how many people are watching this YouTube stream right now? There
Probably
are 2,000 people just
20.
watching this stream, not in a co-stream.
Oh,
like that's just 2,000 people watching the YouTube stream, and the YouTube stream is way smaller than the Twitch stream. You know, so people need to understand that like when you're like, oh, there's 200 of us here and we all hold the same opinion, you are less than 10% of the people watching a single YouTube stream of this, which tends to get lower viewership than other platforms. So,
yeah. And if I can talk about Stino's comment there.
You may.
Esports is more than entertainment, though. It's some people's career. It's not. It is entertainment. Like it or not, the people who make the decisions in esports are, in our case, Ubisoft and Blast. And no matter what the goals are of Ubisoft and Blast, right? Some esports are run to try to make a profit. Some esports are run to try to advertise the game and run at a loss, like whatever you think. End of the day, the only thing that matters, the only goal is getting viewership. And it's like, yeah, people make their careers off this, but Ubisoft are pulling the strings. They're going to do what's in their best interest. So you as a hardcore fan might not have the same interest in Ubisoft in this situation. It's very similar to the conversation about MXPL getting a free spot in the North American League this year. North American like English-speaking North American fans probably just want to see the 10 best North American teams. They don't want a team like Team Cruelty to be in the league. But if Team Cruelty to be in the league brings in more viewership, it's going to be better for Ubisoft. They're going to go for it. You don't have to like that decision from Ubisoft, but I mean, I think you should understand that, right?
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, I think what we're going to see is esports is going to continue to trend towards being more of a marketing tool than a legitimate standalone sport, especially as money continues to dry up, right? Like you touched on it. Like esports should be a loss leader for a lot of these. Why did that look like he was a Smash Bros character being introduced?
I liked it.
Joining the fight. Call out.
The coach is very serious, so they're like, you know, got to get you to this weight.
Like money is drying up in esports. If we are not able to afford to keep the lights on, which means viewership, which means selling ads, which means like higher viewership metrics, etc., you know, look, his change is incredible, eh?
Yeah. I remember talking with him in Charlotte for the major, and the difference between then and now is ridiculous.
12 hours a day, just grinding it, and then eventually I got the position to coach. Charles came to me and they're like, "Hey, I want you to come out here."
I mean, I saw that photo of him, but I was like, I don't ever remember him being like that heavy. Like I remember I've seen him a lot. Like I've seen him a lot because I've basically been casting him forever. But it's like the guy on the left, like I do not remember ever being like, oh, he was like that big.
I
Not
remember
that he was huge, but it's like I always thought he was like slim. I don't know.
After that, setting specific.
I think he was that big in Charlotte.
Write down and talk about here's the plan how we're going to do this. And then
pretty close, if not.
Every day, you know, you get small.
Anyway, I think that there are considerations at play that suck for people who just want the most competitive and most balanced game possible. Let's use Fortnite as an example. I don't know how many of you watched competitive Fortnite when it was, you know, much bigger, but right when the game was taking off, they did some real goofy stuff with introducing a new mechanic that was horrendously broken and then having a competitive tournament a day or two later, and that item was in it. The sword, the mech, and people were like, we've been scrimming for months preparing for this, and now you're going to introduce this horribly broken item with really no notice, and it's going to completely upset the balance of the game, and it did. But Fortnite, or Epic Games rather, came out and openly said, like, we are here to showcase this game. Like, we are here to sell people on this game. And Fortnite is a marketing tool. Everybody who watches this and sees how strong the sword is going to go, holy shit, I should go play that game. Look at how fun that looks. Competitive integrity be damned. What they wanted off Epic Games side of things was to just get more people in game. And that's, and again, if you want a competitive game and you want a match that is balanced and showcases the best, you're going to hate that decision. But if you're one of the casual viewers who's just like, yeah, I don't really care about any of the teams, I just kind of want to watch people pop off, oh my god, this looks so cool, I want to go play, you're going to love it, right? And these people are at odds with each other. There is no right answer. These are only subjective takes. I hate shit like that. I think competitive integrity should be paramount. But I also understand that I'm not necessarily the target market for Ubisoft or for esports in general, right? So you have to realize that with best of ones, with balancing changes and stuff like that, these are all done with many different stakeholders, all having different desires and wants. And sometimes the competition will suffer so that something else can benefit in hopes of making more money, getting more viewership, etc.
Exactly, and actually, I will tell you about one strategy.
It's a little bit embarrassing to show the standings, and the top two teams both have negative round differentials. I'm a little surprised they put that on the graphic, but I guess it's the tiebreaker, so they have to.
That's the Survivor card it'll give them an extra bullet should they survive the day. However,
I think that's a good point by Bunny too. Like, if we completely throw out competitive integrity, people wouldn't really watch. Like, then we become the WWE, and maybe there is a market for that, but I think it's smaller than the market of people who like do want to watch the best teams compete. That's why SI Grand Finals gets more viewership than Bolo playing in a regular season game. But like, there's always a balance to strike, and it's like Ubisoft's goal is always going to be to maximize viewership. So if they do something you don't like, it is probably because they're trying to maximize viewership. And it's like, I feel like sometimes people don't think all the way through, and they just think Ubisoft's a fucking idiot. Don't they know that the format of R6 Reload is not very competitive? And it's like, of course they know.
Yeah.
Their competitive integrity is not their number one goal.
So one thing that people don't understand is that, and I hope I'm not, I don't think this is under NDA. I don't think this is anything crazy.
Please don't get us cut from another event, Parker.
Yeah, I'm not sure this was my fault. You're the one who killed the guy. Basically, R6 share teams are beholden to certain rules by Ubisoft, right? Like we've talked in the past where it's like if you're going to be an R6 share team, like you have to, pay people, like pay players a certain amount, you have to abide by certain rules, etc. The standards are different for R6 share teams. But people also don't realize that R6 share teams sometimes get priority for like highlighted matches. Like if you're an R6 share team, like there are agreements to how much screen time you should be getting. And there are considerations about audience as well on the A and the B stream. Ubisoft and Blast are not blind to the fact that being on the B stream means that you're basically relegated to the basement. Like, they know that if you've got a team like the old TSM, like G2, like Liquid, that's going to draw crazy viewership, you don't necessarily want to put them on the B stream because they will get less eyes on the product. You want to market your stars and you want to market your big teams and put them on the A stream. So, like, there will be days where matches will be announced for tomorrow and people will say, oh my God, look at how good these games are. Wait, why the hell are they on the B stream? Well, that's because even if Team Liquid is playing a plug team or if G2 is playing CAG, they still want G2 on the A stream because it's going to draw more viewership. Doesn't matter if, Raza Company Academy is playing Spacestation and it looks like it's going to be a real barn burner. They don't give a shit because the fan bases of both of those teams are significantly smaller than Liquid or FaZe or G2, etc. They're going to put the bigger teams on the A stream and people get mad about it, but it's like, no, it's all about maximizing viewership because the higher your viewership, the more you can sell your time for sponsorships and ads and you make more money. So
I remember there was an event a while ago. I don't even remember the specific people who were involved, but I think it was before Blast. But like there was an A stream and a B stream and like one specific random APAC team, I don't remember who, had like not been on the A stream all like the whole event. And like they had complained like either on Twitter or to Talent or something, and like some members of Talent like took it upon themselves to like talk to production and be like, yo, we should really get these guys on the A stream. It's not fair. Can we get them on the A stream? Because they haven't been there the whole time. And I forget who it was. It might have been I think it was one of our producers who basically was just like, listen, I know they haven't been on the A stream, but like we need to maximize, our goal is to maximize our viewership here. If they want to be the A stream, they can make it farther in the tournament and they will get onto the A stream. But we need to think about our bottom line. It's not just about them. Like, we're not doing this for charity to highlight the teams.
Somebody's like, Raza Company Academy is a great example because now they play for Loud. Yeah, you think if I was talking about Loud, I would have said Loud? I was talking about Raza Company Academy back when, like, in SI, when they were on, like, a bit of a miracle run. And people were like, oh my God, like, these guys should be on the A stream. And it's like, no, because, like, no offense, nobody cares about this team right now.
Yeah.
Like, now that they're Loud, yeah, people are going to care about them just because of the org. But at the time, like, nobody really cared that much. No, it's not, I'm not like upset with you. I'm just saying, like, I tend to try to choose my words carefully, and it's like I meant when they were Raza Company Academy, like a great match on paper that is like, oh, this is sick. Why are they not on the A stream? This is going to be such a good game. Just get rid of this garbage matchup that's going to be a 7-0. Again, it goes back to Jesse's point. Even if G2 7-0's CAG, there are more fans of G2 than there are of SSG and Raza Company Academy combined. So you're going to want to put G2 on the A stream because you want more eyes on that product. That's all.
Somebody said it took me a while, and it doesn't mean I don't get angry once in a while, but I've accepted that video games are never fair. And I don't know if you're specifically talking in the concept of esports, but I like to think of it in that, like, you know, sometimes you might think, like, with Ubisoft putting out whatever formats they want to put out, and with, like, game-breaking bugs and disconnects, and it's like, you might get frustrated, like, oh, my team got robbed here because, like, the game broke or because the format is bad. And, like, again, I'm not trying to say that this is will make it any better, but this shit happens in normal sports too. Dude, the fucking referee calls that have happened in some of these NHL playoff games, like, in regular sports, they got bad calls.
Bad calls in baseball, like,
And then in esports, we get fucking rehosting game-breaking bugs, and it's like, it doesn't make it better, but nothing in life is fair. Like, there's no competition that is perfectly fair. At the end of the day, though, I do think at the highest level, like, the best team is still winning SI, right? Like, I don't think it is going to have tremendous effect on, like, who the GOATs are.
Yeah. How are you doing, Holly? Nice to see you.
Holly, first-time chatter. Edmonton Oilers winning Game 4 tonight. Indeed. Get ready for it. As long as Draisaitl can keep the puck out of our own net, we'll be just fine.
No, Shady, it's fine, man. I'm, Shady, if you've been here, how long have you been in my channel for, Shady? Okay, actually not very long at all. Okay, well, I don't get offended by that kind of stuff. Also, Hale was like Miracle Run. Actually, Stako deserved to be in the Grands, and I said that's the first stupid thing Hale said in my chat.
You're starting to see it now.
I'm starting to see it, man.
You're starting to see it.
Starting to see it. Hale says stupid stuff. What can I say? That's a stupid comment. But no, and I think, again, like, a lot of people might consider it and just disagree with it, right? Like, their anger is a lot of times misplaced. A lot of times they're like, Ubisoft, you fucking stupid, what, blah, 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 why you run this esport like this? And it's like, these people deep down are aware of why Ubisoft is making these decisions, but they don't really care. They're still going to get mad about it and lash out that way, right? Like, I'm Giorgino. Thank you so much for the brand new Prime chat. I haven't done this in a while. It's time to be a digital panhandler. This is the Interro charm. Money is tight. My kids are dying. Please help. This is my Interro charm. You can sub and get it in your inventory. If you don't have the money to sub, don't bother. My children will live, I'm sure. I don't have children.
Again, I am confident that they can get this done, but again, you are going to need to.
This is a bit of a change of topic, but I just found a Fet tweet that kind of repeats the stuff we've been talking about all day.
Yeah.
M80 just beat the 3X Grand Finals from last year. They get no lower seed wants to pick them now. They have to bet the house on a hard matchup because they're at 9 bullets, and that Falcons now get to attempt to farm 20 bullets off of Cloud9 or Elevate. Losing equals good. Yeah.
If you're curious, by the way, as to why we are not there, you can type !why. Basically, as the thing says, like, this is not a real circuit event, and because of that, they had different priorities when picking different casters and wanted to give opportunities to different people based on different criteria, and we just didn't fit the mold, and that's okay.
We have !why, but it doesn't work in Interro's chat. Get owned, Interro chatters.
Correct. You have to be in Jesse's chat. Sorry, Rince.
You said it 5 minutes ago. Kimmy, I don't read what you type.
Jesse's not there because they said that Fox fulfilled the Canadian twink role, so they didn't need Jesse. That's really it.
So I'm just gonna sit back, relax, and enjoy the cast with you two. All yours.
Thank you very much, Milos, for the last time today, indeed. This is one of those things that you look at it on paper and think SSG are really throwing the kitchen sink at
Falcons are the biggest org in the world, so they'll always be A stream. I think Falcons are the biggest org in the world, but that doesn't mean they have the most fans.
Are they the biggest org in the world?
By teams they have, absolutely.
I mean, here's where we're going to get into, like, what do you define as biggest team in the world, right?
I think they currently have the biggest
frank with you.
presence at top
I don't think Falcons has the same fan. Like, I think they might be a big org that spends lots of money because they basically come from oil land where money never runs out. But, like,
of course,
there's, like, their fandom is very tiny.
I agree with that. But yeah, like, for me, the fact that they have the biggest name in almost every esport is why I would call them the biggest org in esports. But obviously, that doesn't mean that they have the most fans.
Tariff war includes the twink economy. Sorry, Jesse. They tariffed you. Jesse January 6th chick was canceled. Can you believe that?
What's your timer at as we start this game? I'm going to run a prediction,
Jesse stormed the Capitol. Yeah, I mean, peak oil is supposed to be like 2 years from now, and then demand for oil is supposed to plummet. Up, Boogeyman!
All right,
you didn't
gamble away,
my dude.
And that'll be a 2-bullet fine for Woogie. So that's a pretty impactful mistake coming out there.
I heard they actually take him out back and just shoot him in the head.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Instant death.
Yeah, and then he's got to come back in and play without a head.
Kill you, unfortunately.
Yeah, playing when you're dead is tough too. So like he's gonna have to figure that one out.
Yeah, I mean it's because Falcons has no identity. Falcons' literal identity is, hey, we're a team that's owned by Saudi Arabia and we have more money than God, so we just buy the best in every single esport. That's not a cohesive identity. Like they have no cohesive branding. They don't have any like fun or quirky personality. They have no reason to ingratiate themselves. Like the fans come because of the people that they purchase. They don't come because of the org. Like all these people that are here cheering for like Shaiko, if Shaiko leaves to go to a new team, they're not going to stick around and cheer for BDS. They're going to be like, or for Falcons, they're going to cheer for whatever fucking team Shaiko goes to. That's really just it. And this is a lot of sports teams do this. Like the Yankees used to be like this. The Yankees have had some success lately, and obviously now the Dodgers are doing it in baseball. And in the NHL, it was the Rangers. A lot of people say Manchester United does the same, Man U. But it's like you need to establish an actual identity and make people care about your org. And it's hard to do that when you get personalities for being personalities, but then people will continue to cheer for them for that exact reason.
I agree with everything you just said, but I will say I think that's a problem a lot of esports have, maybe to a lesser degree than Falcons. It's like in traditional sports, people are fans of teams. In esports, most of the time, I find people are fans of players. And so if those players ever leave, like I think a lot of BDS fans left BDS, despite the fact that BDS is still like, you know, you could argue a more established org with a more established fan base than a team like Falcons.
I also think it depends on why a person leaves and where they go.
That's fair, yeah.
Like if Nesk retires, I suspect a lot of Nesk fans would just stay cheering for Liquid.
Yeah, I agree.
Whereas if Nesk goes to FaZe, I think a great deal of that fan base would go. But again, it depends on where they go. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is a bit of a goofy game. What's your timer at?
28, 27.
Oh, you got
26,
a pause. Okay, I'm at 28, 27, 26, 25, 24.
Why don't you just go live and then go back? Because then
I am live.
Really?
Yeah, you've got a pause.
Are you on? You're on FearX SSG?
Yeah.
What are you at again?
14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7.
I think I'm like a second ahead of you, but I'm also trying to take into account ping on Discord, so.
Yeah, whatever. We'll figure it out.
FearX superfan. First time chatter goes, this might be the worst day of all time.
Oh, no.
That's so good.
Yeah, despite their hot start, like the first 2 days, I'm not going to say they didn't matter, but the impact they have is very minimal on the rest of this tournament. So FearX are not in a safe spot by any means. They need some wins. For FearX, basically, like whether they win or lose this game will depend on like how risky they have to be over the next couple days.
Yeah.
They can play it a bit more safe if they win this, but they're still honestly not in a great spot.
Wait, Parker, have you heard of the Survivor page star updates? Is that like an update on the player star from Survivor? It was spoilers. Who it was maybe voted out. People thought that was actually Star.
Like the YouTuber?
Oh, the contestant on the most recent season of Survivor. Siege sound is apparently very different, yes.
SSG then looking very, very confident, I think, inside of round one. Certainly not phased really by anything that FearX.
This is just like the Valorant co-streams with Sideshow and the rest of the Plat Chat people, where they sync up with countdowns and call Sideshow in the case Jesse, a Tory in this case a right-wing person.
Putting your opposition in bad positions and taking theirs as well, then you're absolutely fine with it. We've got Ying being brought along here, which is obviously going to dictate and direct the execution. So
Blood Kaboo, I don't know you're playing. I don't know how you're playing Ram if you're a first-time chatter, but I guess if you were chatting in Parker's chat, it might have pulled you. Because it's supposed to only pull people from chat, but I guess it's pulling people from Parker's chat too to go into mini siege.
Knowing that as soon as you see a Maestro, the immediate response is going to be something like the Bravo.
6 million people still watch Survivor every single week. Okay, thank you, Thunders.
So everything really relies on Ashen here to help deal with a lot of the
Yeah, the fact that FearX bet 3 here is very odd. I don't understand the strategy. FearX might not themselves understand strategy, to be honest, but
smoking them out is also an option. They've got 4 smokes in back pocket, so they have come in with the right ideas here to tackle the lineup coming out of FearX.
What's going on already?
I voted for Bernier. No, I wrote in Yves Saint LeBlanc. Okay, we've established this.
It's just not even his name.
Yeah, that's probably why he lost.
He's just in behind that keeper barricade for the time being. I'm not sure how aware of that SSG are. They will be now that a drone has gone across and seen him. That's going to leave him in a risky
Rin.
position.
At least there's a trade there, but then we trade back.
Is there who else? That 5 in the game so far. And SSG has got control of that cash side.
Right play from Rim there. Came in to support his teammate once he was being pressured.
Ben's just dead here. Ben just dead here. Dude, teams need to get accustomed to the second you clear cache and you walk into con, you shoot that pipe. You cannot get near that doorway until you shoot that pipe, because there's like been genuinely like 4 different people that have gotten damage or died to that pipe.
Is it on Twitter?
Pretty sure that Bravo drone just failed to complete the hack onto the Maestro cam before it was taken out. Ashen unable to sweep it in behind the tool chest there to keep it safe, and that's going to mean that Maestro bubble remains in place for FearX to use.
I was watching onto Rin and Murphy because they had a vault cam inside of construction, one inside of cache. In fact, it's still there as well.
SSG just waiting for their time. They're probably doing a 3-2-1 countdown in a second once everybody's set up. Newers is going to drop the Ying into Logi. It's not going to hit this guy in bathroom, though. Good Boy could absolutely fuck this push. He didn't absolutely fuck the push, but he certainly made it tough.
If this was Korea, you raising your voice against an elder like Interro is very disrespectful, and because you were doing it, it's disrespecting my culture, therefore you were racist. We already determined that Jesse is racist, sexist, and transphobic, and today we added anti-Semitic to the list.
None of these things are true. I am
Jesse's
none of these things.
The phobias like Infinity Stones, and he's almost at full bigot, but he just needs 1 more.
Odd that you're not including my roller coaster phobia, which is the only
real thing.
That's the only real thing that has been said about me on this stream.
Directly led to you being anti-Semitic. I'm not fat phobic.
And Interro is fat phobic. No, that was established.
I was fat phobic because I called Gridlock Thicklock because she has 3 armor and survived a bunch of body shots. Okay, hold on. I'm getting a phone call from my doctor. I'll be right back.
Phone call from your doctor. A likely story to cover up from the allegations being played in chat. Think about it this way, chat. If Parker was actually not guilty of the things you accuse him of, why wouldn't he be able to sit here and defend himself, as I do every single day? Why does he have to flee? Interesting. What am I, a 5-year-old to be afraid of a roller coaster? You can die on your metal snake, okay? I'm gonna be fucking living at the fair, eating my fucking Dippin' Dots and mini donuts, okay? Enjoy your death snake. I will not be there.
Drone training across again. It's something that SSG have done well so far. Every time that we've seen FearX trying to hide somebody away.
All right. SSG trying not to be generational fumblers and being eliminated from the tournament by FearX. You know, if FearX do eliminate SSG, they actually go up 4 bullets, which puts them up to 13, which is a bit better of a spot to be in. That might be enough. That's starting to get close to enough. But the problem is, if they lose the next 2 games, they definitely lose 2 more. So I don't know. You do have to win the 1v1, yeah. But if you've won the map, I mean, the 1v1 is I think doable. Again, I don't know who they would pick. I would probably go Rin. I would go Rin against, I don't know who you pick on SSG. Honestly, there's a lot of good choices on SSG. I think you pick anybody other than Faults, and you're in a good spot for your 1v1 on SSG. Jane, I know, might be a sleeper great pick for a 1v1 player.
back SSG. It's not that bad. But they need to get moving here. Halfway through, they've still got a player on main stairs who hasn't been forced to win.
Mephi is goated in 1v1s. Circles, I'm quite confident you've seen 0 1v1s from Mephi ever.
Not really opening up any verticals yet. Not really applying. I go back to that metric I use sometimes. How bothered are the players inside? And right now, they're not very bothered. Not bothered. Don't care.
Who is the guy that on D+ that lost the 1v1 to FaZe in Yavla? What player was that? Rin? Okay, maybe we don't want Rin in the 1v1. History has shown maybe we don't want Rin in the 1v1. Maybe I picked a bad player. Yeah, False has been the IGL of SSG for like 3 years. Keep up.
When they had them in their control, get involved, get stuck in, start opening hatches. Yes, they had to deal with Mephi on main stage, but it didn't take all 5 of them.
You'll be shocked to hear this, but Newers joining the team did not change the IGL dynamic on Spacestation. I know that's a big surprise. Nice play by Ashen. Ashen's had a stinker tournament, to be honest with you. It's weird to see him on so many shields, but like, this is kind of what had to happen with Forrest leaving, right? Because Forrest was always their shield guy, and I mentioned this in my Reload preview video, that like for SSG, 1v1, 1v1. Okay, maybe you take Good Boy in the 1v1. That was pretty nice. That was pretty nice. In the Reload preview, I mentioned that, like, for SSG, obviously Newers is like an upgrade over Forrest, but like they're very different players. They play very different roles on the team. They do very different things. So like the rest of SSG has to shift around, and it looks like Ashen has been shifted to the shield player, at least the aggressive shield player, because he's been on Blitz like a decent amount of times now. If they need a Monty for a push, it'll probably be False or somebody else, but if this was SSG 3 months ago, there's no universe you ever see Ashen on a Blitz, I'll tell you that. So SSG banned... Okay, they banned a Zombie, Kaid, and Bandit. Ashen takes Forest rolls, that's why his stats are suffering. Yeah, I haven't watched closely enough to know if he's like fully taking over Forest rolls. I'd be kind of surprised by that, but it does seem like the entry duo here is leaning more in towards being like, well, I don't know. I'd honestly have to pay closer attention to tell you what the roles are on SSG right now. Or I'd have to like ask the players, I guess. Because previously the entry duo was obviously Benja plus Ashen, but it's hard to pick up Newers and not put him in the entry duo somewhere.
I was concerned FearX might run out of road in this one, but they are certainly showing an ability on the defense to get
He fully took over Forest rolls on attack. Maybe.
Doctor reminding me about an appointment that I had completely forgotten about, so big ups to them.
Shit talking is more effective from the bottom frag position, which is why Ashen has been put onto Forest rolls. You're really starting to cook
Psychological strat, of course.
Now we're starting to get somewhere with the SSG theory crafting. Okay, okay.
How you doing, Drowning Skies? Nice to see you. Yanko, nice to see you as well. Just wanted to say hi to people, okay?
Okay. I didn't stop you.
You didn't stop me. Thanks, man.
Both teams had fantastic respective halves, and it took a while for M80 to warm up enough to get the win in the second half. So don't count SSG out yet, of course. Still plenty of Siege to play here. Only seen those 3 rounds, and another band coming on through, of course, with the Capital and the Azami being taken away.
Did it take 3 shots from Janino to open that? I think it did. It's a little unfortunate, but he gets it done.
We get there when we get there.
Yeah. And he's castling off construction. It is not common that you see a castle on this bomb site. Usually you're playing it for a lounge hold, which Excuse me, I think they are. But the one on Condor is a new one.
They do have the ace on side. I'd like to see that expanded. We've seen teams struggle to fully control CCTV with such a small breach on that wall. It gives defenders a little bit of an option. It's less of a risk to try and maybe get in there, to try and maybe make a little...
I wonder if you can nitro over the con wall to hit the pipe. I don't know that it's value to do so necessarily. Maybe you impact it if you're playing impacts on this site. God, Jack is still all the way in spawn. There is a guy secret window. He just lost the timing on him. I think Jack dies here.
It shouldn't feel too difficult to get in and make this happen, especially if you wanted to rock a shield, for example. All of them are available.
Yeah, Jack's dead.
They're not bothered with it, Tim. As you say, they've gone for construction, they've gone for the main breach. Benja again being sniffed out here, taken
Nice try.
down. J9 the same, and just when it looked like we might see something cooking from SSG, FearX fight back.
There are 2 players below, though. It's a 2v3 on site favoring SSG. Now they all sprint right up. Ashen's desperately trying to see. Newer's got that cover. Dude, FearX got man advantage, but they had to give up all of their positioning to get the man advantage. They like all funneled downstairs to try to take out Jack, and they just left the door wide open for SG to walk in sight and plant. I think Newer's is looking really fucking good on this team. I didn't think he'd adapt this quick.
Really well.
Forcing their way in through the smokes that were down. It was just absolute chaos for a time. But to give it to Newers, he was the real impact player for them. Then 2 big kills actually playing inside of construction itself and staving off that aggression that will come in towards the diffuser. It's at 2-2, but FearX are calling an attack time out here, Tim.
Immediate attack.
I want to say for the last defense. Okay? Yeah. So next round just Furia. The last defense, let's use safe Mira, okay? Because Mira open. And look here, I want something really strong to you play here in church, you know? Yeah. I want to Lin play Goyo with impact in safe Mira, so Lin Goyo, right? Yeah. And you play Warden. So why? Because if they flashbang, you Warden. Yeah. If they use Hibana or Ace to break the Mira, Lin have impact. So church really strong, understand? Yeah. And good, in that case, I think Good Boy can pick something free new, understand? Because you can play shield in AK, and if Good Boy want to pick Castle, fake double Castle in bar.
That's really interesting. That he's gone specifically to Good Boy and told him, I want you to play here and do exactly this in our last round. Not the next round, the last round. Very prescriptive.
It's always interesting to see.
It's a good example of the type of tack timeout that you didn't really like, Parker, where it's just specifically do this.
Well, he has to translate, so he can't really go too in depth, right?
Yeah, that's the tough part too.
Yeah.
Great replay from yesterday.
Yeah.
Part of their job is judging what is required, which is required in that tactical timeout at that time.
What also found really interesting is, of course, he spoke in English for that whole thing.
Did you already answer the Iqaluit Major question?
The Iqaluit Major. You know, I didn't. I thought it was such an important and deep question that I thought you were better equipped to handle it. Because I have a lot of mixed thoughts on it, so I thought maybe you had a clearer answer than I did.
What's up, Erhan? Jesse and I are not casting because this is a not officially, well, not officially, I guess it's an official event, but it's not part of the tournament like circuit. There are other considerations that they put into account when picking talent.
Also because Parker is washed, yep.
Also correct. Thank you very much, Timber.
Lily, I appreciate the Saskatoon correction there.
Some ravioli with some basil, some feta, some crushed Thai chilies, and some cocktail tomatoes with an olive oil dressing and a little bit of pepper. A little bit of salt when you boil the ravioli, because the feta is going to provide most of the salt when you're actually eating it. You don't want to over-salt the pasta. If you salt the water, you get better control. You should almost never have to put salt on pasta after it's been cooked. If you have to salt pasta after it's been cooked, you have failed at step number 1, which is appropriately salt the water. Jesse, don't listen to anything I say about cooking because I don't want my name to come up when you do your fucking horrible, like, cooking abortion streams.
I feel like I'm getting unfairly judged by just one clip. And I still feel that my one clip of cooking, not enough emphasis is put on the reactive skills of my cooking abilities. It's so interesting. Ashen was the Blitz player, and Newer's
hot burner, and then just decide to shovel it onto the ground with a plastic spoon while still pouring the rest of it into the pasta.
Is playing on the Blackbeard. You'd think usually those ops would be played by the same person, but SSG's shifting it up a little bit. It's not even like it's a different situation. Like it's the exact same bomb site. I guess Newer was on the Ying last time they went here, hey? You never want to see a Blackbeard last alive. It's the first time Newers has played Blackbeard all tournament. Interesting. But again, great communication, great teamwork from FearX. We can see it active in the server. The thing is, if you're an SSG fan,
Jesse, that entire VOD breaches the Geneva Convention.
You should watch the dump video, okay? I think you would understand kind of what we were going for with our cooking ideas there.
That is excellent. Just if you use feta, 2 things about feta. Number 1, do not buy the pre-crumbled feta. It's dog meat. Buy like the feta that comes in the brine. And then number 2, do not ever let your oils touch the feta in the brine. Don't stick your hand in and grab it. Use a knife or a fork that is sparklingly clean and use it to take the feta out of the brine. And just cut off a chunk of it and just put it on another surface. If you touch the brine with your fingers, you'll transfer bacteria from your fingers into the controlled brine, and it will worsen the feta and make it go bad faster.
Do you have a lot of friends, Parker?
I have a lot of friends, actually. I just, you know, I'm able to do multiple things with my days.
Interesting.
Literally met my friends in Banff. You met multiple friends of mine in Banff.
Get himself straight up and involved. Looking to get on into map and start with that.
Thank you for apologizing. I hadn't really considered the mental toll on my friends of having to interface with Jesse.
It's okay, Axon. I survived. That's a crazy angle on the pipe. Like, obviously that angle's existed for ages, but I didn't think about it just to use it to pop the pipe.
Take that one out, maybe having flashbacks there that he doesn't want to get involved with.
It's kind of smart.
Woogieman is going to take down Ashen though. That's the blitz gone. There's big opener for Woogieman.
Usually use all your feta in one go. It depends on what you're making, and it depends on how much feta you're buying. I think feta is best when it's used sparingly. Feta is great for texture. Feta is great if you have a small bit of melt to it. If you're gonna golden, like crisp it or like melt it a little bit, you get that golden brown kind of look. You want feta to basically be like kind of a salty additive that adds a tiny bit of texture. And then obviously you get like that feta salty flavor.
Here's my take, chat.
A dish.
You drop Ashen and you pick up Forest because he's a better shield player. Thoughts?
No. They had an opportunity to not drop Forest to pick up Newers, and they still dropped Forest.
I think Forest deserves another chance. I think bring him back. Forest wouldn't have opening death died on the blitz.
You wanted to be Coded's chauffeur. That's what you want to be. That's you in elementary school. You knew who Coded was. You had the foresight to know that Coded not only existed, but what he would do, and that you wanted to be his chauffeur. And as a child in elementary school, meaning you were under the age of 13, you knew what the word chauffeur meant. That's pretty impressive, I gotta say, Jesse. Jesse doesn't even know what the word chauffeur means.
Yeah, I'm a little lost, I won't lie to you. Dude, the fucking pipes here are actually helpful. This is why you want Rin in the 1v1.
Oh.
Get him on the other side of not phase, and he'll be popping off.
FearX is kind of the real deal.
It's 4-2 clubhouse defense half. It's not bad for sure. It is not bad.
Rin with short hair and no glasses looks like another fucking person. Like, this
Oh,
is how I
absolutely.
understand how people are like, oh, how do you not know that Batman is Christian Bale? Dude, I saw a picture of Zoe Deschanel with no bangs, and I didn't even know she was the same person, dog.
Pretty sure Batman is supposed to be Bruce Wayne. I feel like everybody knows that.
I miss King Leo.
I'm interested most of all to see, like I said earlier, how this half goes on the attack. Yeah.
It's not the difference about knowing whether to read. I understand that people can read when they're in elementary school. I don't expect elementary student kids to have vocabulary large enough to know what the word chauffeur means, especially when it's a word that's not in an English language.
I had the opportunity to learn what that word meant, but I, on principle, don't learn any words that come from French. Alberta schools actually strictly forbid them. If you speak any words that come from French, you actually get taken out back and you get beat. Don't you learn French in Canadian schools? Okay.
Yes.
Technically, yes, but realistically, no, if you live in Alberta.
The thing is that the farther you get away from Quebec, you only need to take one course of French a year, and a lot of the time your teacher is going to be somebody who doesn't speak French and is literally just teaching you from a book. So you're going to get a teacher who doesn't understand the language or anything and is going to just teach you the basics, and that's it.
I took one period of French for 3 whole years, and it was taught by my gym teacher, and she didn't speak French.
Shocker, eh?
So yeah, nobody learned any French in my high school. But technically, we did take it for 3 years.
I mean, I firmly believe that all education in Canada should be in both languages. Like,
no.
Half your courses should be in French, half your courses should be in English. Everybody in Canada should be able to speak both languages, and I include myself in that.
I think French is absolutely a worthless language if you live in Alberta, and I have thought from very young age that it would make far more sense if they were teaching us like indigenous languages that we might actually come across with in our day-to-day lives instead of a language like French.
An indigenous language.
I have come across far more indigenous languages, mostly Cree, than I have French living in Alberta. The only time I come across French is when I leave
near
Alberta.
reserves. But
dude, we grew up like 30 minutes from a reserve. Why is this language not being taught in our schools?
Than any other language, dog.
Why are we taking a fucking yeah, and that's a shame. There should be more people speaking indigenous languages in Alberta. Literally, indigenous kids don't know how to speak indigenous language in Alberta, and we're teaching them French. Like, what are we doing here?
I mean, the other thing too is that there's a lot of different indigenous languages, man.
For sure, and like and you're not gonna teach everybody everything, but teach them, whatever is local to their area. It would give them far more benefit than teaching them French.
It's the anti-French separatist dog whistles being used by Jesse January 6th chick again, so... What language would have you spoken what language did you speak when you went and stormed the Capitol?
I speak American.
Not good for because FearX are looking pretty good so far. Trying to use these verticals a little bit now. 1 minute 25, still plenty of time left on the clock. They've got
How did Jesse afford a $400 million cutter plane? Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? What allegations? I fully support learning indigenous languages too. I'm just saying that our official Languages Act shows bilingualism being French and English. Yes, you could argue that that's, colonizer settler language. Like, sure, I wouldn't disagree with you.
These are good Goyos.
I think it's impractical for everybody.
That's really good Goyo play. Holy shit!
Indigenous language when we already all.
It's not gonna matter. They lose anyways. But goddamn, that was some sick fucking Goyo play, despite the fact that they lost. Jano is so good.
I love Jack. Oh, I gotta open the window. It's really hot in here.
SSG heading for a 1v1 to keep themselves in the tournament, Des.
Never thought I'd say SSG have to 1v1 FearX. Let's listen to this time out.
For this, we're going to adjust, fellas. I want to ramp down like the extensions early right now. If we need to consolidate, and just play snappy in those hard zones there. But let's try to consolidate and actually make them do something right now. We're too spread out and they're just able to hit walks. We're extending too much.
Cash, Jim.
Cash, Jim.
I could just turn on the air conditioning.
But like I said, don't be afraid to lay off, play consolidate.
Do that.
And then when we
Let's
do though,
Cash 2.1.
Don't just give them the space for free once we do consolidate. Be snappy in that hard zone, so look to make plays off their utility dump. Let's get after it. Keep cheesing to him. You see the opportunity.
Yeah. Alright, let's crank. This one, I bring Jaeger, and then yeah, for Raptor Hard Zone.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm painted, so you have to do whole.
Well.
Less crank.
Too far because you're getting clapped by FearX, was the summary I took from that one. Bit more consolidated, a bit more compressed, bring it in. Let's not give too many holes to FearX.
You know, give each other the opportunity to impact on deaths, for example, get those trades, don't find yourself in a 5 versus 2, 5 versus 3. You know, give yourself those opportunities, be kind of within striking distance, if you will. Should FearX manage to get in, they're going to go to Cash and CCTV. It's maybe a little bit of a gamble here because, you know, we've seen.
Imagine trying to force Daniel Smith to speak French. Fuck no. It's the one good factor she has going for her.
Here is Spencer. Hello, Spencer. Nice to see you. As an educator, going from the student to the educator, seeing the state of the education system is in here in Ontario is really demoralizing. I don't know how long you've been an educator for. I heard from my teacher friends that when Dalton McGuinty and the Liberals were in power, things were relatively good. The Liberals were far from perfect on the matter. Was it Bill 101 or whatever that like forced teachers to go back to school and abandon collective bargaining or whatever was also really bad. But I've heard under Ford, the state of education has just gotten horrific. And it doesn't help that every single child now has a phone with TikTok in their pocket and have no attention span. I have friends that have been teachers for over a decade now who say that like since COVID, the last like 2 to 3 years have been the worst that they've ever experienced, and they don't think it's going to get any better. Because a lot of those kids who grew up like 5, 6 years ago, now they have kids, and their kids are exactly the same. Yes, I think phones should be banned in schools, 100%.
Because they can take out all the Jaeger ADSs with one of Thatcher's EMPs.
I think it's funny that whenever they go to a cut-in, it's always in like 30 FPS. It's like jarringly different from the actual product.
If FearX cotton onto that, then it could be big trouble for SSG.
You're banning phones from schools in Quebec next year? I think it's great. I mean, I think there are obviously like edge cases where, like, for example, for me, I'm a diabetic, right? Like, I need to check my phone. Whenever I've gone to places that they're like, you can't use your phone, I'm like, okay, I'm a diabetic, and I need to check my blood sugar. If it crashes and I don't have my phone on me and I go into a coma, what's your name? So I know who to say was the reason for this, and suddenly I'm allowed to use my phone again. You know?
Lose his life and they lose the Monty for free.
I've done that like at a couple things where it's like I try to bring in like a little bag, and then they're like, oh, no bags. And I'm like, oh, I have medication in here that I like need, and like my phone, whatever, blah, 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 like I have a chronic illness. And they're like, doesn't matter, no bags, you gotta check it. And I'll literally look them in the eye and be like, okay, if I go into a diabetic coma and get carted out of here, an ambulance, what's your name? So I know specifically who's liable for this decision, and every single time the rule disappears. Every single time they're like, oh, no, man, it's okay, bring it in, you're fine.
I love that.
And it's like, oh, maybe because now that your name is on the line, you suddenly care. So.
No, FearX is still readjusting, still moving around, and News has moved away from underneath those stairs, so that maybe just provides an opportunity.
Desperation round for SSG, already down a man. Call did say Newers keep looking for cheese. This is his cheese.
There's a lot they can get done. Wookie's also got Catwalk being challenged here, which is the main
But he just goes back up red. He was not confident.
As long as he doesn't die here, this is fantastic.
And he gets shit on. Uh-oh.
They're falling like dominoes inside of sight. Sim, look, there's just one left.
Look at his player cam.
Dude, he knows he's fucked. He knows he's fucked. Wow. Dude, FearX? What the hell?
Yeah. No, I'm certainly not a Karen. I just think people who overzealously police garbage rules are losers.
Dude, imagine if SSG are the second team eliminated from this tournament. Scarz may be 0-3, but SSG, who are 1-2 with a -1 round diff, are about to be eliminated by FearX.
And yes, it could leave them in 1v1s, but I don't think we'll see.
I used to work at a place that didn't have a public bathroom. There was a guy who came in and he's like, I have Crohn's, I really need to use a bathroom. There's no public bathroom around, can I use yours? And I was like, sure. Because like, I think sometimes rules are good to have, but you can always make exceptions.
I would see an era where FearX are starting on SSG and taunting them.
But yeah, people who like overzealously police garbage. It's so goofy to look at, eh? People who overzealously police garbage rules are losers. That's all.
I love they spam the Brazilian laughing text too.
I know.
wanted to know where Nuas was, and once they forced him to move by getting the kill onto Benja,
No, I didn't get any trouble at all. Because most of the places that I choose to work at, I would like are places that are run by people who are reasonable. Like if I worked at a place and I was like, hey, like this guy was literally gonna piss himself in the middle of our store, like I had to let him use the bathroom, and then I got in trouble for that, I'd be like, see ya, and I'd quit and I'd find another job. You know, like that's the kind of place that I want to work.
Sims might be right. They might only be getting good at Siege this event because they're typing like Brazilians.
Yeah.
That might be that key here.
For what it's worth, chat, I don't think private businesses should be required to have public bathrooms. I think public bathrooms should be abundant so that people don't need to go to like Taco Bell or a Macy's and ask to use the bathroom.
It
Anyway.
took a while to start dumping that utility, and ultimately they got the kill, but he did a good job.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. It's Rabuni.
Right now, SSG, you got 4 rounds to
It is the same in Korean? Oh.
You're going to a 1v1. This is looking absolutely
Keg shouts coming in just to rep the Macy's bathrooms. I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
What's good, Keg?
I have used Macy's bathrooms before, and they have been fantastic. Porcelain Throne.
Nah, they'll take all 17.
Wait, a little
Yeah,
confidence.
they gave us
Just pushing
14
out.
bullets. So if SSG loses here, they're done.
Yeah, this was SSG's gamble. Like, this is where they use their extended mag and it's win or go home.
Why would they do this?
Because this is what, like, if it's at the point where, like, if you want to make playoffs, you basically have to use your extended mag on an APAC team and win. And they thought FearX would be dog shit.
Chad, have you ever pooped in a Macy's before? What a pleasant experience that is. But honestly, I will say the best bathrooms in America, they go to Buc-ee's. I would eat my pulled pork sandwich purchased from Buc-ee's off of the floor of the Buc-ee's bathroom.
J90 keeps them alive. Remember, there's a drone here in Logi. Unless it got shot, but I don't think so. There's probably a dead player on it right now.
Quite disappointing to see us.
Nice by J9.
I mean, Japan is pooping on a professional level.
That's a good nitro. That's a good nitro. Half damage. They're alive.
You go to Japan, their bathroom tiles are heated. The toilet seat is heated. The bidet water, believe it or not, also heated.
Who's in the 1v1? Who's in the 1v1? Do you have a guess at who's in the 1v1?
I want to know who's in the 1v1
Jesse,
here.
that was like, I read a tweet once that's like Japan having this tech and not Mexico.
I think Ashen's a
It's like
great
having-
player, but I don't think Ashen's having a great tournament. And there's going to be a lot of pressure on him in that situation, given how he's played so far.
Yeah.
Is it Ashen?
Who do you think he's against?
I'd say maybe Good Boy.
Close.
Rin?
Mephi.
Okay. I was going to say Rin's another dangerous one because we know how good Rin can be in those 1v1 situations.
One of the young gunners on FearX. Yeah, Mephi would step up. It'll be him versus...
Look, Ashen's capable of winning it 100%. He's just been very quiet at the tournament. So
It's dead?
It's Ashen. Sorry, I muted you to listen to the cast. It's Ashen Mephi in the 1v1.
I don't know. I mean, look, ultimately, he'll be judged by the outcome.
Too fearful to put Rin in to send SSG home.
If we get there, he'll be judged by the outcome. It doesn't really matter whether I think he'll be.
Jesse, I know that Taco Bell really doesn't exist in Alberta, but have you ever had Taco Bell?
Yeah, I've had it.
What's the remind me, guys? It's got the cactus in its logo. What's the
Taco
Bell
time.
equivalent?
Taco
What is it? Taco
time. Yeah.
Taco time. That's right. I was trying to remember what it was called.
Honestly, it's not.
I went to
it's
one in
not good.
Calgary once, and it was so fucking awful. It was
Yeah,
terrible.
it's not. It's worse than Taco Bell for sure.
I mean,
we have Taco Bell, but Taco Time is way more popular for some reason.
I did not see a Taco Bell anywhere in Calgary when I was there.
They are rare for sure compared to Taco Time.
I just haven't seen it. I don't disagree. I mean, I don't. It sucks that you don't have Swiss Chalet.
We have Swiss Chalet. I went to Swiss
Are you
Chalet
sure?
once in Red Deer. It was the worst restaurant I've been to probably ever. I hate Swiss Chalet.
Chalet's rotisserie chicken for like $10. It's just the greatest thing ever, man. I fucking
When I went to
love
Swiss Chalet the
Swiss
one
Chalet.
time, it was horrible. One of
I
the genuinely,
love Swiss Chalet, dude. I'm such a slut for
Oh.
Swiss Chalet.
bro, the
like,
food was so bad, dude. Are you
If Swiss
kidding?
Chalet walked in and offered to sponsor my stream, I don't even think I'd need money. I'd just be like, just give me one free meal a week and I'll put your branding everywhere, dude.
Holy shit. I hate Swiss LA with a passion.
I love Swiss LA.
I think the worst chain restaurant that you sit in at. Bottom one, I think.
There are so many worse restaurants than Swiss
What?
LA.
What? Name me.
Just like sitting in restaurants, dude.
Yeah. Not like fast food.
Applebee's, TGI Fridays, Montana.
All better. All better than Swiss
Jack
LA.
Astor's.
I've never had that.
Assuming, of course, the charge lands onto it, but they've just shot this one out the hatch, so only 2 explosives went off.
Swiss LA is incredible, dude. You need to get educated.
Absolutely not. Maybe it's just an Alberta thing where it's horrible, but Swiss LA is dog meat in my book.
Well, Swiss LA is an East Coast chain, and I mean, from what I read, there's like 10 locations west of Ontario, so I don't think quality control is all that important. Dude, go to Swiss LA and order their ribs with like the smoky barbecue sauce.
There's nothing you can do to get me to go back to Swiss LA.
What if I kidnapped you?
Okay, I would go to Swiss LA if you kidnapped me and brought me to Swiss LA. Dude, they're really opening this can up.
One thing.
Dude, did they not watch fucking Benja on this site against Fuse like 3 months ago?
No.
The famous clip where he sprints through the cluster charges through the can opener to win the round? Woogie, this is a dangerous pick up against SSG.
I don't like this. 40 seconds, and I don't think they have the artillery to deal with SSG.
And he's opening death?
Maybe. It depends on where Good Boy is. Is Good Boy in kitchen?
No, he's in the hallway.
Oh.
No, Benja wins this. Benja wins this. Benja wins this. That's the Fuse kit.
Shoddy out, Benja. What are you doing? Shoddy out.
Trust. Trust.
Not
Trust.
Shoddy out anymore.
No, he doesn't know main
No.
stairs. Oh my god, how was he not punished? Fuck. Wow.
NA, also known as
Wow.
Near Airport.
Alright, so it's an Ashen 1v1 to determine if SSG get eliminated or not.
Jesus.
Ashen versus, what do they say, Mephi?
Mephi, yeah.
That's embarrassing. That's actually so embarrassing if you're SSG. Because, I mean, even if they win this 1v1, they don't have their extended mag anymore. Like, they lose
This is
regardless.
1v1.
They're not going to
Yeah.
make top 8.
Not with that attitude.
I don't know. Like, if they win the 1v1 3-0, they get 3 bullets. Then say they win 8 more because they fight somebody and win 8. Then they're up to 11. They need 2 risky-ass games in both days 4 and 5. Because 11 wouldn't be enough. Oh my god, Parker, do you have a second mod? This is
Erkasi's been hanging
generational.
out a little bit.
I haven't noticed.
That's one of Kix's mods. I modded
Oh,
most
shout out.
of Kix's mods for my stream.
That's cool.
I gave them a safe home.
Congrats to Kimmy, who was the biggest FearX believer on that one. Almost 1,300 channel points.
Didn't
GG's.
Kimmy literally create a new account specifically just to talk?
I don't think so. Why wouldn't they be able to talk on their normal account? Or 13,000, sorry, not 1,300.
Wasn't Kimmy the running the FearX superfan account?
Oh, maybe.
No, it's not. It's somebody else. All right, let's see what's going on the other stream because we got 6 minutes. Fuck, that roster was so good, dog. Dark Zero's beating W7M 6-4.
DZ and M80 are really putting up some good looks for North America.
Yeah, he streams different hours than Kix used to. Yeah, I don't. I don't stream.
That would do
just
it.
Stream whatever. Michael also would just stream whatever goblin hours he wanted to stream. If Michael wanted to stream from like 10 p.m. to like 6 a.m., he would just do that. And it's like, I'm not like that. I'm not built like that.
Oh my god, Parker, if you're in the Ubisoft Creative Program, you can get an Elite skin. I don't think we can leak what it is, but you can actually get a free Elite skin from Ubisoft for once.
Oh my god, a Dezichu Elite skin?
We're down to the 1v1 on the A stream. Wow. So it's Ashen versus, I'm assuming it's going to be, you think
Rin as well.
Rin, surely.
I'm waiting to see it.
Cool, I claimed it.
Yeah, I'd probably put Rin in there.
Can't believe Ashe is getting a 6th elite skin. That's wild, dude.
And about time. Like, people have been asking for another Ashe elite, too.
We're busy.
No, Ashe and elite skin. It's Ashen cosplayed as Ashe.
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay, well, meanwhile,
How about fitting?
opening kill because Panda's getting very aggressive. DZ are just throwing bodies. There we go. Dotus finally finds a kill that he was looking for.
DZ are like probably the team that have just been consistently good. Like most teams that get top 8, I think are gonna have to have made like really big risks against like shit teams. But DZ might just get top 8 by just like continuously winning games with like decent sized bets.
Need one more round to push this to overtime.
That post was so good.
Big setup for ultimately a very brief execute.
You didn't claim it. You have to claim it when it releases. You only accepted the opportunity to get it.
Oh.
That seems like a very silly system.
Yeah.
That seems like a very silly system.
I like that.
I was very curious to see that.
Yeah, the elite skin is actually Sledge, but instead of the hammer, it's the American flag, and it's him charging towards the Capitol building.
Finish our game so we can go watch that one.
And the words insurrection are tattooed on his bare chest.
It would be tantalizing.
Is it actually risky plays if it's against shit teams? I don't know. Let's ask SSG. Let's ask SSG if they were making risky
Hear it
bets or
correctly.
not.
How is the pasta? Should I ban Titan's flies? No, you've never been. Oh, you do have a mod action. You got timed out by Nightbot. I'm not gonna break your streak of never being timed out as a joke.
I know it's like exciting, it's intriguing.
Insert erection?
Interesting.
That's how I understood it as well.
Let me have a look.
That's like when they say 10 seconds to insertion, and I'm like, I don't need that. I don't need that much time, baby. I don't need that much time. That's way too much.
I like that. It's a little bit. There's something a little bit scrumptious, but it is unattainable.
These I love though.
FearX is not playing like a shit team. FearX are actually playing fine.
They are. But I think SSG expected them to play like a shit team today.
Well, when you gamble everything and now you are going to get like hilariously embarrassed and you have to rely on a 3-9 Ashen to win a duel. I don't think things are going to work out very well in your favor.
Yeah.
I didn't see the frost mat just then. Oh, Flores drawing though.
Looks like they're getting ready to start pretty soon here.
So the only thing I'm thinking
I like laxing in the background is like he's part of the team.
I'm watching the other stream.
I just flicked
I'm
over
watching
for a
Dark
second.
W7M right now because it's
like
6-5.
I know, I am too. But it's like it was just on SSG for a second, and Laxi was just like chewing gum in the background.
Every
Like he was
team
trying to
that bet all of
sneak
their
his
bullets
way
today
in.
lost. Wow, it's actually a crazy stat.
It'll get the chirograph for ADSs, and I see Thatcher
Did you hear that?
there as well.
Elevate one. What are you talking about? That's not true at all.
Did Elevate bet all their bullets?
They bet more bullets than they had. Yeah.
Oh, well then this is misinformation being peddled by one of your viewers. You should ban them.
If they don't check the frost trap, that could be exactly how they might lose this round.
A lot of BPCs on the site and down in lounge as well.
Cloud9 too bet all their bullets, did they not?
Fire come through soon. Where's the
What was your happiest moment in an event?
Nafe is still out there. He's droning.
I don't really know. That's a great question. I mean, my happiest moment at an event was when I was almost certainly when I was honored with that like Ubisoft commendation.
The bottom garage walls first as well. They're just crossing all their T's, dotting all their I's.
Lounge was a problem now. Like Council smoke it off to enable the push on in. Crossfire against the Blackbeard. I mean, Dodge is playing a beautiful position game right now, getting drones, getting value, and stopping the execute from starting.
I am hopeful that one day we see magic mushrooms get legalized the same way that cannabis is. There's a couple places in Canada that are making efforts to make it more mainstream and accepted.
It didn't work. It did not catch. However, it
Oh.
doesn't matter because the nades
1v1 starting.
will get the
Okay, well this could be curtains on
Yeah, I'll finish one.
DZW7M.
I don't know if Darkzero are aware that that player is down on
DZ don't lose this.
They spot out that Blackbeard.
DZ confident they don't lose this.
Also used yet another EMP. That's a lot of damage done by Volps onto Spirits. He needs to try and finish him off. Yes, no
Somebody please help Spirits for the love of God. Who is outside the garage? Please come help Spirits. Oh my God.
Nope, nobody's allowed to help him.
Nafe, help your dog.
Despite all the utility that DZ were throwing at him, he holds firm.
Where's the help though? Spurs all alone. Injao staircase finds a kill. Doty's still injured.
How many
for the rest.
jammers did they put up there? 3? Oh, Paul Lucifer!
Wow, okay. They do lose this.
Hell is empty, the devil is here! Alright, let's go no OT, let's watch the duel.
otherwise going into Snowmobile from here.
We got Milosh on the cast for this duel.
You know what's going on immediately.
Ashen just thinking about having a little creep up the blue stairs. He's just holding. Again, he's playing in them tight positions. He's got SMG in hand, but if he comes blue stairs, he's got the opportunity to flip to shotgun and take that tight angle. But he's going to hold himself back now with the SMG.
Okay, 30-second prediction. Who wins the duel?
Just like in general or this round?
In general. I'm asking chat too.
I think Ashen wins the duel.
I think he'll choke.
I just can't find him. And so Ashen's played a good game so far, but now we're starting to get to the point where they're starting to square up. That SMG at range, as you mentioned, is so
If Ashen wins the duel, they are not eliminated from the tournament.
Neither team or neither player.
If Mephi wins the duel, they get 1 extra
How much
bullet.
HP does Mephi have? I
No
couldn't
one
tell.
knows. No one knows.
I couldn't tell.
Enough that he gets dead from a headshot.
Great positioning there by Ashen. Takes the first engagement, knows that he can play around the wall, and then
Specifically, SSG's bullet count will be at whatever the round diff is. So if Ashen 3-0s, they'll have 3 bullets. If he 3-1s, they'll have 2, and if he 3-2s, they'll have 1.
It is all yours. Beautifully done by Ashen. I've been silenced at this moment.
Well, this is it. We said that he had questions to answer. He's just come out in the first round and done exactly.
XR Polar, what on earth prompted you to type that into Twitch chat? I'm just curious what's going on in your head right now. If SSG wins, they are not eliminated from the tournament. If
XR Polar said, Fultz is so handsome, bro, but you know he gets pegged.
Yeah, that was what I was questioning, Parker. Thank you for voicing it.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with pegging.
Okay.
If Fultz gets pegged, like, great.
I don't know why.
Between consenting adults and they're both cool with it.
I'm not sure why it was relevant to bring up. I guess I don't have a problem with it, Parker.
Maybe they're a pro pegger and they want everybody else to understand that pegging is maybe a bit more mainstream. Maybe there's a whole world of closeted peggers out there just waiting to come out.
Maybe there is, but I don't know his intentions, which is why I asked. It wasn't an insult.
Awfully, Jesse, you seem awfully defensive. Do you get pegged and are you ashamed of it?
Listen, if I get pegged, then let me get
peg
pegged.
you and you don't want it? And is this a cry for help? Peg shouts is peg shouts. My name's Interro pegging.
You rotate because you have to deal with those.
Got awful quiet after that question, Jesse.
Jesse J. Peg?
Jesse J. Peg? Jesse J. Peg.
Oh, like
Now
the
that's an image.
photo.
He's gone down, I don't think so. But he's on the hunt here, Tim.
Yeah, that's the thing. Mephi's maybe just managed to escape there. He's switched across to the Bosch G. He's ready
This
for
is
that
so confusing to watch. I
Yep.
really don't like this.
I don't like the picture-in-picture
I
here
do
at
not like
all.
it at all.
It takes up such an important part of the screen, too.
They don't know who won. I think they both killed each
What?
other, but tie goes to the runner.
Plant wasn't down, so it's got to go defense. That's ridiculous. Wait, was Diffuser down? Oh, it was down. Oh, my mistake.
Well, we
My
wouldn't have known this because
mistake.
production cut away way too fast there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looked like Plant went down and he popped up, but like, why are you cutting away so fast? Like,
It was a good reaction, though. It was good reaction phase. Oh, it does. It did get planted.
yeah.
That's so sad for
Don't
Mephi.
call production dumbasses, chat. Producing this game is genuinely quite hard. Don't be rude.
I'm a little surprised he
Anything
just
should
let him
be allowed.
walk into the
I said the
site.
same, dude. I said it should not be objective. It should just be you have to get a kill in 3 minutes. That's it. Objective
Nah.
should not count.
I think planting should absolutely be allowed because imagine this strategy. You're on defense. You're literally just running around the map trying to hide. Like at that point, like the attackers have nothing they can do to like force you out and take the gunfight.
Chat, you've heard about pegging, but what about docking? Are you familiar with what docking is?
I don't know what that is, Parker. Can you do you want to group up and do it together just like to show me?
The thing is, that must be so long.
No.
2-0
Oh.
down, no team.
I'm not interested in docking you. Thank you. Why does Ashen have what looked like a tape measure in front of him?
He's had this at multiple events. Basically, it is to set up his like keyboard in the specific exact position where he wants it. and his mouse pad specifically exactly where he wants it. So they just make sure that like everything is exactly how they want it. FearX superfan, don't type "you know why." There is genuine reason. I hear Brazilian screams.
He's measuring his schmeat, dude.
They don't go to minus, what was it, 10
Doki, a lot of a good number of pros do the same, yeah. It's important to be comfy. W7M 7-6 and OT.
We're not over docking.
They'll be ahead of other teams. A 3-0 is a strong spot to be in. If we see this,
We are talking about docking, chat.
back to being a 3-2, well, SSG, they are going.
What's happening on the other stream? 7-6 what?
In terms of FearX, if SSG do
W7M. What if they did death match for this, and after 5 minutes, whoever has the most kills wins the 1v1? I think that completely misses the point of the 1v1, though, which is high pressure, all stakes on one gunfight. And it's just a completely different game mode, which is like not the game mode that was popularized by Jinxie.
Then they get the eliminator card, which is +1.
I'm still confused what docking is. I'm a visual learner.
Other than that, it's not like FearX go out of the tournament. They're safe, they're secure.
It's on the line here for SSG. Again, those 3 bullets, if I'm not mistaken, currently G2...
I also think like the spawning in free-for-all is too bad to use it in competitive. Like, I've definitely been playing free-for-all where it's like you spawn right in front of somebody, you have no chance.
Docking is when you park your boat.
Falcons are also down to 1 bullet, aren't they?
Why did they need to rehost after 2 rounds? Like how? For what purpose?
I don't fucking know, Parker.
Docking does not involve asses. No, you need to don't Google it. Do not Google it. It does not involve an ass.
1v1ing is a serious part of this tournament, but this tournament is a bit of a one-off, so it won't ever happen again, presumably.
7 and 8, they need to be putting big numbers up there, so they need to play one of the better teams who has enough bullets to allow that. If they go and pick somebody else who's on 3, they can only reload 3 bullets themselves, and it's not going to get them anywhere off the bottom of the table.
Well, here we go. Ashen's got the right idea, as this is the side of the map that Mephi has spawned on. Will he catch him up?
Wow, dude, Ashen was so close.
Not now, not now. Mephi counting his look.
It's one of the most common spawn peaks in the book. Mephi not even watching for it.
Minutes.
I think that shot might have ripped the backpack off his back. That's how close that was.
Oh, wow.
They should joust with horses. I think you should send, for the duel, you should send them to the closest medieval times and have them fight in front of an audience.
I would guess the closest medieval times to Rio de Janeiro is probably in like Miami. Would be my only concern with that.
We should look up dinner and theater, dude. I actually went to medieval times for a buddy's bachelor party like a couple weeks ago, and it was a really yeah. I don't know if I'd ever go again. It was an experience. I'll tell you that much.
I've never been. It's not high on my list, but I would go if the opportunity arose.
It's very expensive, and they give you an incredible amount of food.
Here we go, Ashen, stay alive.
All right.
Oh, outboss G'd. Don't play the victory music. It's not over.
Why did they play the victory music?
Okay. It's been a long day for production.
Okay, so we've seen Ashen dominate in the first, a trade in the second, and Mephi's cleanly won out in the third. Patience is a virtue, and he's come out on top. Now what?
You pray to the holy stars, my man. Like at this point, if you're trading 1-to-1 and you're getting so close,
PepsiCo is hiring in Alberta, and there are tons of exciting positions available.
I have a buddy who works for PepsiCo in Alberta.
I'm gonna send you that application, Jesse.
I would go work with my buddy. He makes pretty good money, honestly. Only works 4 days a week, but they're long shifts.
As soon as that call comes in, that's Ashen saying, he probably knows where I'm anyway, but I know he's going to push. Yeah. I know he's going to push on the back of that call, so I'm going to get into a position to challenge.
Why does she still have 0 bullets? No, that's intentional. Because it's a 1v1. Like, that's just updated after the game ends.
They're literally in the gulag.
They get 3rd pick if they win 3-1. Okay.
And I catch him, but Mephi didn't. He ducked back in and just left Ashen on the back foot. Mephi takes the shot, takes the win. And it is now 2-1. SSG.
I got a question for you both.
The 2 bats.
No.
The cherry.
Reverse sweep, yay or nay?
Honestly, I'm believing in FearX. I think they're an incredible. Although I want to see SSG live on, I I think FearX just have all that it takes. I love watching this team. Yes.
Mephi's carrying around the mute jammer because he's expecting to get Logic Bomb called. He's going to get Deimos tracked instead, but that still works. That'll still counter the Deimos.
He's on the Deimos. I think that's a great pick.
Smart.
Although, Mephi on the mute.
Why are there more people casting than playing in the 1v1? You're asking, look at. You're asking some real hard-hitting questions here.
Oh, he knows it's Deimos? He pinged it? Okay, my mistake. Well, he probably chose it expecting a Dokkaebi, because that's what there was previously. Regardless, though.
Tracking down Mephi where he might be waiting. Of course, not forgetting that you can still be tracked even when you're away from a jammer. If you're standing on a jammer, then it will fail.
No way. He's going to get fucking fried. He's just going to spray through the window, and he's doomed. Or through the wall.
Here comes the track, and then immediately mute jammed. Let's go, Mephi. Kind of cool tech for the 1v1s. Yeah, I do think you kind of have to play mute or vigil just so that you don't get like tracked by Deimos consistently. Oh wait, he knows now. He knows. Does he hit it? No, Mephi! That's actually so tragic, Mephi. All right, SSG are alive. They will get 3rd pick tomorrow on their opponent. And they're going to need to pick a good opponent with at least 8 points. What happened with DZ game? Did they lose?
Yeah, I was going to say, DZ was up.
They were down 8-7. I'll just rewind. Yeah, W7M1, 8-6.
Really?
Yep.
Good for them, man. Good for them. All right, that's it for matches today, yeah?
Yeah, there is the draft. Chat's asking to watch it. Dude, the draft takes so long to set up and do. We're going to be here for over an extra hour to watch the draft. I can't do that, unfortunately.
See you later. It's like 7 o'clock. I got stuff to do.
Yeah, the mainstream will be live with it, though, chat. If you want to watch the draft and figure out what the games are going to be for tomorrow, definitely go do that. Otherwise, Parker and I will be back tomorrow for day 4 of R6 Reload.
Yep. It's another great day, friends. I don't think I'm going to be live for all of tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I do have an appointment in the middle of the day. So I might only be live for the first like 2 hours, give or take. But I mean, I will let you know what my timing is because I'm going to need to look at, like, it's not, the appointment's not super close. So I need to leave like 20 minutes beforehand. And then when it's done, I might be back at like 4 or 5 o'clock, but that'll be pretty close. I don't know. I'll let you know. But tomorrow might be tough. So. Okay, bye.
Well, I'll be here all day. Sorry, I was picking up my cat for a show cat.
Thank you, everybody, for your follows, your subs, your views, etc. It was wonderful yet again. We had more viewers today than we did the 2 previous days. That's sick, honestly. And you are to thank for that. To everybody whose name we said in chat, and to those of you whose names we didn't, thank you so much for watching. I'm done. I don't know where Jesse's going to release you to, but I am all done for the day. I will see you tomorrow for probably a briefer stream, but then
we got both cats.
Streaming every other day. Go Oilers!
Let's go Oil.
Take care of yourselves, folks.
Funny one's down.
Thanks so much for watching. See you later.
Okay, I'm leaving too, chat. Thank you for coming by. Let's go Oilers. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye, Jesse.
We fell in love with apologies, I'm always saying I'm sorry. You spill your train of thought, head on collision, we late to the party. Little too much too late, I don't really got too much to say. Pretty young day when you come my way, no, I can't think head up in spade. You my rocket girl, they said I'm looking too high when I'm talking to you. It must be true, stars in your eyes, they a beautiful view. You my rocket girl, every time I see your face got me feeling confused. Man on the moon, I told her baby I'm coming down soon. That girl a trip. Yeah, she out of this world when I'm hitting her phone. My head spinning like satellites. Baby, you killing these bitches so bad they gon' probably still hate on your ass in the afterlife. She never care what I got in my pocket. She told me she loved me as long as my passion right. Know that I probably won't have it twice. Know that I probably won't have it twice. Throw some up in the air one time so I see your face when you pass me by. Be like that when you up so high. Shit, I can't look down. No, I don't like high. Smoke one down when you don't come round. Smoke one down when you don't come by. Take your time, girl, you know I don't mind. We fell in love with apologies, I'm always saying I'm sorry. You spill your train of thought, head on collision, we late to the party. Little too much too late, I don't really got too much to say. Pretty young thing when you come my way, no, I can't think head up in spade. You my rocket girl. They said I'm looking too high when I'm talking to you. It must be true, stars in your eyes, they a beautiful view. You my rocket girl. Every time I see your face, got me feeling confused. Man on the moon, I told her, baby, I'm coming down soon.
I float through Saturn and Mars, make my return to the stars. But boy, you know I'd come down soon, just to touch down Earth and see you. I know galaxies and universe of jealousies. You know I don't play and you don't have to play with me. We can get away to outer space or interdimensions. Honey, I swear you are so worth a mention. I talk to aliens at night. They don't want us to waste our time. So boy, take my hand, we'll fly past the sun.